victory. We don't have it officially yet. Everyone watching election results, including so many in Canada. The Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, in those images. Our cameras found him at an Ottawa restaurant early in the evening. It appears that he will now work with another Republican-controlled White House, Donald Trump White House, at least for as long as the Liberals remain in power. And this is one of the things that we'll be talking about this morning in depth. What does this mean for Canada if and when Trump is finally declared as the president? Right now, as you can see, 266 of the 270 electoral college votes he needs. If any of the 4 battleground states determine that he has won them and he's leading in all 4, that will be enough to go over the 270, and we will let you know. But Travis Danraj back with me in studio, and we talk about what this means for Canada. I keep thinking back to At Issue on the National last week when Rosie had her panel, and they were talking about what this would mean, a Trump presidency, and they kept talking about exponential change, monumental change in terms of the relationship, the instability that Canada would have to deal with. What do you think this means for Canada?
Well, and you've witnessed, as leaders do, they're being very diplomatic in the past several months leading up to this, saying, okay, we're just kind of going to stay out of this process, as foreign countries do. But you can bet that they had a game plan if it was Kamala Harris presidency or a Donald Trump presidency. I think the biggest thing right now when it comes to this relationship is tariffs. Donald Trump has proposed a 10% tariff across the board. More than 70% of Canadian exports go to the United States, so this could be a huge hit to our economy. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce report suggests that American tariffs could shrink the economy significantly, resulting in a $30 billion loss per year. Now, the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement was something negotiated under Trudeau and also President Trump. It is up for review in 2026. That is something to watch as well. And also, the Prime Minister likely will be one of the first people that reaches out to Donald Trump. And there are likely calls going on right now in Ottawa to people within that circle to make sure that this is a friendly relationship. The other thing that I will pose is how this could potentially affect domestic politics here in Canada, because the electorate is very different in this country, and Canadians do view what's happening in the States. You could see potentially the Liberals here shift to really positioning Pierre Poilievre as somebody who is the Donald Trump of Canada. We have heard that talking point before. Would that be something that Canadians are interested in voting in when it comes to the election as well? So U.S. politics could really bleed into domestic politics as well here in Canada.
The nature of the discourse, potentially. But it's interesting, we've had reporting just this weekend, yesterday, from some of our Ottawa correspondents about this Team Canada approach. Kirsten Hillman, the ambassador to the U.S., Mary Ng, François-Philippe Champagne, they've been quietly working in the United States in the eventuality of a Trump government, regardless of who is the president, for the next steps in the relationship with that review that you've been talking about for 2026.
Absolutely.
And Chris Hall was talking about, the border, defense spending. So many areas are going to be affected by this big change. So stand by. We'll talk more about that. But that is such important material to bring forward. Thank you very much. As Kelly Craft, this is an interesting quote. Kelly Craft, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada under Donald Trump, said, buckle up for a second Trump administration.
Oh, yeah.
And that looks to be the case. So let's show you some live pictures. This is what's going on in Nevada, one of the 4 battleground states where we don't have the final number yet. This is the counting station going on in Washoe County, Nevada. And I can tell you that in the state of Nevada, there are 6 electoral college votes at play. So with 266, if Nevada declares for Trump, it would be enough to win the electoral college and have the official declaration of Donald Trump as a U.S. president. He's already declared victory himself. But in Nevada right now, Trump has 51.5% of the votes, Kamala Harris with 46.8%, and he is leading by just about 60,000 votes with, let me tell you what the percentage percentage is 84% of polls reporting. So that is one that we will watch. And the other three battleground states, as yet to put in their final tally, any one of those four would be enough to bring Donald Trump's electoral college votes above that 270 threshold. 266 is where things stand at 5:26 Eastern. There is the White House. The day after America votes, our special coverage continues on CBC Morning Live.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Senecot Laxatives. Learn more at senecot.ca.
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B, but many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these two serious liver diseases. So plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, because you are a traveler.
The Ram Cross Canada Clear-Out is here, with great offers on the brand J.D. Power ranked #1 in new vehicle quality, like the award-winning Ram 1500. Ram Rebel, delivering exceptional capability and powerful performance. Or Ram Heavy Duty, with up to $5,000 in total incentives. Get up to $13,600 in total incentives on Ram 1500. Ram Cross Canada Clear-Out ends soon.
With Fast Signs, create factory-grade visual solutions to perfect your process. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Breton crackers. They're spreadable, toppable, and perfectly poppable. Shareable and bedtime snackable. Whatever you wantable. With Breton crackers, anything's possible.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively strengthens the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Looks like they brought a couple ringers.
Nice stick. Is that antique?
I'll take that.
Come on, Dougie, you got a back check. Garbage day.
Now you can finally drink out of a cup.
Oh.
The situation has changed very quickly.
The U.S. election results as we have them this morning. Donald Trump is on the cusp of victory. He's won 266 electoral college votes so far. That is just 4 shy of the 270 he needs to clinch the White House again. CBC News and most major U.S. media outlets are stopping short of calling him the winner, but that didn't stop Donald Trump from declaring victory at his campaign party just a few hours ago. It was celebratory there. It was not so at Howard University for the Kamala Harris election watch party, and I want to find out what was happening in Ottawa with my first guest this morning. Larry Russo is with the Democrats Abroad Canada. He's in the Capital Region chapter. He's also the Democrats Abroad Canada Black Caucus co-chair, and he is in Ottawa this morning. Larry, I really appreciate your being my guest. Good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
So much to talk about with you. Let's talk about where you were last night as you were watching things, and as the direction was becoming clear, what was happening there, and how you're feeling as you speak to me this morning.
Well, certainly it's not the results that we were expecting when we came together yesterday at 6 p.m. at the Carlton Tavern. We were quite optimistic, very upbeat, but as the results were coming in, we did realize that what the pollsters had been telling us was going to be the reality, that this was going to be very, very close. And so we were in for a long night, and this is a slog.
It's a slog. It's not yet official, but it's looking all but a matter of time until there is an official declaration that your candidate has not won. And how does that feel this morning?
It feels, well, it's tough. It's tough to be in the position that we are right now. Of course, we are an organization, Democrats Abroad Canada and Democrats Abroad Worldwide, that continues to impress upon all Americans who are living abroad the importance of voting when we have the right to do so, because every vote matters, and every vote will be counted. And that's what's going to happen, of course. And we can make the difference in some of these tight races, and we see that that is exactly what is going to happen. We have 7 states.
Are you saying that you still haven't accepted that Donald Trump has won? is that you could, because
well, let's just say that that's going to have to catch up. Yes,
okay.
Indeed.
All right.
And we're eternally optimistic as Americans.
Okay. There was, in the last days of the campaign, a measurable shift, a feeling of momentum in Kamala Harris's favor. It does not appear that that materialized because Donald Trump has won the popular vote as well as leading so significantly in the electoral colleges. Why? What happened to her campaign? What happened with her as candidate?
Well, there will be time for postmortems, that's for sure. But what we're hearing is that I had said in previous interviews leading up to yesterday that it looked like women would make the difference in this campaign. On the Democrat side, we're going to have to look at what the turnout was, and that is the great question, a very good question. Why did some constituencies that we were really counting on, from what we're hearing, preliminary reports, why they didn't show up? So that is something that will happen with the postmortems. But we are certainly not in the place that we expected to be, that's for sure.
So let's look at some of the hypotheticals there, because as Katie Simpson was reporting, there will be heavy conversations, and Democrats traditionally do have these moments of reflection upon defeat. So they will be looking at things. Racism, sexism, a failure to distance herself from the Biden administration when so many Americans wanted a new direction? Are these all things that are potentially to blame or responsible?
Well, I think that one thing that the vice president did in this campaign was to really distinguish herself as a force for going forward. You know, one of the biggest slogans of the campaign was we're not going back. And so maybe what we'll see in some of the postmortems is that more people decided that they prefer what the back represented as opposed to going forward. But certainly, Ms. Harris definitely, in my opinion, and I'm sure in the opinion of many people, represented going forward, moving forward into the future, and it meant change. And that's the feeling that we had throughout the campaign, talking to people, calling people, that she did represent that change, even though she was the vice president.
You know, it's interesting. Americans seem not to have chosen her as the candidate for change. Larry, despite your optimism, I'm going to have to end things there with you. I appreciate so much your time and your insight. I'll look forward to having further conversations as the Democrats reflect on things. But what I want to do is just say goodbye to Larry for now and thank you again, and bring you some breaking news, because we now have the tipping point moment for Donald Trump. CBC News is calling Donald Trump the winner of the state of Wisconsin, another of those 7 key battleground states. And there on the bottom of your screen, you see the number from Wisconsin. The 10 electoral college votes in Wisconsin takes him above the 270 electoral college vote threshold and takes him into the White House. Donald J. Trump will be the next U.S. president. He becomes the leader of the world's most powerful nation for a second time, 45 and now 47. He is the first former president in the modern era to be elected again after losing an election. That has not happened in almost 130 years. You have to go back to the presidencies of Grover Cleveland. Trump's return to the White House is marked by other firsts. He will be the first twice impeached president to be reelected. He will be the first president convicted in a criminal court and found liable in civil court. He is still facing a federal indictment and potential trial over allegations he tried to overturn the 2020 election. Now he has won the 2024 race, and he will be, as I mentioned, the 47th president of the United States, governing with a mandate from Americans voting for his promise of prosperity and deep tax cuts. That pledge could come with profound consequences for Canada. Trump says he'll bring in tariffs that could disrupt Canadian trade with the United States and Ottawa's relations with Washington. There are dark clouds, too, in Trump's vow to make America great again. He's vowing to stop illegal migrants with an unprecedented crackdown and deportation, saying he will begin rounding up millions of people on the first day of his presidency. In his speech early this morning, Trump says he will bring the country together, saying he will be united and will unite Americans of all background in common cause. Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States, our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, who brought us the exceptional special coverage all through those early morning hours, still up at 5:36 and with me at this moment, historic moment. Sum it up.
Well, I mean, absolutely historic moment. Donald Trump did what he said he would do. You know, you went through the reasons why this is history, you know. Not since Grover Cleveland has a president become a president again, with a period in between where he was not. Oldest man to ever become president. When you talk about a day like this, there are a combination of things you talk about. There is the fact that Donald Trump won handily.
And popular vote.
And popular vote.
For the first time.
He always wanted that, right? He didn't get the popular vote in 2016, certainly didn't get it in 2020. That he won it now, that it is entirely possible he sweeps all three levels of the U.S. government.
I mean, that is the extraordinary thing. Executive branch, legislative branch, Senate is flipped, House looks to be holding, and of course he's appointed Supreme Court justices in the judicial branch, and there are two more to come.
That's right. Clarence Thomas and Justice Sotomayor, maybe another opportunity for him to appoint two more. So interesting watching him speak tonight. He was riffing like he does at all of his campaign events, the 901 he says he has done, talking about Elon Musk, talking about RFK Jr., unleashed. We were sitting with a Republican strategist who said, well, I hope he takes the opportunity to reach out to all Americans and to, you know, take a more calming tone. But he does what he wants to do, and now he can do what he wants to do. It's interesting that, you know, in 2012, when the Republicans lost to Barack Obama for the second time, they had this big meeting, and they were like, what is wrong with the Republican Party? Why can't we capture Americans? And they made a promise that they would try to widen the tent and bring in more Latinos, more Black Americans, more women. And it never really worked for them. And doing it in a way that was considered embracing didn't really work. Donald Trump figured it out. We're still waiting to see the different tabs, the individual tabs on who voted where. But certainly, he made enormous breakthroughs with the Latino population. That's going to be baffling for some in the Democratic Party. What about what he said at Madison Square Gardens? All those things that they said were disqualifying about Donald Trump. The way he talks about people, the threat to democracy, the allegations of fascism, that he's going to ruin the American reputation. None of that was disqualifying for the American people, for the voters.
It all comes back to James Carville, doesn't it? It's the economy, stupid.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was for the Democrat side of things, but the perception that they were not doing as well under Biden and would do better again under Trump, that seemed to be the number one issue as they went into those ballot
It was
boxes.
his closing argument. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? That is one of the oldest lines in American politics. He certainly didn't invent that line. And as you say, Carville's "It's the economy, stupid." At the end of the day, that's what it boiled down to. And interestingly, you know, people were saying, but the gas prices, but the grocery prices. American presidents have actually very little sway over what happens in gas prices and grocery prices, but people attached it to Kamala Harris. And she could not detach herself from Joe Biden. This is
could not, maybe, did she even try sufficiently? I mean, Katie Simpson's talking about the heavy conversations ahead for Democrats. That might be part of it. Did she feel I don't know, a loyalty or whatever, but why did she not seek to more significantly distance herself from the Biden administration?
Possibly because she's still in it, you know, because she's still vice president. This is really...
It's a tough line
This
for
is
her.
really a tough one for her. Also in the, you know, such a truncated campaign. There's going to be so much blame going around the Democratic Party.
Point. So short. Could anyone have done any better in that time? Did Joe Biden stay too long? These will be so many questions. What about for Canada? What do you, from your discussions tonight, what are you thinking now for the Canadian relationship and challenges for this country?
Well, lots of lessons for Canada in this. You know, I think the Canadian government, as it currently exists, the Liberal government, will be able to go into their phones and pull out a list of numbers that they have for people in the first Trump administration. Jared Kushner, they'll be calling him very quickly. Robert Lighthizer, who negotiated, we don't call it USMCA, that's what the Americans call it, but the new NAFTA, if you will. They will be hoping he comes back. So there is a perception that regardless of how the public relationship played out, and it was very contentious, in private, Canada seemed to be able to make it work. There was a whole entity in Ottawa that was dedicated strictly to Canada's relationship with the Trump administration and with Donald Trump. They will be revving up the engines and starting that again. This is a known entity for them. Maybe it's okay. The other lesson, though, is why didn't it work for the Democrats? The Liberal Party will be looking at this. Is there a lesson there? The Conservative Party will be like, do you hear what I hear from south of the border? The whole common sense language. The Conservative Party will be saying, aha, we're onto something.
Yes, from the Liberal side of things, I think there's some within the Democrats, at least based on some of the analysis that I've been reading. Did we move too far to the left? Were we too progressive on things? Did we lose the center? So that may be part of the discussion. Again, as you said, a Liberal is listening. One of the things that we talked about in these days, the gender gap. You know, somebody gave me a T-shirt yesterday that said POTUS with the O in the female symbol because they were so confident Kamala Harris was going to win. They wanted me to have this T-shirt.
Echoes of 2016. That.
Exactly. And you know, people will be deflated in a similar manner. What does this say? I mean, we young women went for Trump. A lot of them went for Trump, even with abortion and reproductive freedom on the ballot.
Well, maybe it wasn't on the ballot, is what Donald Trump would say. Maybe, again, like democracy, reproductive rights were not the thing that was top of mind when people when they were in that private moment in the polling booth. Maybe that's not the narrative that locked in with Americans. Maybe at the end of the day, it was like, these things are really important, but you know what? I don't think I can pay my rent. And I don't know, this guy says he's going to fix it. Kamala broke it as VP. Trump will fix it. You know what? Maybe he will. I need to believe in something. This is not working. She's part of an administration that saw, for me personally, very difficult times. In a weird way, even though he was president, he doesn't look like an incumbent to me. This is a year, 2024, more elections around the world than at any other time in decades and decades and decades. Almost every story of every election has been what the CBC former Ottawa Bureau Chief Rob Russo used to say, a throw the bums out election. Had enough of incumbents. We're seeing that pattern again and again. Who was the incumbent this time, even though Trump was president? Kamala Harris.
I'm going to play a little bit of tape for you. I don't know if you can hear, but
can.
I'll tell you what. Okay. One of the things that's interesting, again, in the analysis that will come from the Democrat side of things, Joe Biden, did he leave too late? There was no contested convention. There was no primary, and Kamala Harris became. She was in. You know, he selected her to carry it on. We have David Cochran, part of your show, when he was talking to young voters. This is what one of them told him about why she couldn't support Kamala Harris. Let's listen to that, and we'll talk about it.
Well, the reason why I don't think Kamala got my vote is because I feel like everything she does is pretty phony. I mean, I just watch her, and it's easy to realize that she really doesn't even know really what she's talking about.
So that was interesting. He had amazing guests as part of his discussion. So she was phony. She doesn't know what she's talking about. This is an eminently qualified woman, extraordinary background, but she never did lay out her vision, I think, satisfactorily to many voters. But phony. So Donald Trump, you know who he is.
he tells you exactly who he is. And the thing is about young voters is that Democrats believed that they would see in Kamala Harris a new day, particularly women, and that would carry the day. But young voters did not break for Kamala Harris. They broke for Donald Trump. And what we have heard, throughout this night and throughout the last few weeks, all the stuff about Taylor Swift, Beyonce, these huge celebrity endorsements, doesn't help people see themselves, perhaps, reflected in that candidacy. It's like, well, my friends aren't hanging out with Taylor Swift or Oprah or have all these big names. That doesn't look like my life. But along comes a guy who talks plain talk, and he's a bit crass, and he's relatable, and he's a bit funny, and he's not polished, and oh my God, he survived an assassination attempt and created a political moment for the ages. That image of Donald Trump with his fist in the air and the blood down his face will go down in American political history as a pivotal image that crystallized what that man is to the people who follow him. There was, beyond the messianic feeling of the RNC, there was this, hey, he talks like my Uncle Joe. And at the end of the day, they saw authenticity. American voters saw authenticity in Donald Trump and a storyteller. And Democrats get blamed all the time for being technocrats. They'll come at you with binders full of charts to convince you of legitimately what is the truth. But if it doesn't feel like the truth, if it doesn't feel like it connects with you, and maybe it just doesn't.
Could you stay with me for just a few more minutes? What we're going to do, when you mentioned the assassination attempts, he referenced that as he made his victory speech. Again, we have the official declaration, Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States. He's already given his victory speech. He did so earlier this morning. Let's listen to some of that, and then, Adrian, if you would, we'll continue our conversation.
Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
That is Donald Trump, the President of the United States. The declaration coming just about 20 minutes ago when Wisconsin put in its final vote tally, and the 10 Electoral College votes in that battleground state went for Donald Trump, giving him the 270 Electoral College votes he needed. You see in the bottom of your screen now at 276, with still 3 more of those battlegrounds to report. So we'll see what his final tally is. Some predictions over 300. We will see. Adrienne Arsenault, our chief correspondent and incredible journeywoman anchor here, because she is still with me, and we're 12 hours almost into your broadcast. But I appreciate your perspective in all of this. Listening to him there, so that was a couple of hours ago. Yep. We haven't heard from Kamala Harris yet. She is set to speak at some time this morning. Don't know if you have any thoughts on what she's likely to say. You will note in his speech, he did not address her directly at all.
No, not once. You know, there's a lot of stuff you didn't hear in that speech. You didn't hear anything about reaching out to all Americans, nothing about my worthy opponent, nothing about reaching across the aisle. And I bring those up only because those are sorts of the standard things that you have come to expect from an acceptance speech, a victory speech, if you will. That didn't happen. So if anybody thought Donald Trump was going to change, I mean, how many times does he have to show you that he's not going to change? What did you see? You saw a very personal tour of the things and the people that matter to Donald Trump. We were saying, did not have Dana White on the bingo card for getting up and speaking at Donald Trump's victory speech. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, you didn't hear it there, but he spent a good 3-4 minutes riffing about Elon Musk, simply at the prompting of someone in that ballroom saying, Elon, talk about Elon, and then off he went. He talked about RFK Jr. And the role the role he may have in, I think he said, making America
Healthier again. Yes.
So interesting.
These are big questions.
Yes.
Because they're talking about removing fluoridation from water. They're talking about banning vaccination if he takes over.
Well, certainly
These are
our
out
RFK
there.
is talking about that. Whether Donald Trump puts him in that sort of position, we'll see. I mean, in terms of what his first 100 days will look like, I mean, there's a long list of things that could happen, but take note that in his speech, he did talk about mass deportations and the border out of the gate. It sounds like you can bet
and that was a day one job.
That's a day one job. You can bet that something's going to happen on the border almost immediately. He did tell Americans, "I will make your lives better again." What that means exactly, I'm not entirely sure. But they're expecting it from him. You know, I'm conscious of something as we look at the numbers here. So 276, so he's over it, over the 270 number to 219. And as you say, it may go into the 300. Yes, he has certainly won the popular vote. It's always mattered to him very, very much. But at the end of the day, what are the margins for those votes in those swing states? He's probably going to take all the swing states. Extraordinary. But by how much? I mean, will this end up being numerically another close election in the United States, given the way their system has operated? There hasn't been like a huge blowout since I think Obama. We were looking at some numbers a number of hours ago. You know, there was a time when Ronald Reagan won like 500 electoral college votes.
It seems so long ago.
But
But even though they may not be huge, but if you look even what happened on that map, even in the blue states, New Jersey, New York, the margins by which Joe Biden won, she did not carry. They were considerably reduced. So the Democratic support, as you said, winning the popular vote by, I mean, it is probably an alarm bell situation as they look at it within the Democratic Party.
Absolutely. The blue wall is no longer a blue wall. I mean, it looks a little pinkish tonight, but it will be a red wall again. So is what happened in 2020 an anomaly, born of COVID, born of the era people were in the United States and the cries for social justice? Is that what explained Joe Biden's presidency? And I'm slightly obsessed with this notion about how the United States is changing. Are they getting to a state where they will be in these forever tight elections? Are people reorganizing themselves so that they won't move to a place where the views don't align with their worldview? So I'm not going to go to New York. I'm not going to go to the state of those Democrats. They're not like me. I'm going to go over here where it's more like me. So are they staring down a future of these forever, ever shrinking number of swing states and swing communities? It's really interesting what's happening there.
This alignment, you know, maybe we'll talk about this in a minute, but she kept saying, Kamala Harris kept saying, this is not who we are.
Oh, maybe
but
it is
indeed,
who they are.
it is who
Absolutely.
they are because they've voted him in so significantly. So we need to look at who the United States is.
That's right.
So
I was just going to say, note the calm that's happening. Now, maybe it's because it's the middle of, well, it's not the middle of the night anymore. Maybe it's because it's dawn. It's a new dawn in the United States. But will it be calm? I mean, will it continue to be calm? Is that about the numbers? Is that about who won? We'll see.
Okay. Pause this. Please stay with me.
Certainly.
What I want to do is just draw your attention to the numbers on the bottom of your screen as they change. New Hampshire has declared for Kamala Harris, and that is the reason for the figure changing there in the blue. 276 for Donald Trump, 223 for Kamala Harris, as the counting does continue, but the winner is declared. And if you're watching us on CBC Television, we want to say thank you very much for doing so. We're going to say goodbye to you on our main network, but on CBC News Network and on, of course, CBC Gem and wherever you watch CBC News, please continue to stream because our special coverage continues this morning. Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox. You're watching CBC Morning Live on CBC News Network. If you're just joining in, we've been on the air for an hour already. You are joining us to major breaking news. CBC News is calling Donald J. Trump the winner of the presidential election. He has won Wisconsin, did so in the last hour, about 25 minutes ago, and winning Wisconsin's 10 electoral college votes takes him over the 270 threshold necessary. You see, it brings him to 276 into the electoral college victory column and into the White House. So Donald Trump will be the next U.S. president, the leader of the world's most powerful nation for a second time. Trump is the first former president in the modern era to be elected again after losing an election. That has not happened in almost 130 years. Trump's return to the White House is marked by other firsts. He appears to have won the popular vote for the very first time, a significant achievement, one he's always sought. He will be the first twice impeached president to be reelected. He will be the first president convicted in a criminal court and found liable in civil court. Trump is still facing a federal indictment and potential trial over allegations he tried to overturn the 2020 election. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, governing with a mandate from Americans voting for his promise of prosperity and deep tax cuts. There are dark clouds, too, in Trump's vow to make America great again. He is vowing, we heard in his victory speech, to stop illegal migrants with an unprecedented crackdown, saying he will begin a mass deportation and begin to round up millions of people on the first day of his presidency. Let's bring in Adrian Arsenault once again, our chief correspondent, the anchor of The National, who's been guiding our election coverage since 8 o'clock Eastern last night and rolling right through to me to 6 a.m. This is a fantastic 10 hours and going, but this is history in the making. If anyone was watching when we began our conversation last hour, let's just restate the historic nature of this and a political comeback for the ages, really, for Donald Trump.
Oh, absolutely. And I was listening to your list of firsts there. I think we forgot one in that he will be, he's now the oldest person ever elected to the office, elected at 78. His soon-to-be vice president, J.D. Vance, will become, this is interesting to read this, the highest-ranking member of the millennial generation in the U.S. government. So you have, that's relevant because you have a generational lineage of the MAGA movement, which is it's become very clear it's much bigger than Donald Trump, and it now has an heir apparent in J.D. Vance. Every time you talk about win, you're also talking about a loss. Those things go hand in hand. One of the wins for Donald Trump is that for a man who wasn't a politician until he was, if you will, he proved incredibly astute in terms of what he needed. Throughout his campaign, he kept saying, we win Wisconsin, we win the White House. That is exactly what happened here tonight. So not only does is he a brander, if you will, he's a master marketer, but he had the wherewithal to surround himself with people who knew exactly what to zero in on and to buck the things that are typical. The Democrats talked a lot about how strong their ground game was. Well, was it at the end of the day? Maybe not. Maybe that didn't matter.
That's an interesting question to talk about because the Republicans had a completely different strategy to get out the vote this time. They essentially outsourced it to Elon Musk, Super PAC, other social conservative civil rights groups or civil groups, and they took care?
Because maybe it didn't matter to them as much. Maybe they knew that getting someone to vote for you is no longer about knocking on the door and trying to help them, nudge them along that contest between the couch and the voting booth. Maybe they understood that social media in particular, and not, look, Taylor Swift is supporting me, therefore you should, but speaking to those grievances, picking at those things that drive engagement on social media. Fear and anger are the drivers for, in particular, young men, right? Those are the things that get people doom scrolling. Those are the things that get engagement on social media. So they leaned into that and they used that. And it didn't just work with young men, it worked with young women as well. this is an earthquake for the Democrats to try to say what did we not understand about Americans. There's going to be a whole new generation of conversations with the Democrats that the Obama era is over, that they have to think very hard about where they land as a party.
Let us pause the conversation. We're going to go live in just a few minutes to Florida, to our reporter who's been covering the Trump campaign and was at Trump headquarters and for the victory speech last night. But let's play some of that. Early in the morning, Donald Trump, even before the official declaration, which really only came about 30 minutes ago, he arrived with family and supporters on stage to claim victory. And this is part of his speech last night from Mar-a-Lago.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Donald Trump in the convention center there in Palm Beach, Florida. He had watched the returns at Mar-a-Lago, his home, but then that victory speech on stage. And as you heard him say, a lot of love in the room. It was quite a mood shift as the returns started to come in and they started to see that he was going to carry the night. And as you see on the screen there, the numbers at the bottom, 276 for Donald Trump. It was the 10 seats in Wisconsin that have taken him across the threshold, and he has won enough electoral college votes to win the presidency. Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States. Now, Tom Perry was in that room to listen to Donald Trump. He's been covering Donald Trump in these last days of his campaign. He's in Florida, and we're going to speak to him in just a second. But I want to bring in the reporter who was covering Kamala Harris for us and has been in Washington. She was there at Howard University listening for what was to come, the election watch party for Kamala Harris. No concession from her yet. We did get a statement from her campaign co-chair, saying that she would be speaking this morning. We don't have a time for that. But these are the images that really capture the disappointment of Harris supporters. The crowd at Howard University, that's a historical Black institution where she went to college. Her campaign says, as I mentioned, that she will be speaking this morning.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Again, there was the statement from the campaign co-chair that brought what was hoped to be a victory celebration, the election of the first female president, to an end. And the supporters who gathered by the thousands immediately began to file out, as you see right there. So we will see what happens when she makes her address at some point this morning. Let's take you back to Howard University and Ashley Burke, our correspondent covering the Harris campaign. Ashley, I don't know if you have any further detail as to when or what she will say to soothe really the sorrow of her supporters, but also to explain what happened. Tell us about what happened last night and what you think lies ahead today for the vice president.
Yeah, Heather, we're just outside the gates of Howard University because everything's been shut down inside. We were just off to the stage for this watch party last night, and I can tell you it's sort of this really energized, electric crowd. There were so many Howard University students, hundreds of them there. They were dancing, excited, optimistic, really told me they felt in their gut that she could win. But as the results came in and they were not going Harris's way, you know, that really turned into a nervous sort of energy we saw in the crowd. People were getting really anxious. And it's a night we're on. We saw just the hope getting sucked out of this outdoor venue. It was a really somber, people had really stark faces, they looked really concerned. And then by the end, when they found out, you know, they're going to go home around 1 a.m., that she wasn't going to speak, just a lot of disappointment from those that we spoke to. Here's what some people said after that news came out.
We're America first, America only, forget the rest of the world. That kind of stuff is outdated, but yet it has found its, if you will, legs again in Donald Trump, and that's very disturbing.
Did he make inroads with low propensity voters? Did he make inroads with key demographics that were essential to his victory? I don't know. I think they'll just have to kind of go back to the drawing board about what kind of candidates they try to run in the future.
I feel like she did great. I'm so thankful she came home to Howard University. That just shows her humility, and I think it's great that she did not concede to Donald Trump right away.
Now, they really kind of held out hope still, at least till the end there, but as you heard, they knew that it was very likely that she was going to win. There was also, for example, Harris was part of the first Black sorority in the U.S. here, and a bunch of people from that sorority were here, all younger female students. They were all dressed in pink tweed outfits. They were hoping to go on stage with her as part of this historic moment last night. And there was other students there hoping to also join in that celebration. And some were quite disappointed that she didn't come and say thank you for Howard University really supporting her and showing their pride. Others said that they understood what a difficult night it was and that she couldn't be there. And they're just not sure if they'll be able to return today and actually see that moment. So this really, the feeling was disappointment from students that we spoke to. Now the big question is, when will Harris speak? Has she reached out yet and spoken to Donald Trump, given him a call and congratulated him? That's what we're going to be watching for next, to find out what her tone is and what she has to say after this. She had promised Americans and pitched to them a new generation of leadership, something that was very different from what she called a divisive era of Trump, and many voters have rejected that. Heather?
The majority of voters, Ashley, you're quite right. For the first time, Donald Trump winning the popular vote. Thank you, Ashley Burke, and we'll talk as soon as you hear any more information about Kamala Harris and that address today. We'll certainly be back to Ashley's reporting. But let's go back to Trump headquarters and to West Palm Beach. As I mentioned, he was watching as the numbers came in Mar-a-Lago and then moved to the convention center. Tom Perry has been covering everything for us, and he is back in Florida for me. All right, a very different mood shift from what the people at Howard University experienced with Kamala Harris. You were there, you were watching. What happened? Tell us about the speech as you witnessed it, Tom.
You know, as I was sitting there last night watching these results come in, I was thinking, I was actually at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters in New York City in 2016, the first time he won the White House. And when the results were coming in on that night, and it was looking more and more like Donald Trump was going to win, the mood in the room was surprise. Like no one, or not no one, but a lot of people didn't think that he could do it, that he could win. Last night here in West Palm Beach, as the results came in, I'd say that there was more of a sense of anticipation, that Donald Trump supporters really felt confident that their candidate had this in the bag. And that's really something that we heard from Trump supporters who we spoke to at polling stations here in Florida, this determination, this belief that Donald Trump was going to win this thing. And so when the results were pouring in, you just heard these huge cheers going up in the crowd whenever one of the networks would call another swing state for the Republicans. And when Fox News called the race and said Donald Trump has been elected, well, the whole place just erupted. And anybody who was in the back of the room swarmed to the front and waited for quite a while, actually, for Donald Trump and his entourage to show up and for Trump to give a speech in the wee hours of the morning. Now, we've heard a lot of what Donald Trump said last night, this morning, but I'm just going to play you another clip of what the president-elect now said to his supporters last night about how he plans to approach his second term in office.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African-American, Hispanic-American, Asian-American, Arab-American. Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense.
So that was Donald Trump last night, I guess giving a message of unity, talking about how his base, his MAGA base, comes from all quarters now. So that was really, most of what he said last night was talking about this, great political comeback that he's made, and how MAGA is the greatest political movement in this country. And when you think about it, what he has achieved with this is getting voters to see past really what would be for any other candidate, just really disqualifying factors, him being a convicted felon, him being involved in January 6th. And when you talk to the people, though, when I talk to people at polling stations and when I talked to people last night at this rally, none of that, all that is kind of fake news, if you will. That's just lawfare. It's the government going after Donald Trump. And if anything, it just makes them like him even more.
So before I let you go this hour, everyone knows, of course, normally you're based in our parliamentary bureau in Ottawa as one of our federal political reporters. So let me ask you, I'm thinking about some of the things that we've heard from Donald Trump of late. When he talked about tariffs, kept saying that's a beautiful word, tariffs, a beautiful word when used properly. And then in his very last speech, Tom, one of the things he said, warning was if Canada doesn't get its fentanyl issue under control coming across the border, watch out. And Kelly Craft, his first ambassador to Canada, said Canada was going to have to buckle up for a second Trump presidency. With all of that as a backdrop, what is your sense in these early hours of what it's going to mean for Canada, this return of Donald Trump to the White House?
Well, I imagine a lot of people in Ottawa were up very late last night watching these numbers roll in, and maybe even watching Donald Trump as he gave that speech in the early hours. This is going to mean some big changes. The official line from the government when it was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was that, Canada will work with whichever president Americans elect. That's obviously true. They have no choice but to do that. But this is going to mean, maybe a return to, Trump 1.0 with when he, renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement. But there could be even more on this now. Who knows what he's going to want to do? Is he going to want to put tariffs in on Canadian goods? Is he going to want to rip up the trade agreement? These are all things that Ottawa federal politicians and officials are going to have to think about, let alone not just trade. What's it going to mean for national defense? What's it going to mean for, as you say, cross-border Canada stopping fentanyl coming across the border, stopping people coming across the border? There's all kinds of issues. There's all kinds of problems that Canada is going to be faced with now, that it's going to have to be on a footing to try to deal with all this. The government always talks about this being an all-hands-on-deck kind of approach to dealing with these matters. They're really going to have to put that into place now, because things are definitely going to change when Donald Trump comes in for a second term.
Tom, thank you very much. Such important insight. These are the things we're going to be grappling with and that you're going to be covering when you're back to Ottawa. But thank you for raising them this morning from West Palm Beach in Florida. And let me bring back Adrian, our chief correspondent. Tom said, one of the last things he said about Donald Trump last night, I think leads into something we want to discuss, how the things in his background, in his own personal history, would be disqualifying for probably everybody else. 34 felony convictions, all of the things, January 6th. I mean, you can go on and on and on. And yet, there he is back in the White House. What are some of the things that we thought would be deal breakers, character among them, that didn't turn out to be that?
Well, the Democrats are learning the lesson today that the outrage they had over the things that they declared were disqualifying are just flat out not disqualifying. They claimed his authoritarian tendencies would make him disqualifying, or at least the language he used that suggested it. In fact, it sounds like it's exactly what some Americans wanted to hear. They heard it and interpret that to equal strength and leadership. The misogyny, the racism that the Democrats are constantly saying, this is disqualifying. I mean, they literally use that. He can't be president because he says and does and acts like this. you know, Tom's right. It didn't land at all. And to be at a Trump rally is to see them say, oh, you guys, like you and your outrage in the media and Democrats with their outrage, it's not who we see. So disqualifying things weren't, it means this suggestion that democracy was on the ballot, and you heard it not just from Democrats, but from former Republicans who had worked with Donald Trump, who had all sorts of warnings, his former inner cabinet. Well, apparently democracy wasn't on the ballot.
Even with John Kelly's warnings about his being a fascist, met his definition of a fascist.
That didn't connect with the average American voter who are saying, okay, and who's going to help me with my rent? Now, whether Kamala Harris ultimately had a better policy than Donald Trump to deal with someone and gas prices, grocery prices, the feeling they had was that this is the person they trusted to do more, that they were more likely to believe him. They could probably list, here are 10 things Donald Trump is going to do when he gets into office, and then when the pen is poised over the paper, what are the 10 things Kamala Harris is going to do? All they could hear was that ad from the Republicans where she was asked, what would you do differently from Biden? And she said, well, I can't really think of anything. Now, what was she supposed to say? She's still the vice president. It was very hard to untangle herself from Joe Biden. But that grip of incumbency may have proved to be ruinous for her.
Well, may I just say, and the Trump campaign immediately grabbed that clip and put it in ads,
so, yes.
and maybe made, for them, fantastic use of that in saying she, is happy to accept all of the things that are making you feel like you're not getting ahead economically. I want to look to the future with you, but you use the word racist. To what degree do you think racism, do you think sexism are still factors in American voters?
I think that's, I mean, you're going to have to ask them.
For sure, but I think these are the things that they'll be looking at, right?
They're sending a message, and still keep in mind, we have some numbers at the bottom of the screen, but it's not closed off because we're still waiting for the granular detail. And it's the granular detail that is that family photo of the United States, right? That tells you precisely who went where and by what margins. That will give you more of an accurate detail about how things are feeling for Americans than the big chunky numbers of the Electoral College votes, which are these big, blunt electoral instruments. I was interested when you were talking about John Kelly. Certainly, people need to keep in mind that the cabinet, the inner circle, if you will, that surrounded Donald Trump in 2016 is not going to be the inner circle that surrounds him this time.
At all.
At all, right? So people, when Donald Trump came in, one of the lines you continued to hear is that, well, there will be a moderating effect around Donald Trump because of the people he's bringing in.
They will blunt his worst instincts. And,
correct. I think that literally was a phrase used. The grown-ups in the room.
Right.
A pejorative phrase, but the sentiment was they would be moderating. He doesn't need to do that anymore. He can be exactly who he is. He's not running for another term. He's got his popular vote. He's got his second term. He's vowed over the last 4 years to make this happen. He's making it happen. He can actually do what he wants, which is why you're hearing him talk at length about Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy Jr. Let's see what he does with that. Sure. But he is unleashed from the expectations of the traditional Republican Party. It is the Trump Party now. Lest there be any doubt about that. And in terms of what he's going to do, it's very early here in North America. It's midday in places like Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky, and I think you have his statement.
Well, he was the very first of, as far as I could tell anyway, the first of the foreign leaders to respond. And it was a very conciliatory statement from Donald Trump, essentially saying, hoping we can work together, have a peace through strength approach on affairs, an era of a strong United States under President Trump's decisive leadership. He said he could bring this to an end in a year, but how? Through Putin, through stopping U.S. aid?
I think he said he could bring it to an end in 2 weeks. Let's just see. I mean, Ukraine there have to be meetings happening in Kyiv right now where they're saying, yes, we want the war to end too, but what is this country going to have to give up to make that happen? So that's going to be stressful. I think it was actually Viktor Orban from Hungary who was the first to congratulate him.
Okay,
which should tell tells you something about the people.
Allies.
Allies, indeed. So what's going to happen with Ukraine? What's going to happen in the Middle East, right? We've talked about Ukraine a lot.
Netanyahu has also congratulated him decisively.
Absolutely. What happens in Gaza between now and January? What kind of sway does Joe Biden have right now with Benjamin Netanyahu? I mean, let's see what happens there. There are a whole bunch of foreign policy initiatives. Iran, you know, if you were to Google Iran right now or to look up Iran on Twitter or X right now, the messages are flying about what is Iran's future here. There's a great big and it is possible that is the feeling of a number of countries right now. We'll see.
Listen, this has been a marathon for you. You knew it would be, but I appreciate your giving us so much time of your insight and expertise. A little nap, and you've just laid out the Nationals' agenda for the next weeks and months after January 20th for Inauguration Day when Donald Trump returns to the White House. Thank you so much, Adrienne. Really appreciate the coverage last night and your being with me this morning. Adrienne Arsenault, host of The National and our chief correspondent. So again, as we come back to show you the breaking news this morning from just about 1 hour ago, if you missed it, you could obviously tell from the tone of our conversation, but the announcement is official now. Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States. It was Wisconsin, as he predicted. Wisconsin with its 10 electoral college votes that helped him cross that 270 vote threshold for the electoral college. He now has 276. He himself has talked about getting to 315. He leads in other states where the results remain too close to call. And those include the battleground states of Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. You are looking at the White House. It is the prize, as we have said in these last days of the election campaign, and Donald Trump is returning to the White House 4 years after he left. Inauguration Day is the 20th of January. President 45 will be returning as 47. Just the second time in history that's happened. Not in some 130 years has it happened, but it has happened in this case with the vote yesterday. And we can tell you the decisive results this morning. You are watching CBC Morning Live. You're watching CBC Morning Live. There is the breaking news from about 1 hour ago, the official decision. Donald J. Trump, president-elect of the United States, the 47th U.S. president, and he is returning to office with a win in the popular vote, and right now, with a win in the Electoral College, 276 Electoral College votes, but he may yet cross that 300 vote threshold. They are still counting in a number of states, including in 3 of the 7 battleground states yet to fully report. Let's bring you some analysis on the big breaking news this morning. Someone you know well from our time covering U.S. politics. Ravi Pari is a professor of political science at Howard University. That is Kamala Harris's alma mater. That is where she held her election watch party, where she'd hoped to make her victory speech yesterday. That did not happen. But Professor Pari is in Washington. Good morning and welcome. I'm really glad to spend some time with you today.
Good morning, Heather. Glad to be with you.
Listen, I'm trying to figure out where's the place to start. But you were there in Howard. You were there for the watch party. You were there expecting to hear from Kamala Harris. Just tell me about your experience last night when the direction of things was clear and what you went through and what the crowd did as you were all gathered there at Howard.
Well, it was a diverse crowd. The entire yard, as we call it, the center of campus, was filled with people. It was a joyous mood. Howard Gospel Choir sang. Many of the Howard Divine Nine historically black fraternities and sororities did a mini step show. Our president, Dr. Ben Vinson III, came out. And so, you know, we had a wonderful time together. And then roughly around North Carolina being called, you saw a slow trickle toward the gates.
And you, too, you left early because you could tell right away this was not going to break her way?
Well, I have done this for a while. And, yeah, unfortunately, it came down to a few states. But you could also see before then that the margins that the Harris-Walz campaign was winning in very traditional blue states, California, New Jersey, New York, were just so historically thin that it really did spell not a good night for the states then that were toss-ups. And that turned out to be true.
And it is. And for about an hour now, I've been able to say it officially. Now, you just gave me some good political academic analysis there. You spoke to me like the professor you are. Speak to me as person, as Democrat, as heart. What is it like to wake up this morning to your candidate having lost and to Donald Trump going back to the White House?
Well, I think America loses today, and the global world, really. Donald Trump was the type of candidate that I think most Americans clearly sentimentally disagree with, but perhaps on issues do find themselves in agreement with. But Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was, for many Americans, the only party, only group that was in between us being a part of NATO, in between potentially a World War III from happening, with Russian invasion in Eastern Europe, and of course here at home, Kamala Harris was for many people the line in the sand between having militarized neighborhoods and streets, having a qualified immunity for black men like myself who might encounter police misconduct. And so it's a sad night, I think, for Americans as a whole. And obviously, if you're a woman in America, which is most of America, the right to choose the decisions between you and your doctor about your body is now all but gone for my entire lifetime.
So given that, I mean, you've just laid out the consequences, and certainly the Democratic campaign tried to do that. The threats represented by a Donald Trump presidency, a return to the White House, and yet the majority of voters, because he won the popular vote, did not believe that or think those were significant enough issues for them to vote for Kamala Harris. What do you think the mistakes were in the Democrat campaign?
Well, I think in some ways, I mean, when you have only 107, 108 days, I mean, you should expect some mistakes to be made. I don't think she made many mistakes. Well, I think a few comments at the debate and in a few news articles, particularly maybe as it relates to whether or not she'd be different from different from President Biden in a future Harris administration. what would her opinion be on issues like fracking that many Americans found her to kind of flip-flop on. She didn't seem to have a good answer for that. But I actually think as a American political scientist that studies race, I think this is a really pretty much of a broader story of consistent fabric throughout our nearly 250-year history of the United States, and that is that Americans, many are still hold deeply racially divisive views. If you look at recent Pew surveys studying American racial divisions, 80% of Democrats say racial discrimination is still a thing. 80% of Republicans say no, not at all. And so that's a complete partisan difference when it comes to how we just see race in America. This is now Native American Heritage Month. Half of America was stolen directly from Native Americans, and the rest through treaties. But, we don't talk about that, and the kinds of politics that Trump supports will ensure that we never do in public schools again.
So I'm wondering, and now, we'll look to the future, because not just to Trump in the White House, but also Republicans in control of Congress, it appears. The House is looking in that direction. The Senate has flipped. And, of course, with the Supreme Court, very much a conservative majority is appointed by Trump. So we'll look at all three branches of government being essentially in Trump's mold, which will be interesting. And I want to talk to you about that in future conversations. What I'd like to know, though, is Kamala Harris didn't speak last night. As you know, she was going to give an address and didn't. At some point this morning, she will, there at Howard, her alma mater and yours. And what do you think the country needs to hear from her at this point?
Well, I think, the message of the campaign should continue, one of unity, of joy, of optimism. We do have much to look forward to in America. The control of our central government is not necessarily has to be the control of our small d democratic republic, of our democracy. It is possible to weather this, what will certainly be a storm for people like my parents who have dementia and are confined to wheelchairs, and was looking forward to kind of that Medicare expansion to decrease some home care costs. Obviously, the challenge of the Supreme Court and being lost for a generation for women and children concerned about abortion and the life of the mother, but also for people of color. Issues relative to affirmative action, employment, and schooling. People like myself, who are members of the LGBTQ community, marriage rights may likely very well be taken away if Obergefell falls, which they have indicated they want to do, the Thomas Scalia camp on the Supreme Court. And so it's a gloomy day for people here. And I think that what Kamala Harris can hopefully do is come out and remind people that there is still a brighter day in America's future. Unfortunately, that future just won't begin on January 20th.
Ravi, thank you so much, Professor. I really appreciate it. Professor Ravi Perry at Howard University in Washington. And we will be going back to Howard for reporting coverage with our reporter Ashley Burke as we await Kamala Harris and her address to her supporters at some point this morning. Let's take you into one of the battleground states. Pennsylvania was the biggest of the 7, those 19 electoral college votes, and we thought the count could take some time. But in fact, it came decisively early this morning, and it broke for Donald Trump. The current results, with nearly 97% of the ballots counted, Trump has won more than 3.4 million votes, and that's just over 50%. Kamala Harris about 170,000 votes behind. She won about 48%. Steve Futterman has been covering the Pennsylvania story, and he was right there where the country was founded, Independence Hall, where the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution were debated and signed. This is such an appropriate backdrop. And, of course, the vice president spoke there, Steve, as she wrapped up her campaign just a couple of days ago. It's not going to be a victorious campaign. What is the feeling there in Pennsylvania after Donald Trump has won the state?
Well, the margin, Heather, it's just quite surprising. We all thought that Pennsylvania was going to be neck and neck. We thought we might be here several days waiting for those last ballots to be counted. By midnight last night, we sort of knew the way Pennsylvania was going to go. You know, Donald Trump won Pennsylvania 8 years ago by 40,000 votes. Joe Biden won it 4 years ago by less than 100,000 votes. Now, this margin, it's not a landslide, but it's a relatively, in 2024 terms, a relatively easy win for Donald Trump. And again, we thought we might be here for days. Now, what happened in Pennsylvania? Well, obviously, he performed better than everyone thought. Now, we all heard the last few days about these last-minute voters breaking for Kamala Harris. And according to the exit polls, that may, in fact, have taken place. The problem is, according to these same exit polls, the vast majority, maybe 80–90% of voters had decided who they were going to vote for before the last week. So these comments that Donald Trump made in the past week about women, about Puerto Rico at that rally at Madison Square Garden may not have had much of an impact. How about the white women? We heard about white women going more for Kamala Harris and leaving Donald Trump. Again, that may have taken place, but most of these white women, older white women, had made their decisions more than a week before. So they were in with Donald Trump before. They were not going to change their minds. The big question here, and I think the thing we're going to be talking about, not just in Pennsylvania, but around the country, the Latino vote. Now, Donald Trump in 2016 was certainly not getting large support from Latinos. He got more support in 2020. And we had heard all year that the vote might really have an impact this time because more Latinos were very comfortable with Donald Trump, primarily because of the economy. They felt that when Trump was president, they were doing better. And the Latino vote apparently went his way. And in the future, look for Republicans to try to keep this vote. This may be the lasting impact of the 2024 election, not just in Pennsylvania, but in the rest of the country.
Steve, I thank you very much. Really appreciate that reporting.
Thanks,
Pennsylvania, such an interesting story, and you've covered it so well. So Steve Futterman in right there at the heart where the very country was born, the foundation of the United States there in Philadelphia. Now, we're going to hear some more from Donald Trump. As we reported, Trump did what was expected and declared victory early this morning, hours before CBC News and other major media outlets in the United States called the election. As you see the numbers on your screen, we've been showing you 276 Electoral College votes for Trump. That was Wisconsin's doing. 10 votes in Wisconsin, the tipping point state, which has taken him over the 270 threshold and right back into the White House. But he's poised to win more. There are still results yet to come in the remaining 3 battlegrounds, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Trump is leading in all of them. It seems likely he will sweep the 7 battlegrounds, and he's on track to win the popular vote, which he had not done in 2016 or 2020, so that would be a breakthrough for him in his third election campaign. He is claiming a mandate to bring profound change to the United States. The promise of tax cuts, lower prices, and prosperity is the overarching theme of his message, and the economic promise seems to be what took people into the voting boxes to vote for Donald Trump. The dominant issue for them. We have exit polls. We don't have the decisive data yet because it's preliminary hours, but the exit polls are telling us it was economy that was the driving issue for Americans as they voted yesterday. Let's bring in someone, again, we've talked about and talked with so often during the first Trump presidency, the intervening 4 years, and we'll talk about it again as he returns to the White House. Lawrence Douglas back with me this morning, professor of law at Amherst College. He wrote in 2020, Will he go? Trump and the looming election meltdown in 2020. He's in Sunderland, Massachusetts. Professor, I am so pleased to have you back with us. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Heather.
Not only did he not go, he's now back. So let us talk about all of this. The Trump era underway, 2.0. And I want to talk to you about these things from a legal perspective. Here we are in what seems to me an unprecedented legal situation. How do you see where things stand this morning?
Well, I mean, it is unusual that we have elected a convicted felon to be 47th president of the United States. And we also know from a legal standpoint that he has pledged basically to kind of use the Department of Justice as basically a tool of punishing his enemies and rewarding his friends. Just also kind of focusing on the fact that there are still 3 outstanding indictments against Trump. almost certainly he will fire Jack Smith. He's the prosecutor in the Department of Justice who has brought these charges against them. And as a result, we won't see any kind of legal reckoning with his alleged interference with the 2020 election.
Yes, he did make that sort of a focal point, those multiple criminal charges, and Jack Smith, the special counsel, he vowed to seek retribution. What form that will take, as you say, unclear. But interestingly, he was due to be sentenced in New York criminal court this month, Professor, because he was convicted of those 34 felony counts. What will happen with that?
Well, he certainly won't be serving any time. I mean, he's a first-time felon, and so it wasn't likely that he was going to receive a prison sentence to begin with. But assuming that he did receive a prison sentence, certainly the court would suspend the sentence while he is in serving as president. So I don't think we would imagine having to move the desk from the Oval Office into a prison cell. That is not going to happen.
But that was an interest. I remember our previous conversations. We talked about these things in the abstract. What if? Could he be president in jail? Could he still vote for himself? Could he pardon himself? What happens in the whole issue of pardons, not just for him, but for all of the other people involved with January 6th and all of the other in his immediate world?
Well, remember, I mean, some of the indictments against him were state indictments and state convictions. And so he'd be unable to pardon himself for any kind of state charges. Right. The constitutional pardon power only extends to federal cases. I do expect that he will pardon the insurrectionists of January 6th. I mean, he has praised these people. He's basically kind of treated them or described them as political prisoners of the United States. So I wouldn't be surprised at all that he uses his pardon power to pardon them. With regards to pardoning himself, he doesn't have to do that because all he has to do is he's now, the head of the Justice Department as the chief executive, and he can just fire Jack Smith and make sure that none of those cases go to trial. The two outstanding federal cases don't go to trial.
That it all goes away. Interesting. Here's a big issue, too. The Supreme Court. In his first term, 3 conservative judges landed on the court, and we know the decisions that they have made since. But there are 2 pending, Clarence Thomas and Chief Justice Justice Sotomayor. They may step down, so that will be 2 more. What are the key things that you'll be watching for with the Supreme Court, and what kind of an impact, again, could Donald Trump make there?
Well, remember, so he would nominate justices to the Supreme Court. They have to be confirmed by the Senate. And one of the things that we also saw last night is that the Republicans did recapture the Senate. So he could certainly use his nominating power to reshape the Supreme Court basically in a generational affecting way. And the other thing we should bear in mind is it's not simply the power to appoint members or to nominate members of the Supreme Court. He can nominate judges to the entire federal judiciary. And so that includes district court justice, appellate court circuit court, appellate court justices. And he could really reshape the federal judiciary and stock it with loyalists. If we look to his first term in into his first presidency, some of his federal judicial appointments were basically, perfectly responsible jurists. Other of them, however, were really kind of out-of-line loyalists, and that is something we should all really be concerned about, the way he could completely reshape the federal judiciary from the bottom to the top.
Professor, doubtless we'll have many more conversations on these issues. They are interesting times, I'm sure, for legal scholars like yourself. I thank you for your insight as always, and I look forward to our next conversation.
Thanks so much, Heather.
Professor Lawrence Douglas from Sunderland, Massachusetts this morning. From Massachusetts, we're going to take you to Michigan next. We are waiting for Kamala Harris to speak, incidentally. No concession speech from her last night at Howard University in Washington. We have not had a statement yet from her campaign, just her co-chair saying that she would be speaking tomorrow. But these are images that really capture the disappointment of her supporters. I should tell you that tomorrow is this morning. We're looking here in these pictures at the crowd at Howard University in Washington. That's one of the HBCUs, the historic black colleges and universities. That is where she attended university. Her campaign says, as I mentioned, she will speak at some point this morning. We just don't have those pictures for you, and I apologize. But I do want to take you next to Michigan, one of the keys to what happened last night, one of the 7 battlegrounds that swung Donald Trump's way. Not final yet, but Michigan, Donald Trump looks poised to take just over half of the vote in so far, the popular vote. Donald Trump leading by about 110,000 votes. The Democrats had a good showing in the urban areas of Michigan, but no traction or less traction than they needed outside the major centers like Detroit, Macomb County, places like that. The large Arab American population, we were watching that. Did they play a major role? We will find out when the data is broken out officially. Many in that large community, the largest Arab American community in the United States, in the Dearborn area of Michigan, many were angry with the Biden administration over its handling of the wars in the Middle East. So let me take you to Michigan to bring you live reporting from that state. Eric White is part of our CBC News team covering things. He's just across the Canada-U.S. border. He's in Sault Ste. Marie. Eric, I'm glad to see you this morning. Let's talk about Michigan, how it went. I mentioned the Arab American vote. You talk about, of course, the auto industry there in Michigan and around Detroit, key manufacturing workers, those were key in the vote. What did you see and what does it tell you about cross-border issues now that he has won?
Well, Heather, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario and Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan are basically one community in lots of different ways, especially in terms of trade. So people in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, paying a lot of attention to Donald Trump's claim that he's going to impose a 10% across-the-board tariffs on any goods coming to the United States from any country. Obviously, that would be a big concern for just small businesses in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. But during the first Trump administration, Trump imposed very sudden tariffs on Canadian steel, citing national security reasons that were never fully explained. And that had direct effect in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, over 100 layoffs directly related to those tariffs. So people are definitely watching this. Before the election, I was trying to speak to some leaders in the Sault, Ontario steel community, steel industry rather, and they refused to talk to me because they were worried about retribution from a second Trump administration. The other thing that President-elect Trump has been saying in the days leading up to the election was that he would impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico if they didn't stop the flow of fentanyl into the country. Incidentally, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario has one of the highest rates of opioid overdoses in the province, so there's definitely a concern there, but leaders there don't necessarily see that as the drugs flowing one way, and the Chamber of Commerce president in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario told me he was hopeful after the election there would be stronger border policy to prevent drugs from flowing back and forth across the border. So that's definitely going to be an interesting issue to watch for the next 4 years if the two countries try to play a blame game over this ongoing opioid crisis that is felt definitely on both sides of the border.
Eric, I really appreciate that perspective. Thanks for being part of our show today. Eric White, who's in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, one of those 7 border states which looks to be breaking for Donald Trump. We still don't have the final numbers, but as we look at the White House, we do have the final number, enough to put him into the White House. 276 electoral college votes so far. It was Wisconsin with its 10 that put him over the threshold. He won the popular vote as well for the first time in 3 campaign attempts. That's a key to him. 276 votes and counting. We'll see the final number for him. We also know the Senate has flipped to Republicans. Republicans look to control the House as well. And so what we are looking at on this Wednesday morning is this is the Donald Trump era. We'll talk about the campaign, the win, and what next as our special coverage continues on CBC Morning Live. Good morning. It's Wednesday, November 6th. I'm Heather Hiscox. Today, we have comprehensive coverage of the U.S. election and this hour's breaking news. Donald Trump will be the next president. He has received the votes he needed to win the White House this morning, and the United States, Canada, and the world are waking up to Trump's promise of profound and consequential change. Right now, Donald Trump has 276 Electoral College votes, 6 past the threshold he needed of 270, and he appears to be on the path for an even bigger victory. As we look at the map, Wisconsin ended up being the tipping point state. Its 10 votes put him over the top, and that makes Trump so far the winner of 4 of the 7 battlegrounds. He also has North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Returns are still to come from Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. But right now, Trump is leading and is poised to sweep them all. The call from CBC News and major U.S. media outlets came about 2 hours ago. But Donald Trump did not wait until then to declare victory. There is Trump appearing triumphant as he walked out to his election night party. He will become leader of the world's most powerful nation for a second time. He's the first former president in the modern era to be elected again after losing an election. His return to power will be marked by other firsts, too. He appears to have won the popular vote for the very first time. He will be the first twice impeached president to be reelected. He will be the first president to be convicted in a criminal court and found liable in civil court. Trump is still facing a federal indictment and potential trial over allegations he tried to overturn the 2020 election. He will be the 47th president of the United States, governing with a mandate from Americans voting for his pledge of prosperity and deep tax cuts. And those are themes he sounded in his speech this morning.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So as you heard there, Donald Trump is speaking about unifying Americans, overcoming the political divides that may be deeper and wider after his presidential campaign. And this election, one thing we didn't hear from him, the campaign pledge to crack down on illegal migrants and the vow to launch a roundup of millions of people on the first day of his presidency. Trump's language much softer in the early morning hours, saying that he wants people to come to the United States, but adding they must do that legally. That victory speech was from the stage of the Convention Center in West Palm Beach very early this morning. Tom Perry was there. He's been covering the Trump campaign with me again live this hour. So as you listened to Donald Trump's speech and you saw him surrounded by all of his supporters, family and otherwise, Tom, what really stood out to you?
Well, you know, Donald Trump yesterday, when he went to cast his ballot near his home at Mar-a-Lago, he spoke to reporters and he said that he didn't have a speech written, a speech planned for if he won, and he didn't even want to think about what would happen if he lost. So his speech last night did seem to be one of those weaves that Donald Trump does, where he goes from subject to subject to subject, just kind of a stream of consciousness. And so you heard Donald Trump talking about his great political comeback, about how MAGA is this, multifaceted movement now, one of the greatest movements America's ever seen. But he also went off on these tangents. He talked for a while about Elon Musk's rockets. Elon Musk, the tech billionaire, the guy who owns X, formerly Twitter, who's been backing Donald Trump on his platform and also with money. He was talking about Elon Musk and the need for America to protect its super geniuses. He went on as well about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the noted vaccine skeptic, who Trump was a supporter of Donald Trump and who Trump says is going to make America healthy again. So this was a speech that was, shall we say, wide-ranging. And so I'm going to play it just a little bit because there was some talk of unity and bringing the country together, because this is a deeply divided country. I'm just going to play you a little piece of Donald Trump's speech just to give you an idea of some of what he was saying last night at this rally.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
So that was Donald Trump in the wee hours of this morning telling people it's time to unite. But I think the divisions in this country are running pretty deep after this election. And I guess we'll have to wait and see if Donald Trump is going to be the kind of president who's going to bridge that divide in this what will be his second term.
Thank you very much. Listen, just before you go, I just am getting now, we're getting some live pictures from Mar-a-Lago, where, of course, he would have gone back, his home there in South Florida. Live pictures of Mar-a-Lago. We can see the security around his residence where he watched the election returns. Do we know, Tom, does he have any events scheduled for today or any speeches or anything on his agenda that's public knowledge yet?
I have not seen anything official saying that Donald Trump is going to come out today and say anything. It was a very late night for all of us last night, so I would imagine Donald Trump might be trying to get some rest today. Will he come out? Hey, it's Donald Trump. He's unpredictable. Maybe he will come out today, and if he does, we'll be listening to hear what he has to say, whether he's going to say any more about his plans for his presidency, whether he might say congratulate his opponent Kamala Harris on her campaign, which he did not do last night. We'll stay tuned and we'll just see what Donald Trump does next.
I thought you would say so. Look forward to the reporting if indeed there is something coming out of Mar-a-Lago. But Tom, thank you so much. Tom Perry from West Palm Beach on the Trump campaign. Let's take you to the other side of things. As we await Kamala Harris and her concession speech, nothing from her yet, no statement from her campaign on her behalf. But these are the images from overnight that really capture the disappointment of her supporters. The crowd at Howard University in Washington, an HBCU, a historic black college and university as they're known in the United States. That's where she attended school. Her campaign says she will be speaking later on this morning.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
So there was the campaign co-chair. When he speaks of tomorrow, that is, of course, this morning, and we await her speech. That statement from him brought the celebration really to an end. And thousands of Harris supporters who'd been there for hours watching the results come in, they cleared out in just a matter of minutes. Let's find out more about what happened at Howard. Ashley Burke was at that watch party. She's back right there near Howard University campus. Still strong security we can see behind Ashley this morning. But as we were listening to Tom, Ashley, spirits rose in West Palm Beach as the results were coming in there for Donald Trump. And I imagine it was the exact opposite, deflation in Washington. What was the mood like?
Heather, it was exactly that. And it happened slowly throughout the night. When some of those results came in and Trump was in the lead, we heard booing in the crowd. People still said they were staying optimistic and hopeful, but as the hours went on, faces turned more anxious, and really the looks were much more somber in that very busy crowd, and the crowd started thinning out. But then at 1 o'clock, when that announcement happened that you just heard there, virtually everyone, all of the crowd, all the students that were left, had just left at that point, and people were feeling really disappointed. They had so much hope and pride in Vice President Kamala Harris. They were hoping that she would become the first graduate of their school, which was a historically Black college and university, to become president, and they really shown up there in support, hoping this was going to be a big celebration, and indeed in the end it was not. Take a listen to what some of them had to say.
We're America first, America only, forget the rest of the world. That kind of stuff is outdated, but yet it has found its, if you will, legs again in Donald Trump, and that's very disturbing.
Did he make inroads with low propensity voters? Did he make inroads with key demographics that were essential to his victory? I don't know. I think they'll just have to kind of go back to the drawing board about what kind of candidates they try to run in the future.
I feel like she did great. I'm so thankful she came home to Howard University. That just shows her humility, and I think it's great that she did not concede to Donald Trump right away.
So she hasn't come back yet to Howard University on campus. We are waiting for that to happen, and to find out when it would happen. It was suggested last night it would be sometime in the morning, so we're waiting for some sort of notification about that. Harris last night was watching the results come in from her home, and again, we were expecting her to show up here, and that did not happen. And I can tell you that the students we spoke to were really disappointed. They were hoping that she would at least come out and thank them for their time, for the pride they've showed her and the support. So a lot of disappointed faces when they got that news. We're hoping now to find out and watch closely to see if Harris has talked to Donald Trump, if she's called him, wished him congratulations, and what her message and her tone is going to be. What is she going to say after she had laid out and campaigned, spent so much money on advertising dollars, gone to so many battle states over the past 100 days, and really brought in so much star power from Lady Gaga and Oprah just the other day in Philadelphia to try and help her, that it didn't work, and what she's going to tell people about the fact that she wasn't able to make history last night.
It will be interesting. The professor at Howard University to whom we were speaking said, how can she say that, look to the future with joy given this resounding defeat? Ashley, thank you. We'll be back to you when we get that address. Whenever you have any information about Kamala Harris and when she'll be speaking to the nation, we'll be back to you for sure. For now, though, we go to the tipping point state in this election, and that was Wisconsin. Wisconsin, with 10 electoral college votes, put Donald Trump over the top of that 270 number he needed, the threshold to win the electoral college. He expected it was going to be Wisconsin, and indeed it was. So on the screen at the bottom, you see he has 276 electoral college votes. That's more than enough to win. He leads in a number of races that are still too close to call, including 3 of the battlegrounds. But when Wisconsin fell for Trump, that was when American news networks made the call that he had been elected president. The margin in Wisconsin between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is around 33,000 votes, or around 1%, but certainly enough counted that we know it is Donald Trump who's won Wisconsin, and once Wisconsin, the rest of the country. In Milwaukee, our reporter is Ithel Musa. She's been covering the campaign. She was there to watch what Wisconsin voters were doing and saying and thinking as they went into the polling booths yesterday. She has more on the vote in Wisconsin and Donald Trump's victory, how it's being seen early in the morning there. So, Ithel, good morning. Tell us the Wisconsin story.
Good morning, Heather. You know, it's not a surprise, the outcome of the election. We know that presidential elections here in this battleground state are very, very close. Donald Trump lost in 2020 by about 20,000 votes. His win 8 years ago was also very, very narrow. So it was expected that it was going to be close, and votes were counted well into the morning. And now we know that that blue wall that the Democrats so wanted to fortify, it appears to have fallen in Pennsylvania, perhaps in Michigan, and now in Wisconsin. One of the things that I noticed when talking to voters, when asking them about the issues that they care about, I heard it over and over and over again. It's the economy, the cost of living crisis. People are looking for a leader that's going to tackle that. And it appears that even though this city, which is a Democratic city, it appears that they have chosen Donald Trump to do that very thing. Many of his ads attacked Harris and her handling of the economy. And what's also very telling too, Heather, are some of the commercials, the attack ads that have been playing here in Wisconsin. They have been aimed at not just fiscally conservative voters, they've also been aimed at socially conservative voters. There have been some really graphic ads, particularly anti-abortion ones. So it's interesting to see just how this is played out here. I also spoke to many voters, though, Heather, that say, regardless of who is the president of the United States, they do want Americans to be united again. There's been a lot of divisiveness and vitriol, and some people here in Wisconsin are looking to turn the page on that.
Ithel, thank you very much. That is the view in Wisconsin. 10 votes there, giving Donald Trump the White House once again. Now, as we look live at Parliament Hill, lots to talk about from Ottawa today in terms of what the Donald Trump return to the White House, another Donald Trump administration, what it means for this country. Literally moments ago, the Prime Minister on X, congratulations to Donald Trump on being elected President of the United States. The friendship between Canada and the U.S. is the envy of the world. I know President Trump and I will work together to create more opportunity, prosperity, and security for both of our nations. Janice McGregor, that has just come out. Not the first time that Donald Trump and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau have worked together. Not the first time Prime Minister Trudeau has had to renegotiate with the Trump administration. But as we join Janice, it may be new ground this time, or a new feeling. I don't know. You take over. Here we are with Donald Trump winning the White House. We know decisively this morning already a post of support and congratulations from Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister. Where do things stand this morning in the relationship?
Yeah, indeed. You have this sense here in Ottawa of sort of all the other things being on the table just being swept aside. Well, everyone wakes up to this news and thinks about how that will change things in this country. I can tell you that the Liberal caucus, as it meets this morning with the Prime Minister and his cabinet, was already expecting to spend all of its time talking about the way forward coming out of this vote in the U.S. In 2016, we were told that the election of Donald Trump caught Justin Trudeau's cabinet off guard. Not this time. We heard from Chrystia Freeland on Monday about how they have worked to keep their relationships active and productive with politicians from both sides of the aisle in Washington. Indeed,
We've been told that she dined with Bob Lighthizer, the former U.S. trade representative, her counterpart when Trump was president the first time, could be a counterpart of her again. She has maintained that relationship, keeping ear to ground about what could be ahead in terms of industrial policy and the economic agenda of the second Trump presidency. Melanie Joly was out talking to Canadians yesterday, trying to provide words of reassurance, talking about how she's been talking to other foreign ministers about the path forward coming out of the U.S. elections. And I want you to listen to the way Innovation Minister François-Philippe Champagne was talking about the Canada-U.S. relationship yesterday. The rhetoric no longer being about wanting to be friends, more about how they're going to need to meet each other's needs. Take a listen.
You know, when you go down south, people call that the indispensable relationship. We've moved from the good neighbor to the north to the strategic partner that they need in the 21st century, and I think it's a good thing.
But being a good partner in Donald Trump's world, you know, it all comes down to deal making. That's everything that this guy is about. I was speaking with international trade lawyer Mark Warner. He practices on both sides of the border. And he told me he thinks, look, the key for Canada when it goes to deal with Trump again is that they're going to have to see this relationship as transactional.
I see him as transactional. I see a scope for negotiation. So I'm less worried about Trump than I am with the Canadian response to Trump. If we treat this as a negotiation, and where you barter something back, I think he's manageable.
We know what Trump's priorities are going to be. They have not changed. He's obsessed with the border, immigration issues. Militarily, this guy is not going to tolerate free riders. If allies want protection, they're going to have to pull their weight. And we know that his industrial policy is once again going to be laser focused on China, bringing jobs back to America. He does not care what the economists say about the potential costs to North America of bringing in big new tariffs. That is what he intends to do again. When trade wars escalate, it does create exactly the kind of uncertainty that businesses hate. But weaponized uncertainty has really become Trump's superpower. That is what he uses for leverage.
Janice, thank you very much. Janice McGregor, beginning our conversation today on the implications of Trump's win for this country. Republicans appear in a very strong position to capture Congress, too, and that would mean they've taken full control of the U.S. government. Republicans have a definitive win in the Senate. They've flipped control from the Democrats with wins in states like Montana and Ohio. There you see the makeup of the House there. Right now, even with 52, they are still short of 60 seats. That's the number needed for a supermajority. That control of the Senate will clear the path for Trump's nominees, including cabinet secretaries, federal judges, and most significantly, justices on the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, last hour, I was speaking with law professor Lawrence Douglas. He's a frequent guest when we talk about the High Court, and this is what he told us about Trump and what he could do in terms of shaping the highest court in the United States for a generation.
Remember, so he would nominate justices to the Supreme Court. They have to be confirmed by the Senate. And one of the things that we also saw last night is that the Republicans did recapture the Senate. So he could certainly use his nominating power to reshape the Supreme Court basically in a generational affecting way. And the other thing we should bear in mind is it's not simply the power to appoint members or to nominate members of the Supreme Court. He can nominate judges to the entire federal judiciary. And so that includes district court justice, appellate court, circuit court, appellate court justices. And he could really reshape the federal judiciary and stock it with loyalists. If we look to his first term in to his first presidency, some of his federal judicial appointments were basically, perfectly responsible jurists. Other of them, however, were really kind of out-of-line loyalists, and that is something we should all really be concerned about, the way he could completely reshape the federal judiciary from the bottom to the top.
As As for the convicted January 6th insurrectionists, Trump has described them as political prisoners, and he says he will pardon them on his first day in office. So that part of my conversation with Lawrence Douglas as we looked at the legal implications of Donald Trump's win, reminding he's set to be sentenced on those 34 felony convictions later next month. So lots to talk about legally surrounding the president-elect. There is a lot to consider around this historic win. What went right for Donald Trump and the Republicans? What went wrong for the Democrats? And why Kamala Harris didn't resonate with voters as her party had expected. We were talking about all of that last hour with our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault. She was in with our studio, too, just moments after CBC News called Donald Trump the winner of Wisconsin and then the U.S. presidency.
Every time you talk about a win, you're also talking about a loss. Those things go hand in hand. One of the wins for Donald Trump is that for a man who wasn't a politician until he was, if you will, he proved incredibly astute in terms of what he needed. Throughout his campaign, he kept saying, we win Wisconsin, we win the White House. That is exactly what happened here tonight. So not only is he a brander, if you will, he's a master marketer, but he had the wherewithal to surround himself with people who knew exactly what to zero in on and to buck the things that are typical. The Democrats talked a lot about how strong their ground game was. Well, was it at the end of the day? Maybe not. Maybe that didn't matter.
That's an interesting question to talk about because the Republicans had a completely different strategy to get out the vote this time. They essentially outsourced it to Elon Musk, Super PAC, other social conservative civil rights groups or civil groups, and they took care?
Because maybe it didn't matter to them as much. Maybe they knew that getting someone to vote for you is no longer about knocking on the door and trying to help them, nudge them along that contest between the couch and the voting booth. Maybe they understood that social media in particular, and not, look, Taylor Swift is supporting me, therefore you should, but speaking to those grievances, picking at those things that drive engagement on social media. Fear and anger are the drivers for, in particular, young men. Right? Those are the things that get people doom scrolling. Those are the things that get engagement on social media. So they leaned into that and they used that. And it didn't just work with young men, it worked with young women as well. This is an earthquake for the Democrats to try to say, what did we not understand about Americans? There's going to be a whole new generation of conversations with the Democrats that the Obama era is over. That they have to think very hard about where they land as a party.
That is Chief Correspondent Adrienne Arsenault, part of our coverage earlier this morning as we broke the news around 5:35 a.m. Eastern. Donald Trump returning to the White House. First time in nearly 130 years that a president who has lost an election has been returned in the following election. We're going to take you next to Minnesota, which is the home state of the Democratic vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz. The Harris-Walz ticket carried the state, 51% of the vote. But that is small consolation, really, for Democrats. Trump does appear poised to win all three of the neighboring Rust Belt battleground states. And we're talking about those. Still 3 pending to count, but Trump is leading in all 3 of those. Our reporter in Duluth, Minnesota, is Sarah Law, and she's up to take a look at the results in Minnesota, but also talking to people there up very early this morning. What are they saying about a Donald Trump presidency and what the polls are showing? Sarah?
Well, I'm here in Duluth. It's a port city situated on Lake Superior, just 4 hours away from Thunder Bay, Ontario. About 88,000 people live here, and I've been speaking with a few early risers here just outside of a coffee shop. I spoke with one man. He said that he is not feeling good about the outcome of the election, and he feels that the world is feeling sorry for Americans today. I also spoke with a runner. She was with a group of women who said that they were running to vent out their frustrations about the results. She says that she's very concerned about women's rights and access to health care. She's worked in the healthcare industry, saw the devastating impact that COVID-19 had on her family and community, and she's really hoping that other people across America have the same access to health care that she does in Minnesota. Now, she does feel good that Tim Walz is remaining state governor, of course, and she feels confident in some of the wins that he's made over his time as that governor. And she is feeling hopeful about some of the environmental protections that voters were in favor for on the ballot.
Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah Law from Minnesota in Duluth for us live to give us the scene there. Now, let's bring you the perspective of a Trump supporter, how they're feeling as they celebrate the victory from early this morning. You met him last week, Paul James Jr. He's the president of Young Republicans of Bexar County. He's in Texas this morning, solid Trump territory. The MAGA hat is on. And Paul, welcome back. You said you'd come back on our program, and here you are in the early morning hours. Good morning, and how are you feeling?
Good morning, Heather. I'm feeling a lot more cheerful than I was the other day, but I was even optimistic then. And we knew that Trump was running a strong campaign. We knew what the groundswell of support was for him. And so today is a victory lap, and we're just thankful for everybody that brought this home.
So when did you put that hat on? You've been up. People should know you've been up all night. Were you at a polling station, or what were you doing as you watched the returns come in?
So I'm the dreaded frack engineer that has been the subject of debate across the country and even in Canada. And so I've been out here on location. I started my shift yesterday afternoon, and I was finishing up. And about after midnight, we were in the middle of fracking a stage, and, just we saw Pennsylvania turn, and we knew it was going to turn sooner or later, but it literally turned in the middle of the stage, and a big sign of relief from everyone there. But just the rest of the night, we've all been on a rush since then.
So I am wondering, when you say that you're there working in the fracking part of oil and gas, if anyone was watching our conversation last week, and I hope they were, what you explained to us was you had voted Democrat before, but you voted for Donald Trump and got friends and supporters on Trump's support line too, because you felt you got jobs, you got work because of Donald Trump. Just explain that economic connection that you felt as an American to Donald Trump.
Well, yes. Once again, I wrote about this in my Newsweek op-ed. And what I saw as a minority in this country, during Obama's time, there was a lot of shift in the economy from the private sector to the regulatory bodies. And so when Trump came in, the first thing he did was he reduced all of the regulations that was on energy and manufacturing and pushed for trade deals that brought a lot of that work back home. And so my support for him came from seeing the benefits of what he did in his administration for people like myself in the workforce. Now, everyone that's supporting Trump today, not only are they looking at it from the economic standpoint, but now we're also looking at the national security standpoint as well. Us giving away the oil and gas sector, giving away our manufacturing. We saw during COVID how many of our products and how many of our pharmaceuticals were not even made in the United States or North America. So a lot of this becomes now a security situation. And Trump had the best agenda to bring those things back home and incorporate the workforce locally while doing so. So I think that a lot of folks rewarded him for that plan that he laid out so clean.
So that's really interesting. I really wanted to help you, have you help us understand that, because that closing message from Donald Trump, do you feel like you're in a better position now than you were 4 years ago? And clearly Americans, in voting as they have, said, no, we're not in a position now. That the vote for Donald Trump on the economy seems to be the #1 consideration for Americans. And you would understand that it superseded every other concern, all the other issues out there. It's about the economy. Would you agree with that? Well, I mean, you said security as well, but it's all part and parcel, really.
Yeah, it all works together. I mean, so famous Democratic strategist James Carville from the Clinton administration, he's even been a part of the Obama and Biden administration consulting to them. He said it's the economy, stupid. And at the end of the day, the most tangible thing that every single person touches is their groceries, the gas, paying their light bill. paying rent, when you see these costs outpacing the cost of the price of your income, what you're bringing in, you're not able to maintain that. And so the lack of comfort that people felt in their day-to-day expenses, I mean, that was where the main issue was at. I think the Democrats and Kamala in particular tried to distract from that by making it more about women's rights and reproductive justice and so forth. And we know from the Guttmacher Institute that abortion is up over 11% since the Dobbs decision. So it's not to say that abortion has been curtailed. Yes, that's changed in terms of the way it's provided in different states. However, abortion is still taking place. It's not completely outlawed. And so, you know, they tried to sleight of hand on that, but people couldn't get off the fact that I don't need an abortion. I need to pay for my car insurance. I need to pay for my light bill.
So some that thought that the issues were going to be one of the deal-breaking issues and didn't turn out to be. Interestingly, we're going to talk to someone who is in Arizona, which made some key changes in its, as you say, state regulation. So we'll talk about that issue, but I'm really appreciating your perspective. Let me ask you, though, for those who didn't support Donald Trump, and you're there in Texas, we know that day one, he promised mass deportation would begin for millions of illegal migrants. There are many people who don't support him, who have concerns and indeed fears about him from the perspective of going to be isolationist, going to be, essentially unhinged, unrestricted to do whatever he wants and pursue his agenda. And what would you say to people who are really waking up and they are concerned about the fact that Donald Trump is going back? Is there anything you can say to reassure them?
I would say my reassurance would be two parts. Number one, look at what has happened when he was in the presidency previously. We were not looking to start wars. We ended wars. We wanted to find peace. We struck the Abraham Accords in the Middle East. We wanted to focus on national security, and we did so with our industries and rebuilding our military. So peace through strength took part there. Second part, his acceptance speech last night, his victory speech was a speech to bring everyone together, and he will be a president for all Americans. I think a lot of the issues that people have, of course, we had a very nasty, divisive race. However, he has done this before where he mended that gap, and he'll do it again. It's now on us to do our part with reaching across to our neighbors and mending that divide. So I think it's not only on Trump, but also on us to do our part and bring the country back together.
So we'll listen to see what Kamala Harris says in exactly that theme when she addresses the nation at some point this morning. Paul, I really appreciate having some more time with you today and to get more of your views. And wear that hat to bed. I'm expecting that you'll be in that for the foreseeable future. Thanks for the time again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Heather. God bless you.
Paul James Jr., as we speak to him from Texas this morning. As we take a look at the nationwide picture, look here at the breakdown of states. You see just how much is red, the huge swath of red in support of Donald Trump, in fact. We are still waiting on calls for those swing states, those key battlegrounds, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Even without those states, you can see how Trump has been able to reach and surpass the necessary threshold, 270 electoral college votes. He has 276, courtesy of Wisconsin, which came in earlier this morning around 5:30 with its 10 electoral college votes. Donald Trump, the winner of the presidential election, now the president-elect, soon to be the 47th president of the United States. We've been looking at some of the ballot measures that voters have been considering, the down ballot, the propositions and the things that they've been voting on. And Marianne's been looking at that. I was just talking with Paul about abortion. A number of the states, big concerns since the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022. And so this was on the ballot in many states. And you're looking at some of the other measures. So take us through some of the things that were decided as well, apart from Donald Trump. Trump.
Yes, because abortion was a key issue over the course of this campaign. We know that it was the focal point of Kamala Harris's campaign. The Republicans, meanwhile, were saying that it should be up to the state. And the states did vote on this, 10 in fact. And so let's start with Florida, because when you look at the numbers, you see that they had more than 50%, but it did fall short of the 60% threshold needed for passage here. So they rejected the ballot measure to protect the right to an abortion. And that means the state's 6-week ban does remain in place, despite that 57.1%. Let's get reaction, though, because there has been a lot of reaction coming out of Florida, including from Democratic State Representative Anna Eskamani. She was part of the fight to put abortion on the ballot, the state's ballot, in the first place. And this was her reaction after hearing that the state rejected that ballot measure.
Though I am incredibly disappointed, we need to remember that our movement for Floridians' rights and freedoms is now more vital than ever. We won historic support. Most candidates cannot secure 57% of the vote. And if it wasn't for corporations back in 2006 who increased that threshold to 60%, we would have won by a landslide tonight.
But that was not the case. Let's talk about other states here, including South Dakota. They were the second to reject this measure. And then there's Nebraska. This was interesting because there were dueling measures here. In the case of legalizing the right to abortion through viability, 55.3% voted in favor. We are waiting for official results on the second measure, which was the amendment to prohibit abortions after the first trimester. Going back to where Donald Trump stood on this issue specifically, we know that he cast his ballot in Florida, though he was asked repeatedly from reporters there after he cast his ballot how he voted on this specific measure. He refused to answer, but we know that over the course of his campaign, he did shift a lot, changing where he stood on this. And again, that was very different, as I mentioned, from Kamala Harris, who made this the focal point of her campaign.
States that voted to protect abortion rights, which are those?
Yeah, there are several. There's Colorado, New York, and Maryland. They were voting to protect and maintain the abortion rights that were already in place there. In Colorado specifically, that's where abortion is already legal for all of those states. But in Colorado specifically, abortion is legal. But approving this time around means public funds can now be used. Other states, Montana, also Nevada, we know that they've expanded the right to abortion here. But let's talk about Arizona, because they did vote more than 60% in favor of the right to abortion before the point of fetal viability. That's around the 22 to 24 week mark. And that overturns the current ban on abortion, which was 15 weeks into pregnancy. If you've been following this, you know that there was a lot of national outrage around this very issue because the Arizona Supreme Court voted to uphold a total ban on abortion. So there was a lot of reaction to that. So this is big, the fact that Arizona voted in favor to that right to abortion. And of course, over the course of this morning, we're looking at not just abortion, but the other key issues over this campaign, immigration, also economy. And so we'll be talking about that throughout the morning.
Okay, and you know, we're actually going to speak to a doctor whom we met earlier in the campaign who has an abortion clinic in Arizona, what this means to her, how she's viewing exactly the changes that you have laid out. Thank you, Marianne, and we'll see you later in the program. Want to bring you in full the statement that we have. This is from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He put out a very brief tweet before, but now a more fulsome statement on Donald Trump's victory. And here it is. On behalf of the government of Canada, I congratulate Donald Trump on being elected as President of the United States of America for a second term, and Senator J.D. Vance for his election as Vice President of the United States. Canada and the U.S. have the world's most successful partnership. We are neighbors and friends, united by a shared history, common values, and steadfast ties between our peoples. We are also each other's largest trade partners, and our economies are deeply intertwined. During President Trump's first term, we successfully renegotiated the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement, which has created thousands of good-paying jobs and has brought investment and opportunity to our communities. In 2023, trade between Canada and the U.S. amounted to over $1.3 trillion, which means over $3.5 billion worth of goods and services cross the Canada-U.S. border every single day. Building on Team Canada's work to deepen this relationship since 2015, bilateral trade between our two countries has increased by over $400 billion. And it continues. We look forward to working with President-elect Trump and his administration, including on issues such as trade, investment, and continental peace and security. So that is new from the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, a full statement. Wanted to read it for the first time to you in its entirety. It is caucus day on Parliament Hill, so we will see if he shows up at that caucus meeting. If there are further comments to be made, we would anticipate there will be further reaction on camera and from any other MPs and cabinet ministers as they arrive in Ottawa today. We do know the Foreign Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly, she is also offering congratulations to Donald Trump. In a social media post for now, she posts, Canada and the U.S. are friends, neighbors, and allies, deeply connected through our economies and our people. She continues, together, Canada and the U.S. will focus on investment, growth, and global peace and security. We learned from Catherine Cullen yesterday that it was Mélanie Joly and her connections and her relationship with Lindsey Graham after one of the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. After that first assassination, it was that connection between Mélanie Joly and Lindsey Graham, which led to the Prime Minister being able to speak to Donald Trump to express his concern, the beginning of those reforming of ties, which are going to be so important now in the 4 years to come. So let's bring you some more reaction. This is a little bit more from Donald Trump's speech this morning, the moment where he brings up his running mate and his next vice president, J.D. Vance.
I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special.
That is Donald Trump as he introduced and thanked J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect, a little gleeful there as he talks about the choice, which was criticized early on. That was in West Palm Beach, Florida. Let's take a closer look at an emerging story from this election, something that we've been seeing as a trend in polling during the run-up, and that's now confirmed in the election results, and that is support swinging to Trump by Latino men. We have results in from states like Texas, which show those voters strongly backing Trump for the first time, really. We're seeing that in 2 Texas counties with a large Mexican-American electorate, exit polls as well, not as final as the actual polling data we'll get in time, but the best indication we have in this early going, exit polls pointing to Trump erasing that margin that Joe Biden had with Latino men going back to 2020. That's one of the things I want to talk about with my next guest, what happened in the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania. That's a state we've been watching so closely because of its 19 electoral college votes. We talked about the very large Latino population and particularly Puerto Rican American population as being potentially determinant in how Pennsylvania went. Well, Pennsylvania went for Trump, as have all of the confirmed battleground states. So let's look at why that was. Victor Martinez was with us just hours ago, it seems. He's the owner of the Spanish language radio station in Pennsylvania, La Mega, and he hosts a fantastic, what was it? La Relajo de la Mañana. Is that right? Did I get it right?
El Relajo de la Mañana.
Exactly. And he's in Allentown, Pennsylvania, one of the stops for Kamala Harris on the last day of her campaign. Victor, thank you so much for coming back this morning. I do want to talk about Latino men as a voting bloc in just a second. But number one, let me ask you personally, you're a Democrat. You were actively campaigning for the Harris campaign. How are you feeling this morning?
Well, I mean, absolutely, without a doubt, disappointed. You want your candidate to win, and she didn't. So, of course, there's a little bit of disappointment on that.
Okay. Disappointment. Is there questioning? Are you thinking about what happened? What if? Hindsight is 20/20. Why did she lose this campaign? Any mistakes that you can point to or things that you might have done differently or factors at play?
Well, I mean, the one thing that I can tell you is that it's clear the United States doesn't want a female president. That to me, it's absolutely clear. You were talking about the Latino man, and I can tell you within my audience, I got a tremendous amount of calls of male Latinos who didn't believe that she would be respected because she was a woman. They didn't think that she was going to be able to be strong enough with leaders of the world because she was a woman.
So that level of sexism is still that prevalent.
Absolutely. And this was a discussion with the multiple interviews that I did before the election. The macho cultural within the Latino community. And I told my audience, and I had those conversations with these Latino men that were calling, you realize, and I used to tell them, you realize that other countries have had women leaders without a problem. But again, they just weren't having it. And you can see that in the numbers where Latino men voted overwhelmingly with Donald Trump. And that's because she was a woman. And if you look at the numbers with Hillary Clinton, Trump was able to win the same places he won when Hillary was running. Now, when it comes to the Latino vote in general, if you look at Pennsylvania, she won without doubt the Latino vote. It was so right now it's 72-26. 72% of Latinos voted for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. Only 26% of the Latino vote voted for Donald Trump.
As I look at the NBC exit poll, which again is not precise, but it's the best indication we have, 54% Latino men for Donald Trump. So the majority for Donald Trump.
Yes.
For that machismo that you've laid out. That is so interesting. Okay, so as we look at that as a factor, I want to ask about, you've heard that from your callers in the run-up to the vote yesterday. What are you hearing, anything in the early morning hours on your airwaves, or what do you expect you'll hear from your listeners today?
Well, as soon as we got on the air this morning at 6 o'clock East Coast time here in Pennsylvania, we started the show right away, asking the audience. And of course, you have the people who supported Donald Trump who were extremely happy, and those who didn't, extremely sad. But then the conversation turned immediately from those who did not support Donald Trump on letting those who did support Trump that the expectations are really high. You told us that you could bring the gasoline prices down to $2 the way they were 4 years ago when he was president. We want that now. You said that eggs and bacon were going to be cheap. We want that now. You promised that you were going to bring down the inflation back to when you were president. We want that now. You said you were going to close the border. You were going to solve the immigration issue, even though you didn't when you were president. Well, guess what? We expect that now. So the expectations are really high. There's a long list of things that Trump claimed he was going to do without telling us how. But nonetheless, he said he was going to do, and those who didn't support him are now ready to go to hold him accountable for all of those things he said he was going to solve.
So some of those promises won voters, and even those who didn't support him, now they're at least saying, okay, show me, show me the money, or ostensibly, make good on what you have pledged. I'm wondering what the level of concern is, though, at this point, because we know that immigration, really tapping into fears about immigration, was one of the reasons that he was so successful with some voters. That was a big priority for him. And he's made the border and immigration and this big pledge to deport millions on day one, a massive deportation. What is the concern level now that he's won again, that you've been able to tap into in these first hours?
Yeah. And I will also say he never told us how yet. He said he was going to deport 20 million people, but he never said how he was going to implement that. So that's still out there. But yes, absolutely, there's concern that all of a sudden the local police departments will be utilized or will be activated to go after who they may think or believe it's an illegal immigrant in the U.S. And that would just create an even bigger distance between the community and local police departments. Whether or not local police departments are willing to enforce those things, because again, local police department need the local community to work together. And if you create that distrust between the police and the community, that could very well have a bad reaction to the way the system works. So yes, there's concern. There's concerns of people like me. I've said this before. If you look at me physically, you don't right from the get-go think I'm a Puerto Rican U.S. citizen. You may think I'm from somewhere in Latin America. And so I am now concerned that if this massive deportation programs goes into effect, how am I going to be harassed? Is a police officer going to stop me just to ask me where do I come from, or to show him some sort of a documentation that proves that I'm a U.S. citizen where the only thing I can show you is my license, because there's, I don't have any other document to prove you that I'm a U.S. citizen. Do I need to carry my birth certificate now? So yes, absolutely. That's a big concern.
Victor Martinez, I just can't tell you how much I appreciate your insight into all of this. Thank you for the time these past couple of days, and I'll certainly be back in touch with you for conversations to come. Thank you, and have a very interesting broadcast day today, I would suspect.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Victor Martinez in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Now, let's bring you right up to date in terms of the breaking news this morning. It was about 5:30, so 2.5 hours ago. We got the breaking news. He had cracked the threshold. You're looking live at the White House. Donald Trump and his family will be moving back into the White House come January. He has won the presidential election. 270, the Electoral College threshold. Wisconsin gave him 10 Electoral College votes and put him over the top. And as we look at the numbers this hour, it is still 276 votes in the Electoral College for Donald Trump. And he is still going to add to that tally. He said he would likely get to 315 when you add in all the states that are still counting. Among them, 3 of the key battlegrounds. It looks like he's going to sweep all 7 by a significant margin. They were tight in the polling, but it looks like he is going to win all of those. So 276, Donald Trump has won the election. The Senate, it has been flipped to the Republicans. They will control the Senate. They look like they're going to hold on to the House. They will control Congress, it appears. And of course, there are Supreme Court justices for Donald Trump to appoint. He already has a majority conservative Supreme Court. He will be in effective control of all 3 branches of government in the United States of America. Let's see how newspapers are reacting to this major news. Here's the New York Post. He has done it again. Time has Trump on the cover. No, I'm not seeing any writing there. We'll take a good look at that. But there is Trump from the victory speech last night. Vanity Fair, their digital cover, looking at the numbers there for his felony convictions right of the very Trump. And homepage of the New Yorker, Donald Trump's revenge. Much more to come in our special coverage. Still 2 more hours for us, and then all day here on CBC News Network. There's the big headline: Donald Trump, president-elect. You are watching CBC Morning Live. Good morning. It's Wednesday, November 6th. I'm Heather Hiscox. If you're just joining us, we are seeing history this morning. Donald Trump will be the next president, getting enough votes to win the White House again this morning. Americans, Canadians, people all around the world are waking up to that breaking news and to Donald Trump's promise of profound change. Let's take a look at the numbers. Donald Trump has 276 Electoral College votes. That's 6 more than the threshold necessary of 270. But he appears to be on the path for an even bigger victory. It turns out Wisconsin was the tipping point state. Its 10 votes made Trump the winner of 4 of 7 battlegrounds, but he also has North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Returns are still to come in from Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, but he is at this point poised to sweep them all. The call that he had won came from CBC News and major U.S. media outlets about 2.5 hours ago, but Trump himself did not wait to declare victory. There is Trump appearing triumphant as he walked out to his election night party. He will become the leader of the world's most powerful nation for a second time. He's the first former president in the modern age to be elected again after losing an election. Trump's political comeback is marked by other firsts, too. He appears to have won the popular vote for the very first time. He will be the first twice impeached president to be re-elected. He will be the first president convicted in a criminal court and found liable in civil court. And he's still facing federal charges in the attempt to overturn the 2020 election and the January 6th attack on Congress, the very seat of American democracy. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. He will govern with a mandate from Americans who voted for his pledge of prosperity and deep tax cuts. Those were themes he returned to in his victory speech early this morning.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
So that was from the victory speech. Donald Trump in Florida, in fact, in the convention center in Palm Beach. Tom Perry is also in Florida. He's been covering the Trump campaign. And from West Palm, he tells us about what he took away from that Trump speech early this morning.
Well, you know, Donald Trump yesterday, when he went to cast his ballot near his home at Mar-a-Lago, he spoke to reporters and he said that he didn't have a speech written, a speech planned for if he won, and he didn't even want to think about what would happen if he lost. So his speech last night did seem to be one of those weaves that Donald Trump does, where he goes from subject to subject to subject, just kind of a stream of consciousness. And so you heard Donald Trump talking about his great political comeback, about how MAGA is this, multifaceted movement now, one of the greatest movements America's ever seen. But he also went off on these tangents. He talked for a while about Elon Musk's rockets. Elon Musk, the tech billionaire, the guy who owns X, formerly Twitter, who's been backing Donald Trump on his platform, but also with money. He was talking about Elon Musk and the need for America to protect its super geniuses. He went on as well about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the noted vaccine skeptic, who Trump was a supporter of Donald Trump, and who Trump says is going to make America healthy again. So this was a speech that was, shall we say, wide-ranging. And so I'm going to play you just a little bit, because there was some talk of unity and bringing the country together, because this is a deeply divided country. I'm just going to play you a little piece of Donald Trump's speech, just to give you an idea of some of what he was saying last night at this rally.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
So that was Donald Trump in the wee hours of this morning, telling people it's time to unite. But I think the divisions in this country are running pretty deep after this election. And I guess we'll have to wait and see if Donald Trump is going to be the kind of president who's going to bridge that divide in this, what will be his second term.
You've got. That is Tom Perry from Florida, part of our coverage team today. Now, we have live pictures of Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump watched the returns last night and where he returned to after that victory speech. Lots of security on the president-elect's property today. See some people nearby, his supporters as well, in different camera angles. As for his plans today, nothing official on his agenda, but we'll certainly be watching for any announcements. If we have an address or anything from the president-elect, we'll be carrying it for you here on CBC News Network. But right now, we're waiting for Kamala Harris to speak. We haven't had a concession from her yet, and no formal statement from her campaign. These are the images, though, that really capture the disappointment of Harris supporters. This was the crowd at Howard University in Washington last night, that historic black institution where Kamala Harris went to college. Her campaign says she will speak later this morning.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
That was the statement from her campaign co-chair that brought the hoped-for victory celebration to an end. Thousands of Harris supporters who'd been there for hours watching the results come in cleared out really in a matter of minutes. Ashley Burke was at Howard last night for that watch party. She tells it how unfolded.
When some of those results came in and Trump was in the lead, we heard booing in the crowd. People still said they were staying optimistic and hopeful, but as the hours went on, faces turned more anxious, and really the looks were much more somber in that very busy crowd, and the crowd started thinning out. But then at 1 o'clock, when that announcement happened that you just heard there, virtually everyone, all of the crowd, all the students that were left had just left at that point, and people were feeling really disappointed. They had so much hope and pride in Vice President Kamala Harris. They were hoping that she would become the first graduate of their school, which was a historically black college and university, to become president, and they really shown up there in support, hoping this was going to be a big celebration, and indeed in the end it was not. Take a listen to what some of them had to say.
We're America first, America only, forget the rest of the world. That kind of stuff is outdated, but yet it has found its, if you will, legs again in Donald Trump, and that's very disturbing.
Did he make inroads with low propensity voters? Did he make inroads with key demographics that were essential to his victory? I don't know. I think they'll just have to kind of go back to the drawing board about what kind of candidates they try to run in the future.
I feel like she did great. I'm so thankful she came home to Howard University. That just shows her humility, and I think it's great that she did not concede to Donald Trump right away.
So she hasn't come back yet to Howard University on campus. We are waiting for that to happen and to find out when it would happen. It was suggested last night it would be sometime in the morning. So we're waiting for some sort of notification about that. Harris last night was watching the results come in from her home. And again, we were expecting her to show up here, and that did not happen. And I can tell you that the students we spoke to were really disappointed. They were hoping that she would at least come out and thank them for their time, for the pride they've showed her and the support. So a lot of disappointed faces when they got that news. We're hoping now to find out and watch closely to see if Harris has talked to Donald Trump, if she's called him, wished him congratulations, and what her message and her tone is going to be. What is she going to say after she had laid out and campaigned, spent so much money on advertising dollars, gone to so many battle states over the past 100 days, and really brought in so much star power from Lady Gaga and Oprah just the other day in Philadelphia to try and help her, that it didn't work, and what she's going to tell people about the fact that she wasn't able to make history last night.
That is Ashley Burke. We'll get back to her when we hear any further information about Kamala Harris. We are also waiting to hear from U.S. President Joe Biden. He had no public events yesterday. We do know he spent election night watching the result at the White House. We'll see if there's anything posted from him or if he makes an official appearance today. Once again, as we take a look at the White House, the number we have for you this morning at 8:12 Eastern, Donald Trump is returning to the White House as the 47th president. He is the president-elect right now after that win in Wisconsin. 10 Electoral College votes put him over the threshold. He now sits at 276. He himself has said he could hit 315. We will see. He's also won the popular vote, which he did not do in any of his previous campaigns. So that's a big personal goal attained for him. This is what the papers are saying about his return to the White House. The Sun is saying simply done and dusted. On the right-hand side, The Independent saying Donald Trump claims historic comeback win. Sorry, there's the Sun. There's The Independent. Donald Trump claims historic comeback win, for sure. A stunning political comeback, one of the most striking in the modern political age. We know that Canadians are waking up to this news with our program and elsewhere, and this is what people in Halifax are saying as they react.
I'm actually lost for words. I don't actually know what to say because I'm very surprised that Trump won again, especially given his past kind of as president.
I smiled, happy. I wasn't ecstatic. I don't worship him or anything, but the better of the two options for sure.
Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Makes you wonder what's going on in the U.S. of A.
I think it's going to get way worse. I think he's going to try and flip rules and get away with more, and I think he's going to follow through with a lot of stuff he said in the campaign.
But I think overall, the bigger picture, the bigger economy, the whole country as a whole, I think will suffer. I think the world will suffer as a result of this, I'm afraid.
So thanks to Brett Ruskin for gathering that opinion. The people in Halifax waking up to the news of another Donald Trump administration. The Prime Minister has reacted from Ottawa, offering congratulations. He issued a full statement this morning. I'll share part of it with you. He says Canada and the U.S. have the world's most successful partnership. He speaks to the history shared between Canadians and Americans, what he calls our common values and steadfast ties. Trudeau says Canada and the U.S. are each other's largest trading partners whose economies are intertwined. He also points out his government negotiated a new free trade agreement when Trump was in the White House, and that's a starting point for my next conversation. You heard one of the viewers in Halifax concerned about the bigger economy. Let's look to that. Donald Trump has repeatedly proposed a sweeping 10% tariff on all U.S. imports, including from Canada, as part of his protectionist economic policy. Ottawa is already bracing for a potential potentially damaging trade dispute, review of NAFTA, the second NAFTA, the new NAFTA. He's also threatened to use tariffs as a punitive measure. Just on Monday of this week, he warned Canada, Mexico, and China could face, in his words, large-scale tariffs if those countries don't stop fentanyl from entering the United States. So let's bring in Anis Hidari. Thank you for coming in. Tracking the economic angle of all of this, what do we watch for? How could this affect things?
Well, when we are talking about these tariffs, those are not things that Canadians or the Chinese or any country that Trump imposes those on. It's not things that they would pay. And we've talked about this a lot over the past few months. What he is threatening is that anything that comes into the United States would have that tariff charged on it, and that Americans would have to pay for that. But ostensibly, they're not going to want to. So they
wouldn't buy them.
They wouldn't buy them. So they'd buy their own domestic products instead. And that would be devastating to the Canadian economy in a lot of ways. As you know, we heard from the Prime Minister even in that statement, our economies are very intertwined. Most of what we sell goes to the United States. If they stop buying it because it's become more expensive, that will, yes, make things more expensive for Americans, at least in the short or medium term. But it's pretty bad for us. The flip side, though, is we don't really know where Trump will impose these tariffs at first. You know, he talks about 10% across the board. But, for example, he may not impose a 10% tariff on oil and gas, which is also something that we produce in conjunction with the United States, that we send there. But then there is also the new NAFTA, CUMSA, whatever abbreviation you use, that comes into play as well. Even if tariffs don't happen, if this is bluster from Donald Trump, he's already renegotiated NAFTA with us once. And there are some real pain points there between the United States and Canada that Canadian economic watchers are certainly looking at very carefully. The dairy industry is one of them. Trump has spoken repeatedly about his dislike of what we call supply management here, the protection for the Canadian dairy industry.
Poultry,
eggs. Trump has said before he wants more access into those markets. Will that come up if and when NAFTA gets renegotiated? Will he use tariffs to demand that the United States gets that kind of action, or access, I should say, that really has the potential to impact every aspect of our economy if Trump is threatening these kind of blanket policies. We have heard projections that it could cut 5% from our GDP. That would be hefty. It's 5%. Might sound like, oh, it's just the GST. It's pretty big. Canadians would feel that pain if it happens. But, you know, there's a lot of ifs.
Lots of talks about getting exemptions from those for Canada under that trade agreement, which, as you say, up for review in 2026. So this is definitely a story in the near term for Canadians. What about immediate impact? What are you seeing on the markets?
So right as we saw Trump really start to take the lead last night, the U.S. dollar started to surge. That brought the Canadian dollar down. Nothing that is going to affect your vacation plans or businesses buying and selling a lot of money right now, but you can definitely see the graphs go for the U.S. dollar and in the other direction for the Canadian dollar as Trump was taking power, probably because people are looking at the markets and saying, okay, Trump is about to cut taxes in the U.S. If he fills his promises, he is going to really take a protectionist stance in terms of his rhetoric for the United States. So people are wanting to put their money into that currency. And when we look at futures, you know, the markets haven't opened yet. The Dow Jones looks like it's creeping up. NASDAQ looks like it's creeping up. Even the TSX futures are creeping up because ostensibly investors are saying, oh, tax cuts are coming. Trump may be good for business. I should point out that Democrat presidents also tend to have the markets go up. So we don't know for sure how much they're tying to this. But it was notable that as Trump started to take the lead, markets started to creep upward, and the Canadian dollar, though, crept downward. The only other thing I'll mention is that Bitcoin took a huge surge. Trump has talked a lot about Bitcoin. He said that he wants the U.S. to be the crypto capital, and Bitcoin hit record highs as Trump started to take the lead last night, and it's still going up there.
So you'll have a lot to watch today, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of graphs open on my computer today.
Anis, thank you. You'll be back as part of our coverage on CBC News Network. Thank you, Anis Haidari, with me in studio. Now, let's take you live next to Ottawa. It's caucus day on Parliament Hill. Cameras in position for MPs' arrival. Cabinet ministers, they met yesterday, of course, but they'll be back for caucus, and we'll see if there's any reaction from anyone as they walk those halls. The Prime Minister, we did have his statement just a moment or two ago. He will be meeting with his Liberal caucus this morning. They're focused on the path forward on those issues, some of them that Anis just laid out there when dealing with a second Trump administration. Janice McGregor is in our parliamentary bureau in Ottawa. This new NAFTA, the review in 2026, in a poll this week, Janice, from Angus Reid, more people, 40% of respondents, said Pierre Poilievre would be best situated, best positioned as Prime Minister of this country to deal with a Trump presidency. And only a quarter of the respondents in that poll said it would be Justin Trudeau. And he said none of them, well, so I should say that a quarter of them, respondents, said neither of the two men are up for the job. So who would be better in the Canadian mind right now?
And the interesting thing about this election result, Heather, is that as we look ahead to an election of our own in the next year, I think you now have to put that question you raise as perhaps a front burner consideration for Canadian voters. If this is the relationship that's more important than almost anything else, what party would be best to be at the wheel for what could be another very chaotic 4 years of the second Trump administration? I think, though, in the hallways of Parliament Hill, the tone initially, anyway, is going to be keep calm and carry on, because this is really the message that the Liberals started delivering to Canadians even on Monday before we even knew what was going to happen. You think about what Chrystia Freeland has come out and wanted to reassure people on, this idea that they have maintained relationships with people on both sides of the aisle in Washington. Of course, the Republicans in those Rolodexes just go right to the top of the pile. But she personally has maintained a relationship with Bob Lighthizer. They've let it be known that she was dining with him earlier this year, for example. Personal ties, personal history in that NAFTA renegotiation a few years ago. But Lighthizer expected to be kind of the czar of the economic agenda going forward for another Trump presidency. And in that respect, Freeland wanting us to know that she understands where he's going to come from. Melanie Joly also yesterday talking about how she has been talking to other foreign ministers, will continue to do so. Ukraine very much on the mind of Western allies now. We expect a Trump presidency to take a very different tone. What does that mean for the rest of the world? And I've been playing this. It'd be interesting to see what they say today, but listen to how François-Philippe Champagne, the innovation minister, was describing the relationship between Canada and the U.S. yesterday, because they're using not so much the language of friendship, but more of tactics. Watch.
When you go down south, people call that the indispensable relationship. We've moved from the good neighbor to the north to the strategic partner that they need in the 21st century, and I think it's a good thing.
We know what Trump's priorities are. We know he cares about the border. He cares about immigration. We know he doesn't like free riders when it comes to defense and military policy. And that is going to be something that Canada is going to have to convince a Trump administration that it's pulling its weight. And we know that the industrial policy is going to be all about China bringing jobs back to America, notwithstanding what any of those troublesome economists say about the cost to the North American economy of putting that kind of friction back in place. When trade wars escalate, of course, that can lead to a lot of uncertainty, but weaponized uncertainty is Donald Trump's superpower. That is where his leverage comes from.
I think the administration is going to use the possibility of a USMCA renegotiation to weaponize any of these issues and to sort of put negotiating partners on the back foot.
So that was Todd Tucker. He is Director of Industrial Policy and Trade with Roosevelt Forward in Washington, D.C. And yes, he is warning that Canada should expect a hostile reaction if it isn't prepared to get in line with what the Trump administration wants. So this is the new reality Ottawa wakes up to today, and we will see how they auditioned for the job of being the ones to respond to it.
Thank you, Janice. Janice McGregor with more on the Canadian perception of all of this. Janice is in Ottawa, of course. Donald Trump has thumbed his nose at the establishment, has reshaped the Republican Party in his own image, and further polarized an already divided country. Our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, this morning takes a look at the campaign that brought us to this moment.
Donald Trump began his campaign with baggage. Twice impeached, recently convicted on criminal charges in New York. And still, the former president shut out any serious challengers for the Republican nomination. At first, it looked like a rematch against President Joe Biden.
Every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
And Trump certainly nudged up in the polls when Biden botched the debate.
Take a look what happened.
Then a shock. July 13th in Pennsylvania, a gunman fired at Donald Trump, killing a rally attendee and wounding Trump's right ear. Trump was defiant. His immediate reaction resulted in a political image for the ages. Just over a week later, another surprise.
So now we have a new victim to defeat, Lion Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. What's up? Good debate.
See you. Have fun.
Kamala Harris raised the stakes.
You're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling.
Polls consistently said the race looked like a toss-up. Then on a golf course in Florida where the former president was playing, a man seemingly planning another assassination attempt was arrested with an assault rifle. Undeterred, Trump returned to the site of the first attempt on his life in Pennsylvania.
On this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me.
Donald Trump pushing the promise he is tougher on crime, on the border, better on the economy, and destined to be in the White House again.
I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
And that closing argument seemed to be the one that convinced voters, because the economy, we know from the exit polling so far, was really what drove voters out and why the majority voted for Donald Trump. He has won the popular vote as well as winning the Electoral College. He will be the President of the United States with Inauguration Day on January the 20th. Let's take you next to North Dakota. Now, that's a state that was never in doubt. It's deep red, and it's a border state. It overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. Ian Fraze has been there to cover the election for us. He's in Fargo, North Dakota. Ian, speaking to you yesterday on voting day, I'm really interested to know about the voters to whom you've been speaking this morning with Donald Trump victorious. What is their reaction? How did he connect with the voters there?
Good morning, Heather. People here are happy. This is North Dakota, a small Midwestern state with a population of around 780,000 people, around the size of Winnipeg, and they often feel forgotten about, like the rest of the United States doesn't care about them. And they don't feel that's right. They feel North Dakota has a lot going for it. Here in downtown Fargo, where I am, it's a beautiful place. The state itself is a major agricultural hub and a major energy producer. And they want to be respected as such. I spoke to a political scientist who says that, you know, people here feel the Republican Party, and now Donald Trump is their defender, someone who can protect their rural way of life. And that's why they keep voting for Republicans again and again. I was at an election party last night with Republicans where I spoke to a Trump supporter, Ken Tanner. He and others acknowledged that, hey, Trump's inflammatory rhetoric isn't for everyone, but they like his policies. And more people in North Dakota are willing to admit that, hey, they like the guy. Take a listen.
People are getting braver. Trump supporters are getting braver and braver and braver.
Used to be you had to kind of like hold your head down, afraid someone was going to hit you with something, but not so much anymore. Everybody's getting braver.
So overall, from him and others, it's more about the policies rather than the person. And if he can, protect North Dakotans' way of life, that will be go a long way for people here. Something else interesting, Heather, that was on the ballot, a question of legalizing recreational cannabis. That ballot measure, though, was narrowly defeated by 52% of voters. So recreational cannabis will not be an option, or will continue to not be an option here in North Dakota. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate the reporting these past couple of days. Ian Fraze is in North Dakota, a solid red state, and celebrating the re-election of Donald Trump, set to become the 47th president and making history in doing so. First time in 120, 130 years since Grover Cleveland that a president has been re-elected to office after losing the previous election. And let's look at the reaction to that fact from someone you met on our program just a few days ago. Jeff Charlotte is a professor of writing and the author of the influential book called The Undertow, Scenes from a Slow Civil War. He's in Hanover, New Hampshire. Professor Charlotte spent months in Trump rallies and talking to Trump supporters, trying to get a sense and conveying a sense to readers of what his support looks like and its makeup. And we've spoken to him about that. So the perfect person to whom I want to speak this morning. Professor, welcome back to our program.
Hi, good morning, Heather.
Listen, it's good of you to give us some time. I know you've been up most of the night watching the results. Let me get your overall reaction to what has happened.
I think this is obviously a decisive victory. I think a lot of non-Trump supporters in the United States now are struggling and looking, maybe it was rain in Wisconsin or maybe it was this or that. And I think we have to contend with the fact that we're not exactly a polarized nation now. We are a nation that is 8 years into what we might think of as the age of Trump, the Trumpocene, and we're now about to go a lot deeper. And I think we're all reckoning with that.
So I want to look to you with the future, and to the future, based on what you know and what you saw and what now may be ahead. He spoke in his victory speech, Professor, a lot about the movement that's led him to reclaim the presidency. The movement is not just submersive in the shadows now. He won the popular vote. What is the state of the movement now in 2024?
It is. I mean, this is sort of what I've been describing as the undertow. That the forces that bring us Trump had been with us for a while, building strength. Maybe some of us weren't paying attention to what begins as a dissatisfaction, a response to economic issues, maybe misogyny, curdles, and becomes what is a fascist movement. So if you just go on Twitter this morning and you're seeing big right-wing accounts very excited about the deportations. Let's get started. People saying, where do I sign up? I want to be part of the force. An enthusiasm for vigilantism, for violence. Trump didn't win by tacking to the center. He made it very, very clearer than it had ever been, who he was. And that's what a lot of people voted for.
So you just used the word fascist, as we did in our previous conversation. His own longest-serving chief of staff said, in his estimation, Donald Trump met his definition and the threshold to be called a fascist. And the United States people have just elected someone that many in the world think meets that definition to the White House. What does that say?
It says that I think it's worth recognizing that what's happening in the United States, and for Canadian viewers, this is a global fascist movement. We see this turn toward various forms of right-wing authoritarianism, not just in the United States, but in the various other countries. The Trump of Brazil, the Trump of these various countries, and you have your own right-wing movement. I think we have to understand the right word turn that Trump is a part of, the wave that he is riding, as a response to a lot of fear and a retreat into the strongman politics more familiar to us from the 20th century.
So at this point, once he's sworn in on January the 20th, what do you think his next administration will look like, and what concerns you most about it and the future direction?
I think we're in trouble. I think everybody's in trouble. I think I mean, there's just if you read the 900-page document, Project 2025, which he sort of used like a yo-yo. It's not mine, except all my people are from that. The other documents, if you look at the departure of folks like that Chief of Staff, General John Kelly, you called him fascist, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, who called him a fascist. These are his own people. These are military people who are giving the definition. They're not going to be there this time. Men like Stephen Miller, the architect of his deportation policy, who said that we're no longer doing American first, we're doing Americans only. Men like Steve Bannon, who have trafficked in open World War II revisionism, appeal to actual fascist ideals. That's who's setting policy. And I think especially we saw last night, Elon Musk. Poor J.D. Vance pushed to the side while Trump spoke for a long time about what he said, a star is born, Elon, and the crowd chanted for him, who I think we should now be looking as, in many ways, the second most powerful man in the world.
So as I listen to you, I'm just trying to sum up your tone. Sadness, shock, fear. What is it? You're an academic, but what's the emotion?
Sadness. I'm a parent. I'm a resident of Earth. We're going to see the climate change that he has promised, what he has promised with great specificity to roll back. Whatever window we had, that's gone. So now we're thinking about how do we live in a world of climate change. It's going to be much, much fiercer. I don't think shock. And I don't want to, I can't say I told you so because there was a whole lot of us who were speaking about this. There has been scholars and journalists and organizers and activists who have been saying, look, this is a fascist movement. It's not a fascist regime. It's not a fascist government. It's not Germany in 1936. It's the United States in 2024. Mm-hmm. But we need to contend with it as that. And vibes and calling him weird, that wasn't enough.
But even bringing that issue to the fore, the threat to democracy, that seemed to be totally, not nearly as important to the American voter as 401k, jobs, their own gas and groceries. What are they paying for that?
401k, jobs, the price of gas, that is democracy. That's where we need to speak and not just say democracy as an abstraction. What Trump did very effectively was give people metaphors to understand their lives. You're afraid that you can't find housing. Maybe you're afraid because of big storms, and you're afraid because there's flooding. So what does he say? He says it's immigrants. Immigrants are the reason you can't find housing. And you don't understand all these complex systems because you've got another job. You've got a regular job. You're not an economist. So that story makes sense. To his metaphors, we need to now respond with concrete, real ideas about jobs, about the price of gas, about how we address climate change. That is democracy. These are not alternatives. That's the work of democracy. What our second worst president in American history, James Buchanan, 1856 to 1860, the man who led into the Civil War. But he had one great line when listening to those who were saying he should quell the abolitionists. He should stop them from talking. He said, I like the noise of democracy. Democracy needs to be noisy. It needs to be filled with ideas. And I hope we will be noisy and loud now.
And I hope I can share your ideas with our viewers in future conversations. Professor, thank you very much. Such
thank you, Heather.
An important perspective to hear this morning. I appreciate it. Jeff Charlotte, the author of The Undertow, Scenes from a Slow Civil War on CBC Morning Live. The Trump agenda, of course, easier to pass as we look at Congress, the Senate, the House, because it looks like those are going to be Republican as well, giving you a sense of the mandate that he will take with him into the White House. He appears set to win the popular vote for the first time. Returns are pointing to him sweeping all 7 battleground states, and it looks like he'll come to control or have full control over the U.S. government, with Republicans in a very strong position to capture Congress. That's what I was referring to. Republicans have a definitive win in the Senate. They have flipped control from the Democrats Democrats, with wins in states like Montana and Ohio. And there you see the seat count right there, 52 for the Republicans at this point. It appears that he'll be short of claiming 60 seats, which is that supermajority threshold needed to make legislation filibuster-proof. So it doesn't look like that is the case, but still they've won and flipped back the Senate. As to the House of Representatives, right now it appears Republicans are on track to hold their bare majority in the House. So if he has both the House and the Senate, it will make it easier for a Trump administration to pass legislation. And let's bring in Karen Pauls from Washington with that part of the story. If both the House and the Senate are Republican, what does that mean, in effect, Karen, for Trump and his agenda?
You know, Heather, this is an enormous advantage to the president-elect. As you said, Congress is the main lawmaking body of the U.S. The House can initiate budget bills and proceedings to impeach a president. The Senate has the power to confirm presidential appointees, including Supreme Court justices. A complete united Republican government would give Donald Trump untethered power to pursue his priority policies, which is why he celebrated that in his speech a few hours ago.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow. The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. You have some great senators and some great new senators, and it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Now, if that happens, it's sweeping power and pretty much a blank check for things on Trump's to-do list, like overhauling the federal government. He's already said he wants to overhaul it. His supporters have vetted loyalists who are poised to take control. He's talked about extending the tax cuts, tariffs on foreign goods. The Republicans could also enact a nationwide ban on abortion and commit significant money to Trump's promise of deporting millions of undocumented migrants. And on the issue of the Supreme Court, Trump could have an opportunity to appoint 2 more justices, which would increase his influence over the courts and cement the conservative leaning of the court for decades. And he can also roll back many of the programs of the last 4 years under Democratic rule, turn his campaign promises into action, and leave a lasting mark on the country. Heather, control of the House of Representatives is still not a done deal, like you said, because there are still so many close races. It could take days or even a week to call it. But if the Democrats want to slow Trump's agenda, they'll likely have to persuade other Republicans to oppose him.
Karen, thank you very much. Karen Pauls from our bureau in Washington. As we look at the legislative branch as well, looks to be under total Republican control. We'll bring you the final numbers as the House of Representatives determines as the count continues. Pennsylvania is where we turn our focus next, the biggest of those 7 battleground states. 19 electoral college votes, and many expected the count would take some time. But the call, in fact, came early this morning. Pennsylvania had fallen for Donald Trump. Let's look at the current results. Nearly 97% of the ballots counted have come in now, and Donald Trump has won more than 3.4 million votes. So that translates into almost 51%. Kamala Harris is about 156,000 votes behind, 48%. So that means that the state of Pennsylvania went to Donald Trump, and with it, the 19 electoral college votes. Our next location, rather appropriate as we talk about the future of America and American democracy. Steve Futterman is right in front of Independence Hall, where it all began, where the founders gathered for the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution to debate and sign that. The city where Kamala Harris held her final rally of the campaign with the big motive, freedom. Steve, good morning. I'm glad to have you as part of our coverage today because Pennsylvania, would it be the tipping point? Ended up being Wisconsin, but what happened in Pennsylvania?
Well, in Pennsylvania, it was Donald Trump. You can't call it a landslide when you're winning by 150,000 votes. But in the landscape we have in 2024, that's a pretty significant margin. 8 years ago, Donald Trump barely won Pennsylvania, beating Hillary Clinton. That was a big win back then by around 40,000 votes. 4 years ago, Joe Biden beat Trump by less than 100,000 votes. You said we were expecting to wait for days. I certainly was expecting to be here in Philadelphia for possibly a number of days. By midnight last night, Heather, we pretty much knew that this state was going in the direction of Donald Trump. Now, the big question, why? We all thought it was going to be close. Now, there are some interesting things from the exit polls. The Harris people were saying in the last few days, voters are breaking our way. In other words, people who are making last-minute decisions are going more for Kamala Harris. And they were right. The problem was, as the exit polls showed, that very few, relatively few people, maybe 10%, had made their decisions in the final week. They had made their decisions long before. So things that Donald Trump talked about in the final week that the Democrats were hoping to use against him just didn't have any impact. And we also have to talk about, I think most importantly, the Latino vote. It's not just here in Pennsylvania, but let's talk about Pennsylvania. We know there's a large Latino population where I live in California, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, states like that. But there's a significant population of Latinos in this state as well. And they didn't go majority for Donald Trump, but they began going in his direction. It was the economy for them. They could buy more groceries and gas, they felt, under Donald Trump. And it's very important to realize around 40 years ago, the Latino vote was considered Republican to a large extent, then it has gone Democratic. Now, if this is a trend that we're seeing here in Pennsylvania, could it become a trend throughout the country? Could this be a landmark election as far as Latino votes and Latino supporting Republicans in the years ahead? I think that may be the biggest, one of the big things we learned from this election in the years ahead, Heather.
Steve, thank you very much. Really have appreciated your reporting through the campaign. Steve Futterman in Pennsylvania. Now let's stay in that state. Robert Nix is back with us this morning. We spoke at the very beginning of sort of the last whirlwind phase of the campaign. One of the leaders of the Republican Voters Against Trump campaign. He was a judge of election in Philadelphia, and he's with me this morning. I'm so glad to have you back, Robert. Thank you for coming back on our program today.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. It's a pleasure to be here.
So many areas of questioning for you, but let me ask you, I haven't talked to anybody who worked in a poll this morning. Everything go okay, smoothly? There were bomb threats in certain spots, but how did things go in your poll?
I saw that. I'm in Northeast Philadelphia, and we didn't have that kind of threat like they did in some of the center city minority areas, like in the Hispanic area and all. I didn't have that in the Northeast. I have a polling place that it ran smoothly. It went well. I mean, the turnout was great. I have about 600 registered voters in the division, and I live in the same division, and I run that polling place. And counting the mail-in ballots, probably about 500 of the 600 showed up, either by mail or in person.
Okay, so that outcome went smoothly, and the outcome was what you'd hoped. Not so in the actual election. Let's swing to that. Take me through last night as you watched what was happening, and what were you experiencing as you watched the numbers come in and then watched Donald Trump declare victory?
Oh gosh, I was experiencing a lot of emotions going. I mean, I'd worked really hard, and I thought that the country would be a little bit more reticent about putting this man back anywhere near into the White House, and so it's more of a profound disappointment in my fellow countrymen. I can't believe where we are today. I think for them it wasn't so much existential about our government, our democracy. It was more about inflation and immigration. The things that he hammered over and over again seemed to resonate with a lot of people. It's almost like he says exactly what these disaffected and alienated and people who are tired of both parties want to hear, whether it's true or not. And in my view, everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. So people are but it's exactly what people want to hear.
But it's interesting, you know, from the Democratic side of things, often you heard from Kamala Harris, this is not who we are. But he won the popular vote. So it is who the majority of Americans are.
Yeah. I mean, I could see if it had been the reverse, there would be all kinds of challenges. I don't expect to see that. If he won the popular vote, it's more reflection on where we are as Americans, and a lot of self-reflection is necessary. If this is because, in my view, as we probably spoke before, I don't even see it as a two-party system. I didn't see the Republican Party under Trump anymore as Republican, as more of a movement, a far-right, ultra-nationalist movement, and now it's creeping into power. I mean, the Supreme Court majority that it has now has taken over the Senate. I don't call it the Republican Party anymore. I call it this ultra-nationalist right-wing movement, and it is taking over. I mean, this is the way it's happened 100 years ago in Europe, and unfortunately, we just don't know our history well enough to recognize it when it's happening right in front of us, and that's a major disappointment to me. I've been a political scientist. I've taught political science, and I've been involved in politics, and it's so disheartening. Especially, number one, I've been involved with Latino outreach for a long time, and now I went from 20 years ago being like the face of Hispanic Republican outreach in Pennsylvania, and now I was the face of Republican voters against Trump, and it wasn't me that changed. And so the party's changed dramatically. That, like I said, I don't even call it a party anymore. I call it a movement, a far-right, ultra-nationalist movement, and it's taking over. With the Supreme Court, the U.S. Senate, and if I haven't seen the latest numbers on control of the House yet this morning, but if they control the House,
the Republicans are leading there as well. They'll have control, it looks like, of both sides of both houses of Congress. So I'm curious. I have a couple of things. Number one, where then is your political home now?
Well, it's like leftover. I would say I'm still a Liz Cheney Republican, so I'm going to be left over here and sort of ushered out of the side. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm still Republican, and I would call myself a Liz Cheney Republican.
Okay.
And I don't have so in other words, I don't really have a political home. Adam Kinzinger, these people were all and Liz Cheney were all removed from office systematically. Any opposition within the Republican Party seemed to be systematically removed, and that's what I'm seeing now.
Let me ask you finally, I'd love to continue this on, but we're just about to the end of our hour. So I want to ask about you personally, because one of the things so striking in your story, you said your partner, your spouse, different political viewpoint.
Yes.
And with even your own family, you weren't speaking to key members of your family, loved ones, a lot of tension, a big split in the Nix family. Where are you as a family today?
Well, we haven't talked about it yet, but I know that I mean, we'll be surviving as a family and all, but I haven't spoken to my parents. I mean, my wife and I haven't spoken about it, but we'll move on. And yesterday she came to vote at the place where I vote as well, and where I was in charge of the polls, and we just canceled each other's vote out, and we laughed about it. So we should be fine. I don't know about how my parents are, but I guess they'll be fine too, because they got the result that they wanted, So,
they're Trump supporters, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fox News, addicted to Fox News. Mine is like my parents are in a cult addicted to Fox News. My wife's a little more open-minded, so she at least isn't in that cult that my parents are.
Okay.
I mean, my parents.
Robert, again, thank you for coming back on our program. I really have appreciated reconnecting with you. Wish you the best for your family as you navigate that, and as you navigate this uncertain future as you see it. I thank you for bringing your perspective to us.
Thank you for those wishes, and wish not just for me but for our country. Wish the best. I'll pray and hope up there in Canada.
Robert Nix in Pennsylvania. Thanks again. From Pennsylvania to North Carolina, that was the first. That's where it all began. The first of the battleground states. Trump picked it up, and that was a real momentum-building moment for his campaign as the results started to come in. 16 electoral college votes from North Carolina. Trump won them handily with 51% of the vote, and that's nearly 2 points higher than when he won the state back in 2020. More than 190,000 votes more than Kamala Harris had on the day. And Katie Nicholson was covering the North Carolina story. She's live with me in Charlotte. Tell us what happened in North Carolina and how that really tells the story of how the vote went right across the country.
Well, Heather, North Carolina is really the American story in a nutshell. We saw that hardening division between urban and rural areas. In the numbers last night, there were rural counties where Biden had made inroads in 2020 that flipped back to Trump. I'm thinking of Nash County, which Biden took by a very tiny margin, 50 to about 100 votes back in 2020. That is squarely a Trump by a double margin there. It is now a Republican county. And I think this really speaks as well to the failure of the Democrat messaging in and around the rural counties on things like the economy, things that we kept hearing that the Democrats insisting this is, America does have a very strong economy, but that's not what people were feeling at home, buying groceries, with inflation, that sort of thing. So there's that. There's also immigration. We heard a lot of fears around immigration, particularly fears that were stoked around this election that undocumented individuals, undocumented citizens, or undocumented immigrants might be voting, which of course is illegal. They even had a special measure that was voted on as a part of this election, which some saw as a bit of a dog whistle that wasn't necessary because it's already illegal. But that also sort of increased that hardening line. We saw the Democrats fail to get out and reach out to black male voters, and also they didn't, that Latino vote that they were hoping to really swing in also didn't quite materialize, even in the urban areas like Mecklenburg County where we are. There are a couple of other things at play here as well. One thing I noticed, particularly when we were in the western part, the Helene hit areas, those were already robustly Trump areas. But some of the things that Trump voters were telling us were interesting. So, Donald Trump had suggested that FEMA, the federal response, was not robust enough. Now, that's despite the Democrat governor here saying absolutely it was. And we heard from people that how thankful they were. But there was this misinformation around that FEMA had failed a lot of people, and a lot of people believe that, and that sort of galvanized them to vote. Just as many people who felt that FEMA helped them were also incentivized to vote. We also heard things about this idea that there might be conscription introduced because if there's a Democrat in the White House, that means that America is going to go to war. These are all these types of threads that we were hearing from mostly rural voters. So that it also speaks again to a failure in Democrat messaging, but also just how entrenched a lot of the GOP counties are. I will say, though, this is still a purple state because there is, by double digits, a new Democratic governor who has been elected. That's Josh Stein. So, it again, a very strange mix here, but one that the Democrats failed to seize on any kind of momentum this time around and really failed a lot in their messaging to break through to those rural areas.
Katie, I appreciate your reporting as well these days of the campaign. Thank you. Katie Nicholson with the story from North Carolina and what it portended for the rest of the country. So we've talked about the executive branch with Donald Trump and the legislative branch with Congress, the House and the Senate, looking both to return to Republican control. Let's talk about the judicial branch. The Supreme Court is already under transformation. In Trump's first administration, he appointed 3 justices, establishing the conservative majority that ruled presidents have extraordinary immunity from federal law and overturned a women's constitutional right to abortion. I was speaking earlier this morning with law professor Lawrence Douglas. We often speak to him when we talk about the High Court, and particularly as it intersects with Donald Trump. And we looked at what a second Trump administration will mean to the highest court in the land.
Remember, so he would nominate justices to the Supreme Court. They have to be confirmed by the Senate. And one of the things that we also saw last night is that the Republicans did recapture the Senate. So he could certainly use his nominating power to reshape the Supreme Court basically in a generational affecting way. And the other thing we should bear in mind is it's not simply the power to appoint members or to nominate members of the Supreme Court. He can nominate judges to the entire federal judiciary. And so that includes district court justice, appellate court circuit court, appellate court justices. And he could really reshape the federal judiciary and stock it with loyalists. If we look to his first term in president and to his first presidency, some of his federal judicial appointments were basically, perfectly responsible jurists. Other of them, however, were really kind of out-of-line loyalists, and that is something we should all really be concerned about, the way he could completely reshape the federal judiciary from the bottom to the top.
That is Professor Lawrence Douglas. As we spoke earlier, he's in Massachusetts looking to the future of the Supreme Court. Now, as for the convicted January 6th insurrectionists, Trump has described them as political prisoners and says he will pardon them on his first day in office. So let us look, first of all, at the White House. If you're joining us, again, the big headline is Donald Trump is returning to the White House. He has defeated Kamala Harris, and you can see 276 Electoral College votes, with still many more states to finalize their count. 3 battleground states. It looks like he will sweep all of them. And Republicans in control of the Senate and look to be holding on to their slim majority in the House. Want to bring you the view as well. We'll continue to bring you ongoing reaction. We'll listen in to see if President-elect Trump has anything to say as you look live at Florida on CBC Morning Live. Good morning. It's Wednesday, November 6th. I'm Heather Hiscox. If you're just joining us, we are seeing history today. Donald Trump will be the next U.S. president. He has secured enough votes to win the White House this morning. Americans, Canadians, people all around the world are waking up to that breaking news and to Donald Trump's promise of profound change. Let us look at the numbers. Donald Trump with right now 276 Electoral College votes. That's 6 more than the threshold necessary, the 270 he needs. But it does appear he's on path for a bigger victory. He himself has said he expects around 315. Now, it turns out Wisconsin is the tipping point state, making Trump the winner so far of 4 of the 7 battlegrounds. He also has North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. We are awaiting returns from Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, but he's poised to sweep them all, something he wasn't able to do in 2016. And he's winning the popular vote as well, which he also didn't do. The call from CBC News and from major U.S. media outlets came this morning at 5:34 a.m. Eastern. By that time, Donald Trump had already declared himself the winner. Trump appearing triumphant as he walked out to his election night party. He will become the leader of the world's most powerful nation for a second time. He's the first former president in the modern era to be elected again after losing an election. Trump's history-making political comeback is marked by a breakthrough in voter support. He appears to have won the popular vote for the very first time. There are other firsts as well. He will be the first twice impeached president to be reelected. He will be the first person convicted in a criminal court and found liable in civil court to be elected. And he is still facing federal charges in the attempt to overturn the 2020 election and the January 6th attack on Congress, the very seat of American democracy. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. His mandate appears stronger than his first one from 2016. He'll be governing with a wider coalition of Americans who voted for his pledge of prosperity and deep tax cuts.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense.
That is part of Donald Trump's victory speech early in the morning. That was before it was official. Now it is. 276 Electoral College votes. There are darker clouds to Donald Trump's return to the White House. He's promising a crackdown on illegal migrants, saying he'll launch a roundup of millions of people beginning on his first day in power. He also promises to use his presidential powers to the fullest, potentially in precedent-setting ways. He's likely returning to Washington with full control over the U.S. government. Republicans right now appear in a very strong position to capture Congress, too. Let's look at those numbers and the makeup of, first of all, the Senate. Republicans have a definitive win in the Senate. They flipped control from the Democrats with wins in states like Montana and Ohio. So far, 52. That is short of the 60-seat threshold that would have been enough for a filibuster-proof supermajority. Control over the Senate smooths the path for his cabinet appointments, his picks for federal courts, and, crucially, any appointments to the Supreme Court. And we know that there are two positions there, Clarence Thomas and Justice Sotomayor, who are likely to become vacant in his term. Here's a look at where things stand in the House of Representatives. It appears Republicans are on track there to hold on to their bare majority. Having both the House and the Senate will make it much easier for a Trump administration to pass legislation and to make any deep cuts to federal spending in a budget. Donald Trump has been spending the morning at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach, and you're looking here at the pictures we've been watching live all morning. Security in the area has been stepped up in the heels of his election. Police cruisers are positioned nearby. An armed Marine unit has also been patrolling the waters off the resort. We've seen that all morning. So security detail is always tight around a U.S. president, but it should be noted Trump was the target of at least 2 assassination attempts during the campaign. Tom Perry has been covering the Trump campaign. He is live with us once again from West Palm Beach. Tom, we'll just go back to some of that victory speech, which came even before the official word, but we know Donald Trump is returning to the White House. As you were there in that convention center, watching his supporters on stage, listening to his speech and others, anything stand out for you?
Well, first of all, just the mood in the room. You know, I was at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters in New York City in 2016, the first time he won the White House. And in that case, that election, there was almost a sense of surprise in the room that, you know, Donald Trump had pulled this off. Last night, amongst his supporters here in West Palm Beach, I think there really was an expectation that this was going to happen. That's something you really heard from Trump supporters when we went out to polling stations, them having this belief in their candidate, in Donald Trump, that this was going to be a win, that their party had this in the bag. So we heard that from supporters last night. And, you know, you talked about some of the, I guess, the downside, or I guess the firsts for Donald Trump, the first president who's going to be reelected after being impeached, after being convicted. When you talk to his supporters about that, they really dismiss it. They say that this is just all the works of the deep state. It's lawfare. It's Donald Trump's opponents going after him, trying to just, you know, ruin him and trying to, you know, crush his chances of re-election. And they say, if anything, that just makes him stronger. That just makes their support for him even deeper. Now, of course, not everyone feels that way. This has been a very, very divisive election. Donald Trump did, it appears, win the majority of the popular vote, but you know this is still, by the very nature, this is still a very divisive campaign. You had Kamala Harris calling Donald Trump a fascist. You had Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris a Marxist. So this was a really deep divide this brought up in American society. Donald Trump talked a little bit about that last night, offering a bit of an olive branch to try to bring the country together. Here's some of what the president-elect had to say last night.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
So that was Donald Trump talking about it's time to unite. We'll see if those words get turned into action. Right now, as I say, this is a deeply divided country. You know, after this election, it is going to be a challenge for either side to maybe see the other side's point of view. In talking to Donald Trump supporters, they say that's really the goal. That's what they want to see happen. But as I keep saying, it's not going to be easy.
Tom, thank you. And again, thank you for all the reporting in the lead up to the voting day and this morning. Really appreciate all of that. From West Palm Beach, Tom Perry, who is normally in Ottawa, but covering the Trump campaign. So we've heard Donald Trump already. We continue to await Kamala Harris and her concession speech. Nothing from her to that effect yet, and no official statement from her campaign. But these are the images that really capture the disappointment of her supporters. The crowd at Howard University in Washington last night. HU, or Howard, is the historic black school where she attended college, and her supporters there last night were obviously disappointed as they walked away.
The consequences of a second Trump presidency are unfathomable and terrifying, and I think will be horrible for us as a country and for our planet and for the world.
I mean, she had a very short amount of time, you know, to run this campaign. 90 days. And to raise over $1 billion in 90 days is amazing. And I think that I can't even fathom anything except a win from her, because I can't believe that women would vote against ourselves. Just the ability to, you know, control our bodies and our health.
Thousands of people who had been there for hours watched the results come in and then cleared out in a matter of minutes. Our Ashley Burke was there to tell us how the night unfolded.
When some of those results came in and Trump was in the lead, we heard booing in the crowd. People still said they were staying optimistic and hopeful, but as the hours went on, faces turned more anxious, and really the looks were much more somber in that very busy crowd, and the crowd started thinning out. But then at 1 o'clock, when that announcement happened that you just heard there, virtually everyone, all of the crowd, all the students that were left had just left at that point, and people were feeling really disappointed. They had so much hope and pride in Vice President Kamala Harris. They were hoping that she would become the first graduate of their school, which was a historically Black college and university, to become president, and they really shown up there in support, hoping this was going to be a big celebration, and indeed in the end it was not. Take a listen to what some of them had to say.
We're America first, America only, forget the rest of the world. That kind of stuff is outdated, but yet it has found its, if you will, legs again in Donald Trump, and that's very disturbing.
Did he make inroads with low propensity voters? Did he make inroads with key demographics that were essential to his victory? I don't know. I think they'll just have to kind of go back to the drawing board about what kind of candidates they try to run in the future.
I feel like she did great. I'm so thankful she came home to Howard University. That just shows her humility, and I think it's great that she did not concede to Donald Trump right away.
So she hasn't come back yet to Howard University on campus. We are waiting for that to happen and to find out when it would happen. It was suggested last night it would be sometime in the morning, so we're waiting for some sort of notification about that. Harris last night was watching the results come in from her home, and again, we were expecting her to show up here, and that did not happen. And I can tell you that the students we spoke to were really disappointed. They were hoping that she would at least come out and thank them for their time, for the pride they've showed her and the support. So a lot of disappointed faces when they got that news. We're hoping now to find out and watch closely to see if Harris has talked to Donald Trump, if she's called him, wished him congratulations, and what her message and her tone is going to be. What is she going to say after she had laid out and campaigned, spent so much money on advertising dollars, gone to so many battle states over the past 100 days, and really brought in so much star power from Lady Gaga and Oprah just the other day in Philadelphia to try and help her, that it didn't work, and what she's going to tell people about the fact that she wasn't able to make history last night.
Ashley, thank you very much. Yes, awaiting word on when Kamala Harris will speak, and we're also waiting to hear from U.S. President Joe Biden. He did not have any public events yesterday. We do know he spent election night watching the results at the White House. We'll certainly see what he has to say about it. And, of course, former President Barack Obama as well, one of the key surrogates for Kamala Harris. We haven't heard from him yet either. Let's look to one of the battleground states that is still undecided. That is Michigan. At this hour, it appears to be leaning for Donald Trump. He has, at this point, just about 50% of the vote, and he's leading by about 92,000 votes, but still not definitive enough to declare for Michigan. The Democrats had a good showing in the urban areas, but couldn't find the traction they needed outside the major centers. What was the role of the large Arab American population in Michigan, notably in Dearborn? Was that a role in the result? Did they play a role in the result? Many were angered over the Biden administration's handling of the wars in the Middle East. Let's bring in our senior correspondent, Susan Ormiston, who has maybe some of the answers to those questions. She's in downtown Detroit for us with more on how things are still actually playing out in Michigan. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning, Heather. Yes, Michigan is still waiting to hear officially if this is red or blue. Trump is in the lead at the moment, but there are enough votes in areas which are traditionally Democrat areas to avoid that official call for now. So we're still waiting to hear. Essentially, the mechanics of Michigan is that Harris had to build up a strength of support enough in the urban centers like Detroit and Lansing in order to balance out or cancel out the Trump votes in the rural parts of this state. So it appears that maybe she has fallen short at the moment anyway of having enough strength in those urban areas. Also, a Senate race here is hanging in the balance. The Democrats are trying to hang on to their seat here, but that's too close to call within a 0.01 percentage point, the two candidates, Republican and Democrat, in that race. We were at a Republican watch party late into the night, well, really early into the morning, and we spoke to a lot of very excited Republicans, Michiganders, who've been waiting for this a long time, including a man called Jason Bright, who'd been traveling all through the states trying to campaign for Trump, and he was quite overwhelmed. Have a listen.
He's the only one. He did it once, and he'll do it again. And we have that faith, you know. And that's what we've been keeping the faith, you know, and it's just nice to see this right now.
There was a lot of emotion in that room early in the morning. We also spoke to people who tried to decipher, decode what happened in this election. One man told me that the Democrats were coastal elites and that they didn't care about middle America, and that's where Trump found his support. And I spoke to another woman in the crowd.
I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling relieved because we're about to fire Kamala Harris and return our rightful president.
Democrats don't care about middle America. They are the party of the coast, and this Republican Party is painting Michigan red tonight because they actually care about people in the middle part of the country.
So we will hear, we hope this within the next few hours, which way officially Michigan has gone. It's part of the formerly blue wall states that Donald Trump shattered last night.
Susan, in terms of reaction to Donald Trump's victory, we've had a statement from the Prime Minister, which I'll get to, but we also had a statement from Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta. And one of the things that she highlights is this. She writes, in congratulating Donald Trump, Alberta is a, Alberta is a critical part of North American energy security as the single largest supplier of crude oil and natural gas to the United States, providing twice as much as Mexico, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq combined. We look forward to reinforcing Alberta's ties to the United States. That's part of her statement, but of course important to highlight that aspect. Can I turn to your capacity as our senior climate correspondent? Energy concerns, climate, dovetailing with Canada and the provincial and federal strategy. How will that work under this new administration?
Well, this result really has the capacity for sweeping changes here in the United States and really worldwide. We heard Donald Trump talking about drill, baby, drill, and J.D. Vance saying that this was a green new scam, a suite of policies that Biden-Harris put in to do things like encourage EV sales, to encourage investment into clean energy. All these things are really hanging in the balance now. Clearly, Donald Trump will be opening up, cutting down barriers to more drilling for oil and gas, fossil fuels, which are the main contributor, the emissions from those, the main contributor of climate change. I can tell you that the annual climate conference starts next week with all the world's leaders in climate and energy, and they will be talking a lot about what this means for a reconfiguration of climate policy and green energy across the world, not only in the United States, but other places as well. But we will see very shortly after he takes office some big changes in those areas.
Susan, thank you for today and for all of the coverage leading up to voting day and the aftermath this morning. Susan Ormiston from Michigan, from Detroit for us live. I want to take you next to Ottawa. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau arriving on the Hill just moments ago. Just bear with me. Here we go. The Prime Minister's motorcade pulling up at Parliament Hill. And you'll see him in just a moment as he has arrived. And as we take a look at this, I'm just going to remind you, it is caucus day on Parliament Hill. So we'll see not just Liberals, cabinet ministers, MPs, and the Prime Minister. There he is as he emerges from the vehicle. And then we have cameras on the inside. You'll pick him up on the inside. If you were waiting for a comment on this first pass, it's not going to happen. He did not stop and speak to reporters as he arrived, went straight upstairs to his office. But we will see if upon return he does stop and give a statement. What we've heard from him so far is congratulations. Of course, he's highlighted the common values and ties, the shared history, but also the shared economic successes and agreements. He's talked about the new free trade agreement that Trump and he negotiated when the first administration of Donald Trump. And a second trade agreement, or a review of this one, is also what we know is in the very near term for the Trump administration, 2026. U.S., well, it depends what country you're in. It's the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement here. It's the USMCA if you're in the United States. That new NAFTA, Anis Haidari, is up for for review in 2026. So it gets to the issue of trade between the two countries, tariffs, and that promise of Donald Trump called tariffs a beautiful word. How could it apply to us?
So it might be a beautiful word for Donald Trump, but it certainly strikes a little bit of fear in the heart of many economic players, not just in Canada, but around the world. When Donald Trump is promising all of these tariffs, what he's doing is saying anything that comes into the country is going to have 10% in this case added to it. And it's not the companies that are exporting. It's not Canadian companies that pay that. It's Americans and American companies that pay that. But ostensibly, they're not going to want to. So they will stop buying from Canadians, Chinese providers, whomever, that these tariffs apply to whenever they come into play, if they come into play. Donald Trump has promised a lot of tariffs. As you mentioned, you know, he calls it a beautiful word. But we don't actually have a lot of details around when he would do them, whether they would be actually blanket. You know, he said that it would apply to everything, but is it going to apply to, let's say, the oil and gas industry? You know, we just
Danielle Smith referring to that directly.
Yeah, Danielle Smith, you know, congratulating Donald Trump in her statement there. We heard from Susan Ormiston that, you know, there's a belief that Donald Trump will increase oil and gas production. That doesn't dovetail with tariffs on that particular sector. But the auto industry is probably looking at this in Canada and having some concern because goods and services, or goods, I should say, cross the border very, very regularly for the auto industry in Canada. We send stuff there, they send stuff back. If all of a sudden everything we send there costs 10% more, well, businesses here might need to relocate to the States to avoid that. Production may change, and we just don't know. And uncertainty, that costs money, and the markets will react to uncertainty as well, which is some of what we're seeing people talk about as Donald Trump looks to take the presidency again.
So basically, it's uncertain. We know that Canada's had a Team Canada working in the eventuality of a Trump administration, so they're obviously anticipating these things, and we'll see that. I'm going to talk about some of that with Chris Hall in just a couple of minutes. I do want to ask, we checked last hour about markets and futures and how the European and foreign markets are reacting to a Donald Trump presidency, and what's the latest?
So we don't have the markets are just a few minutes away from opening in North America here, but futures are showing that everything is going up. Basically, it's almost like a boost from Donald Trump getting elected, and there's speculation that could be because...
Just pause on this, Denise. The Dow is up 1,200 points in the futures.
1,200 points in the futures.
I've never seen that.
It's
ever.
A lot. The Dow Jones...
In terms of futures?
In terms of futures, the Dow Jones is going up, the NASDAQ is going up, and that's very tech-focused. The tech industry is clearly responding.
Elon Musk in all of this, the future, it's a big question.
Elon Musk's and the businesses that he sort of moves in and moves with, they're responding positively. We've seen the S&P 500, that's also gone up. So really, there's a little bit of red on the chart that our audience is seeing, but a lot of green. Markets are saying, hey, there's more money to come, maybe. You know, the markets, especially the futures, tend to be a prediction of what investors think is going to come. And so they may be thinking that there's opportunities for them to make more money here. We have seen the TSX futures are also up in Canada, but Canadians may be noticing that the Canadian dollar has gone down. Right as Donald Trump was sort of first being projected as a likely winner last night, the dollar started to go down. The peso went down in Mexico as well. The US dollar went up. So
what about the crypto markets?
The crypto markets, record high for Bitcoin, a record high for Bitcoin. So the things that Donald Trump has talked about, protecting the U.S. economy and wanting the United States of America to be the crypto capital of the world, markets are clearly responding. I mean, we'll know a little bit more in a few minutes when people actually start trading and exchanging some cash. But for now, markets seem to be happy.
Unbelievable. Now it's just under 1,200 to the positive. We'll see when they open. Thank you so much, Denise, for all of that. Good to see you this hour. You'll continue on CBC News Network. So more to come. Now, let me bring you, I think I'm over here, pardon me. The votes are still coming in, and they are still being counted in Arizona, one of the 7 battleground states. It, too, looks like it's going to swing Republican. 60% of the vote in Arizona has been counted so far. Trump has about 52% of that vote to Kamala Harris with 47. Donald Trump won Arizona in 26, but then he narrowly lost it to Joe Biden in 2020. And we talk about Maricopa County. It really became the center of concern about electoral fraud because he said it was stolen. It was just by a couple, 10 or 20,000 votes in Arizona, a very narrow margin of victory. But he looks to be winning it back. In Phoenix this morning is Caroline Bargut, who has more on the counting, which continues in Arizona. Anything that you're hearing so far about when we'll get the final numbers, Caroline?
Yeah, Heather, it's actually going to be a long time before we get the final numbers here in Maricopa County. Officials told us, and they've been telling us for the past several days, it's going to be between 10 and 13 days. Now, that is normal for this state. The longest it's taken in the past, I think, was in 2008, and it was 17 days. And then the shortest was, I think, 8 days, and I believe that was in 2008. But we're hearing now it's going to take between 10 and 13 days. And they're telling us why that is. There's actually a number of reasons why that is, but it really comes down to voter verification. In this state, there are 3 ways people can vote. You could mail in your ballots, and the numbers that we're seeing today are predominantly the mail-in ballots that were received in Arizona by October 29th, as well as some of the ballots of last night's voting, because people obviously were able to go to polling stations yesterday and vote and put their ballots into a tabulator. And the votes that we will be waiting for are the ones that people dropped off at polling stations yesterday. So they get a mail-in ballot, they fill it out, they put it in a green envelope, they go to the polling station, they drop it in a box. Now, those boxes then go to the Maricopa County Recorder, where they then have to get processed. And the first step of that is they scan a barcode, then they have to do voter verification. And the people who are doing voter verification are actually trained by the FBI. So they have to figure out exactly if the signature on the ballot matches previous signatures. And if it doesn't, they contact the voter, and then the voter has 5 days to prove that they are who they say they are. So obviously that's going to delay the process. There's also a new law in Arizona in which those green envelopes that we're talking about, before they can go to the county recorder, they have to be counted. The actual ballot envelopes have to be counted before they can be shipped off, so that delays the process. So we're finding that it's going to be quite some time. There is a sliver of good news, though, for Arizona, for the Democrats. We know that the second most populous county, Pima County, is still trending towards the Democrats, and it looks like they might get a Senate seat here. But it's going to be a while before we know all those numbers for sure.
Well, settle in then, Caroline. We will be back to you as the count continues. And for that final word, thank you so much, Caroline from Phoenix, for
Thanks,
us as
Heather.
we look at the Arizona battleground. We know that there were millions of American voters who were deciding yesterday on the fate of reproductive rights in their state. 10 states had abortion measures on the ballot. Voters in at least 7 of those states voted to expand or protect abortion rights, and Arizona is one of them, as is Missouri, where voters approved a measure to overturn the state's near-total abortion ban. The one concern was Florida, for those who've been really advocating for change and enshrine rights. That will Florida, the ban on abortions after the 6th week of pregnancy will stay in place in Florida. There was an attempt to overturn it, but that was voted down. But we're going to stay in Arizona for our next guest, someone whom you met earlier in our campaign conversations. Dr. Deshaun Taylor is the founder and CEO of the Desert Star Institute for Family Planning. That is also a center, a clinic, which provides abortion services in Phoenix. And she's in Phoenix this morning. Dr. Taylor, welcome back. I'm glad to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
There's success and one loss to talk about, but I'd like to get your reaction to a number of things from yesterday. We thought abortion and reproductive freedom might be the ballot box question yesterday, the question, and it might draw women to the polls, men voting on behalf of women in their lives, but abortion and reproductive did not carry the day. What is your reaction to that overall?
I'm disappointed, but not surprised. Arizonans are notorious for splitting ballots. And I had no question that the Proposition 139 would pass. But I was concerned that we would not see what we needed to see in terms of some of the other things on the ballot that we needed people to vote for. And we're seeing that playing out.
Kamala Harris
this
going
morning.
into office. Kamala Harris going in as president. Correct. To, again, overturn, to restore Roe v. Wade. So a mixed reaction given what happened. I'll talk about specifically Arizona in a moment, but now that Donald Trump is president-elect and will be president come January, what do you think will happen federally? Do you think further restrictions will be next? He hasn't entirely been clear in his position on a national ban. What do you think might happen?
What we know is Donald Trump says what's politically expedient for him to say at any moment in time. And what we also know is that Project 2025 exists. And it is a blueprint, a playbook for any Republican president who would take office. And in this case, it happens to be Donald Trump. So I have no question that there will be attempts to move forward with the blueprint that was provided for this upcoming administration, which is written out in Project 2025.
So I've been looking at some of that. In Canada, we might not be as familiar with that, but part of Project 2025, this playbook, is looking at an antiquated law. Actually goes back to the end of 1800s, 1873. It's something called the Comstock Act. It outlaws the mailing of abortion-related materials. And so this would allow, according to those who are concerned about this, shipping abortion pills, which account for so many of the abortions in the United States, shipping equipment to clinics like yours, that would all be banned. Is this an area of concern specifically for you?
This has been something that many of us who operate abortion clinics across the country have been considering. And so definitely not being able to order and receive materials that we need to provide care would significantly impact our ability to do so. There are multiple different layers to consider related to this. And so definitely it would hamstring our ability to provide abortion care should some form of that be enacted federally.
So a de facto ban, and I know that's what many are concerned about and why in some states they've looked at enshrining abortion rights at a state level. Arizona, let's come to the Arizona story particularly now, because Arizona was one of the states that did so yesterday. What it has done is enshrined the right to an abortion in the state constitution up to fetal viability. That's 22 to 24 weeks, not the 15 weeks that did exist. So up to 22 to 24 weeks. What is your reaction to that support of that vote yesterday? And what will it mean, do you think, substantively in your practice?
Well, I am glad that Arizonans overwhelmingly chose to enshrine the right to abortion in our Constitution. This provides us, honestly, a floor from which we can continue to work to regain access and expand access to abortions for Arizonans. The passage of this proposition does not de facto change the law. We currently will continue to have a 15-week ban until some other things happen. For example, having the right to abortion in the Constitution then makes some of the laws currently on the books and being enforced unconstitutional. And so we have a pathway forward to restore access based on that premise. Ultimately, I want to remind people that restrictions on abortions passed even when Roe v. Wade was the law of the land. So not necessarily that we would automatically have hit a home run on this issue, but definitely having the right to abortion strengthens our position as we move forward in the work ahead to make sure Arizonans have the right to abortion.
So what do you think now will be the work, again, with Donald Trump back in the White House? What do you think will be the next steps in making sure these rights are protected or trying to have it extended in terms of the protections for women?
So here in my state, I'm looking at the elections in our U.S. House and our Arizona House and Senate, where the GOP has had a very slim margin for several elections in a row in the House and Senate. And so we're watching those races to see if we can gain some seats to be able to move legislation forward that would improve the lives of Arizonans, not only for their reproductive health, but in multiple areas. And so that is where our attention is very important. Of course, federal protection is going to be necessary for the entire country, because each state doesn't have a path to enshrining abortion rights for their state. So we definitely need to have our eyes on both of these situations moving forward, but building up to be able to provide protection nationally.
So still work to do, and the work will continue. Can I just ask you one time to come back to where we began our conversation, Dr. Taylor, and I've appreciated it so much. One of the things that I was struck by was a comment from a voter in at Howard University in Washington, where Kamala Harris was going to give, they hoped, a victory speech. And she told our reporter how disappointed she was that women didn't turn out, that women didn't turn out for women, but also to protect women and their autonomy and their bodies. Do you share any of that emotion on the personal level this morning?
It's really a sad time. But I think that many of us have been preparing ourselves for this outcome because we continue to see this outcome over and over again, where women vote for candidates where many of us believe that they are voting against their own interests. Ultimately, I don't want to get into playing the blame game and pointing fingers, but I will say this, that the fact that women did not overwhelmingly vote to protect our bodily autonomy says that there are some other things that many women care more about. And in those things, Trump our right to control what happens to our bodies. And many women are going to, and people who can become pregnant will continue to suffer. Our situation will become much worse. And I suspect that people will have buyer's remorse as we start to see more and more of what we're already seeing with people dying, preventable deaths.
We will watch that as the story. We'll see how it has an effect in Canada. We often have, of course, American women coming to Canada looking for health services they're no longer able to access in the States. So it's a big part of the story for us, too. And I thank you very much, Dr. Taylor, for your time and your perspective this morning. It's good to have you back on our program.
Thank you.
As we look at Washington, and there's the Capitol building, we're going to look at the power Donald Trump will have to change laws when he returns to the White House. It looks like Trump will have his Republican Party in full control of Congress. Here are the numbers. Republicans, we know already this morning, have a majority in the Senate. It's unclear just how large it will be, 52 at the present moment, but it will be large enough to smooth the path for any Trump appointments. And as we look to the House of Representatives and the seat count, right now it appears Republicans are on track to hold their bare majority there. So majorities in both the House and the Senate will make it easier for a Trump administration to pass laws, to bring in deep cuts to taxes, or to slash federal spending. And there are other implications as well. And let's go to Karen Pauls in our Washington bureau for more on that part of the story. Karen.
You know, this is an enormous advantage to the president-elect. It would give him sweeping power because the House can initiate budget bills and it can initiate proceedings to impeach a president. The Senate has the power to confirm presidential appointees, including Supreme Court justices. So a complete unified Republican government would give Trump untethered power to pursue his priority policies and confirm any of those political appointments that he wants to make, which is why he celebrated this in his speech a few hours ago. Take a listen.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow. The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. You have some great senators and some great new senators, and it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Now, that's not a done deal yet. It still could be days or even weeks until that is confirmed. But if it happens, it would be pretty much a blank check for things on Trump's to-do list, like overhauling the federal government. His supporters have already started vetting loyalists to take control, extending tax cuts, tariffs on foreign goods. The Republicans you heard in that interview a minute ago, they could enact a nationwide abortion ban. They could commit significant money to Trump's promise of deporting millions of undocumented migrants. Trump may also have an opportunity to appoint 2 more justices to the Supreme Court, which could increase his influence and cement the conservative leaning of the court for decades. And he can also roll back many of the programs of the last 4 years under Democratic rule, turn his campaign promises into action, and leave a lasting mark on the country. There's still so many close races. We don't know yet what will happen in the House of Representatives, but if the Democrats want to slow Trump's agenda, they'll probably have to persuade other Republicans to oppose him. Heather.
Karen, thank you very much. Karen Pauls from our bureau in Washington. Really appreciate this morning's coverage from you, Karen, as always. Let's go from that capital to ours, and it is caucus day in Ottawa. These are scenes from just earlier this morning as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau arrived on the Hill. He didn't stop on the way in, either outside or inside in the hall, past reporters and cameras and up the stairs to his office. But he will be attending a Liberal caucus meeting, and we would expect that as he heads to that, he'll stop and talk to us then. And yes, the topic will very much be the results of the U.S. election. We're watching the stairs because that's usually where we see the Prime Minister as he comes down into that meeting. So the future for Canada and the United States with Donald Trump returning to the White House for a second term. Someone who knows that shot very well, worked in those halls for years and years. Chris Hall was our national affairs editor when he was at CBC for many years, but now he's in the private sector, managing principal at Navigator, which is a Canadian PR, lobbying, and polling company. Thanks for coming back. I didn't think you were coming back this morning, but then things changed overnight, and here you are back, and I appreciate that. I want to talk about the Prime Minister in a moment, but tell me where you were. Well, it was a Navigator party, I know, but you were watching it you had an election watch party.
Right.
What was the discussion? What were people's reactions as it became clear what was happening?
You know, just to set the table, there were people from business, from politics, past and present, unions, and I think the feeling as the night wore on is a sense of apprehension, the uncertainty and the unpredictability of Donald Trump. We do know some of the things he's talked about doing that will have an impact on Canada and other countries, tariffs potentially, mass deportations of illegal people in the irregular on day one, all these things that he's promised, but he's also very quixotic. He may follow up in a different way. He may be more concerned with Mexico than Canada to start off, but either way, it is not the same status quo that we expected. They will have to, here in Canada, both parties, Liberals, Conservatives, who have a chance of forming the next government, will have to try to reappraise what they're going to do and how they're going to approach a second Donald Trump presidency.
They have reportedly, I mean, I'm not in Ottawa, but they've been reportedly contemplating that scenario for some time now and have been working quietly to prepare for that eventuality. In the statements that we've had from the Prime Minister, for example, from Mélanie Joly, the Foreign Affairs Minister, they've all talked about the shared history, the shared values, the friendship. That's a partnership that's the envy of the world, if I can highlight some of the statement points. Friends, neighbors, allies. What do you think they'll be communicating to the United States today, for example, as we wait for the Prime Minister to make a statement?
I think they will underscore the economic imperatives of trade between the two countries, particularly under the new trade agreement that was negotiated by Donald Trump and his team back in his first presidency. But I think the message has to change. It has to be more than just, we can't really deal with tariffs, you'll hurt both economies. It has to be security folks. We talked a bit about it yesterday. There's a defense issue and the border issue, all of which play heavily into Trump's message to Americans. And I think they need to adjust how they approach the government on those issues. Or the incoming government. The other thing is talking to some MPs on both sides of the House in Canada. Some of their key allies have been defeated in the Senate and in the House. Robert Lighthizer, the one who negotiated the trade deal on behalf of the Americans, is likely to have a prominent role in the next Trump government. He's a hardliner on tariffs and trade. So I think there's a much rougher ride here in the playbook. No matter how much planning they've done now, will have to change in order to deal with this new reality.
I just keep coming back to the statement from Kelly Craft, the former ambassador to Canada under Trump, where she said, buckle up for a second Trump administration from the Canadian perspective. Of those issues which you just outlined, we talked about them yesterday, tax and tariffs, the border security as it relates to immigration as well, but also to defense spending. Which do you think will be on the Canadian agenda first? You know, what do you think Canada's going to have to address first?
I think it's going to be the defense spending, because NATO is such a huge issue for Donald Trump and the Americans. His message has always been, we're carrying the freight for the rest of the world. So for Europe and for Canada and all the other allies who are part of this relationship with the United States, that will be a key thing. Will you increase spending? Is this target of 2032 of having 2% of GDP devoted to defense, is that aspirational? Is it real? So that'll be the first one. The other one, I think, is around the border. There is an agreement that Canada can turn back people coming from the United States. Will Donald Trump continue to honor that? Will that have to be renegotiated? The fear last time when he said he was going to deport just the members of the Haitian community led to a flood across Roxham Road in Quebec. If it's even wider than that, you can expect there will be pressures on the border, and Canada will have to deal with that. We're already dealing with some immigration issues of our own as it relates to housing, for example. I think this is another key issue they're going to have to put more at the forefront than they have in the past, but where tariffs has really been the discussion.
What do you think this may do in terms of effect on discourse, political discourse in Canada, and also just how it may affect the Canadian view of the Canadian political landscape? By that I mean the polling said that Canadians want Justin Trudeau if Kamala Harris is the president. They think that would be a better mix. If Donald Trump, the majority in this Angus Reid poll, the respondents thought Pierre Poilievre would be best suited to deal with Donald Trump. Do you think, Canadians in the polls were overwhelmingly supportive of Kamala Harris. They hoped that she would win, but she has not. So how do you think it may affect parties, it may affect strategies here?
Let me start with Pierre Poilievre, because he hasn't said a lot about how he would deal with the United States or on foreign policy at all. He did speak about it yesterday in the House of Commons, but I think for him it's now trying to establish a relationship with the people who are around Donald Trump and to assert what he says are the priorities here, to rebuild an economy, to make sure that there's prosperity, interest rates are lower, there's more housing, all those kinds of things, which do depend a certain amount on trade. The other thing for Justin Trudeau is that, he has this playbook that he's followed for a long time. And as I said, some of the key allies that they have been dealing with in the States are now gone. I think the important thing for him is to continue to underscore that we are a partner, not just in the economy, but in the world as allies. We are open and received better in some parts of the world than the United States is. We can work with you to establish an agenda that benefits both countries. How he does that and who he does that through is the big challenge, I think, today.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much for the time again today. Chris Hall, as I mentioned, our former national affairs editor, now managing principal in the private sector. He's at Navigator. So Anis Hidari and I were talking about what the futures were holding for trading. The markets are open, have been for 18 minutes. Look at these numbers. They are betting, investors are, on what Donald Trump's return to the White House would mean for the U.S. and the world economy. The Dow hit an all-time high. Look at that. It's up more than 1,250 points. Elon Musk's Tesla, banks, Bitcoin, big on crypto, all big movers this morning. These are huge numbers, and we'll be following that very closely, the early indications of what the market thinks of Donald Trump. Also showing some enthusiasm, Trump's supporters. He has not only secured the presidency, but Republicans are also set to take control of the House and the Senate. They've already flipped that. And that paves the way for Trump to enact his vision for sweeping change. I was speaking earlier this morning with a Trump supporter in Texas. His name is Paul James Jr., and he told us what he was doing to celebrate Trump's victory and how it is that he was drawing to vote for Trump in the first place.
And what I saw as a minority in this country during Obama's time, there was a lot of shift in the economy from the private sector to the regulatory bodies. And so when Trump came in, the first thing he did was he reduced all of the regulations that was on energy and manufacturing and pushed for trade deals that brought a lot of that work back home. And so my support for him came from seeing the benefits of what he did in his administration for people like myself in the workforce. Now, everyone that's supporting Trump today, not only are they looking at it from the economic standpoint, but now we're also looking at the national security standpoint as well. Us giving away the oil and gas sector, giving away our manufacturing, we saw during COVID how many of our products and how many of our pharmaceuticals were not even made in the United States or North America. So a lot of this becomes now a security situation, and Trump had the best agenda to bring those things back home and incorporate the workforce locally while doing so. So I think that a lot of folks rewarded him for that plan that he laid out so clean. At the end of the day, the most tangible thing that every single person touches is their groceries, the gas, paying their light bill, paying rent. When you see these costs outpacing the cost of the price of your income, what you're bringing in, you're not able to maintain that. And so the lack of comfort that people felt in their day-to-day expenses, I mean, that was where the main issue was at. I think the Democrats and Kamala in particular tried to distract from that by making it more about women's rights and reproductive justice and so forth. And we know from the Guttmacher Institute that abortion is up over 11% since the Dobbs decision. So it's not to say that abortion has been curtailed. Yes, that's changed in terms of the way it's provided in different states. However, abortion is still taking place. It's not completely outlawed. And so, you know, they tried to slide.
Paul, my apologies. That was an excerpt from an earlier conversation. I'm just going to interrupt that. We can play it for you again later in the broadcast day on CBC News Network, but I do want to take you back to Ottawa. Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland just stopping to talk to reporters. You remember that earlier this week she tried to reassure Canadians about the prospect of a Donald Trump administration, that Canada will be just fine, she said, no matter the outcome. She's just stopped before the cameras. Let's listen in to Chrystia Freeland.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate President Trump and his team on their historic victory. Canada looks forward to working in close partnership with our American friends and neighbors. I also want to say, I know that a lot of Canadians are anxious. A lot of Canadians have been anxious this week. A lot of Canadians were anxious throughout the night. And I want to say, with utter sincerity and conviction to Canadians, that Canada will be absolutely fine. We have a strong relationship with the United States. We have a strong relationship with President Trump and his team. Let's remember that our trading relationship today is governed by the trade deal concluded by President Trump himself and his team. That's really, really important. What's also important is the economic and security fundamentals of our relationship. The reality is the relationship between Canada and the United States works for both countries. Canada is the largest market for the United States, larger than China, Japan, and the UK combined. And what is really important about our economic partnership, and I believe this is at the core of what is important for President Trump and his team, is that our partnership is good for American workers. Canadian workers have high labor standards, high environmental standards. Our partnership in no way undercuts American workers, and I know that that is at the heart of the concerns of President Trump and his team, because that is at the heart of our NAFTA deal, our new NAFTA deal that we concluded with them. And then the final thing that I'd like to say is I have really great confidence that at a moment like this, which is a moment of great change for the world, we have to be candid about that, I have real confidence that Canada is going to come together and face this moment as a united Team Canada. We've done it before every time we face a big national challenge, and I have already had so much outreach from business leaders, from provinces, from labor leaders across the country. We are going to work together, and I'm confident we will continue to be successful in not only defending the national interest, but ensuring that Canada thrives.
Well, you
Okay, excusez-moi. Vous avez raison.
So that is Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland in Ottawa, speaking on Caucus Day as she heads into the Liberal caucus meeting and delivering, as she did just a few days ago, very strong terms, a message of reassurance to Canadians from an economic standpoint, acknowledging that there is fear, that there has been anxiety at the prospect of a Donald Trump presidency, and explaining all of the reasons why, the shared values, the deep economic ties, why Canadians have nothing to be concerned about. I would expect we would hear something similar from the Prime Minister if he stops on his way into the caucus meeting again. As you join us and we say goodbye from our special extended coverage, this is where the story has concluded for us this morning. Natasha Fatta is going to continue it on. But there is the White House to which Donald J. Trump is about to return in the month of January. January 20th is Inauguration Day. He will be the 47th President of the United States, a historic political comeback that has him winning the Electoral College with 276 votes thus far. There are still states counting, and his number may be even higher. Also, for Republicans, they now control the Senate. They have flipped that. It looks like they will control the House as well. And of course, they already have conservative judges in the Supreme Court. So on this morning, November 6th, it is a Donald Trump era, to be sure. And we are going to continue to cover that story today, its implications for the United States, for us in Canada, and around the world. You are watching CBC Morning Live.
Hello and welcome inside the CBC newsroom. I'm Natasha Fateh. Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. Americans woke up today, or maybe they stayed up last night, to witness a sweeping victory. The first time since the 1800s that a candidate has retaken the presidency after a defeat. Right now, Donald Trump stands at 276 Electoral College votes, 6 past that threshold of 270 he needed in order to win the White House. And there are still more votes to count and more states to call, but his victory is now absolutely assured. Trump went over the top by taking Wisconsin, and it gave him victories in 4 of those 7 swing states that we've been telling you so much about. He also won in North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Returns are still coming in, including from Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. The victory was complete at about 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time, but Trump has declared victory well before that.
Most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Donald Trump addressing his supporters several hours earlier in the middle of the night in West Palm Beach, Florida. The changes he is promising to make are backed by a stronger mandate than he received in 2016. He also won the popular vote for the first time. And we're going to get back to this coverage in one moment. We are now taking you to Ottawa, where Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, is speaking. Let's listen.
Trump once again to strengthen North American economic opportunities for the middle class, to grow our economies in ways that make us competitive around the world, to protect North America from the many challenges that exist around the world. The world is actually even more difficult and more complicated than it was 4 years ago. And I know that there's lots of work for us to do, and I'm looking forward to do it. On our side, we've been preparing for this. We're looking forward to doing this work. And we're going to make sure that this extraordinary friendship and alliance between Canada and the United States continues to be a real benefit to Canadians, but also to people around the world.
What is the actual plan?
Je veux tout d'abord
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Donald Trump on his election. This has been a decisive victory for him, and I'm looking forward to working with him to deliver for both Canadians and Americans. 4 years ago, we worked together to bring more prosperity to a very complex world. And in the last 4 years, the world has become even more difficult and complex. So for some time now, as a government, we have been preparing for this eventuality, and we are ready. We will be using our Team Canada approach to engage very closely with Donald Trump's team to ensure that we are building a better world for Canadians and Americans and everyone.
All right, folks, we have been taking you live to Ottawa, where the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau giving us his first public comments on the election of President-elect Donald Trump in the United States. He said he does congratulate Donald Trump on this victory and says that they were prepared for this possible eventuality. He said, remember that these two leaders have worked together in the past and that this government is going to continue what he describes as a Team Canada effort, particularly when the negotiations start around the new NAFTA agreement. So let's turn to CBC's Janice McGregor, who's joining us now live from Ottawa. Janice, this is going to be a relationship. We've seen it before, but what are we anticipating in the days ahead between a President-elect Donald Trump and a Prime Minister Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, and first I should tell you a word about the meeting that Justin Trudeau is on his way into there on Parliament Hill. Liberal caucus already, even as of yesterday, they were already going to devote themselves entirely to talking cabinet ministers, MPs, Justin Trudeau's whole team, entirely about the way forward after last night's election results. They were planning on doing this anyway, even before sort of the winner was known. And I think that gives you an indication of of the seriousness and the extent to which they knew that this was going to sort of take a lot of other things that have been going on in Ottawa and just shove them all aside and focus minds on a whole new set of things. I've been struck by what people have chosen to emphasize so far this morning. Chrystia Freeland trying to provide words of assurance, reassurance for people who are anxious, but also noting that this is a moment of great change for the world. She, of course, very involved in the Ukraine file from Canada's perspective, and we heard Mélanie Joly yesterday talking about this. We'll see if the Foreign Affairs Minister stops on her way in as well. This is really going to change the game. Trump has a different perspective when it comes to Russia and the war in Ukraine. Other allies are going to have to pause, figure out the way forward. We know that Trudeau spoke to President Zelensky earlier this week. Everyone watching polls, knowing that this could happen, trying to think geopolitically, even as also here in North America, Canadians have to confront once again the prospect of disruptive, chaotic economic agendas, very much industrial policy focused on jobs for Americans. Mary Ng, the trade minister, stopped on her way in, was emphasizing a familiar talking point for those who know the NAFTA file, how this trading relationship is the envy of the world. But she also talked about how this is really important for jobs in America to maintain this, and you know, how reminding everyone really the commitment on both sides to this deal that they struck together. This is a deal that Donald Trump sought to renegotiate and got, and of course wanting people to know that they've prepared for this. Mark Holland, also the health minister, talking about women's reproductive rights and how that's very much in his minds this morning. But here's Jolie, if we want to just listen into.
Of course, we will continue to develop very constructive relationships. That will definitely be my job in the coming days, and also along with the Prime Minister and all different ministers. And meanwhile, we'll continue to protect, defend, and continue to advocate for our common interests, because we all know that the U.S. is our neighbor and best friend. And so we have a plan, and we're ready because we've been working on that plan for now. Just a second. So, and we've been working on that plan now for months. Je vais le dire en français maintenant. Donc, bonjour tout le monde, ça me fait plaisir de...
Hello everyone, I'm happy to see you. Of course, I'd like to begin by congratulating the President-elect Donald Trump.
Just give me a sec. Okay. There's a lot of frenziness this morning. The first thing we need. Okay, so first and foremost, I would like to... en français. Bien entendu, j'aimerais...
So, of course, I would like to congratulate President-elect Donald Trump on his election. For months now, and even years, we have been developing close ties with members of his team and members of a future administration. And in the coming days and weeks, my goal is to develop that relationship further, because we know just how important it is, both economically and diplomatically, for Canada. So in the coming days and the coming weeks, we will continue to move forward and pursue common interests that affect people on both sides of the border, because the United States is our best friend and our neighbor.
Everything. I'll start with English, and afterwards I'll give it. Just give me, yes.
Where's his confidence come from? You know, he's calling for 10% tariffs on all goods. He's also, you know, questioning the NATO kind of consensus when it comes to Ukraine. Why do you think that there's a common kind of thread when it comes to Canada and the U.S. and these issues with this administration?
So first and foremost, when it comes to our different economic interests, we've gone through this and we're ready. So we've already started conversations, and we'll continue these conversations in the coming days and weeks. When it comes to geopolitics, I think this is a very important difference from the first administration of Trump, because of course the world was in a different shape. This morning I had a conversation with the foreign minister of Ukraine, and of course we're connecting with them. I had many conversations with different European foreign ministers. So what we want is all peace and stability. and that's what we will be doing. And of course, I look forward to working with the future Secretary of State. Meanwhile, I've been in contact with Tony Blinken, which is still the acting Secretary of State since last night. Yeah, just give me a sec. Yes, Rhonda, I'm listening. Yes.
Do those conflicts in Ukraine?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do those conflicts in Ukraine, in the Middle East, become harder to resolve in the way Canada wants to under Trump?
Well, I won't go into an hypothetical question, but what we know is we all want peace and stability, but at the same time, we know that Ukrainians right now are fighting for their freedom, but also for ours. So we need to make sure to do a couple of things. First, we need to reinforce our partnership within North America, and we'll be there to defend our continent. We will be there.
Will you spend more on defense?
Yes, because we will be tripling the budget of defense. So, and our goal is to, of course, get to 2%. The other thing is we want to strengthen the NATO alliance, and Canada will continue to contribute, but it starts at home first, and then of course we will do that through the alliance. Also, what is important now is we're investing way more in the Indo-Pacific, because we know that there is clearly an issue there, because also we're a Pacific country. And finally, of course, we will support Ukrainians, and we will continue to abide by long-term security guarantees that we offered them. Now, when it comes to your question regarding the Middle East, we all know that at this point the war needs to end. We need the ceasefire, we need the hostages to be back, we need the humanitarian aid going into Gaza. I've had numerous conversations with many of my colleagues, including those that are linked to the Trump administration, and I think that we can go towards a path to peace and stability. It's in Israel's long-term security interest. It is also in the Palestinians' long-term security interest to do so. So I look forward to constructive conversations.
À un certain point, les États-Unis retirent leur appui à l'Ukraine et que
if the United States withdraws its support for Ukraine and Ukraine has to cede part of its territory, how will you respond to this? Well, a few years ago, under the Trump administration, through Mike Johnson, who was the head of the House of Representatives, there was bipartisan support within the U.S. administration at the time. So we will continue to work with Americans on this issue. And the other thing is that in Canada, what we're going to do is work to protect our continent, North America. And we will be working closely with the United States on this, and that's why we have a new defense policy. And we need to focus on the protection of the Arctic, because that is our continent. And of course, that will be a priority for us. And I will be coming forward with a new Arctic strategy very soon. And in addition to that, we will be strengthening the NATO alliance and supporting Ukraine. So the difference now is that we are investing heavily in the Indo-Pacific region because of issues there.
What was the message from Ukraine's foreign minister?
Well, Canada is a country that understands really well the U.S. And what I'm seeing right now is many of our partners and friends are calling us to make sure that we can help them understand what is going on in the U.S. And so I'm willing to offer that expertise. I'm willing to make sure that we have a stronger alliance and that we can help our friends go through sometimes geopolitical turbulences. But at the same time, I must say that my job is always to find common ground with the U.S. and also defend our interests, and that's what I'll do.
Pourquoi vous avez refusé de rencontrer la rapporteuse à l'ONU pour les territoires palestiniens? Elle était à la Chambre hier, elle a fait une conférence de presse. Pourquoi est-ce que vous avez refusé de la rencontrer? C'est ce qu'elle nous a dit hier en conférence de presse.
En fait, il n'y a jamais de meeting, de rencontre cédulée.
There was never any meeting scheduled.
pour les affaires que le Canada a avec Israël. Est-ce que ça va être fait?
Mais j'ai vu dans les médias que
Listen, I read in the media that he's been asking things of Canada that we're already doing.
Les États-Unis, les gens vous contactent, les autres pays vous contactent pour leur parler. Est-ce que vous avez eu des contacts depuis hier avec le camp républicain, puis le cas échéant avec qui?
Oui, nous avons eu plusieurs
Yes,
contacts avec le
we've
camp
had a
républicain.
number
Nous allons continuer
of
d'en avoir.
contacts with our American friends. Thank you.
We will continue to monitor the comments coming from Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. But of course, the big question is for every politician in this country, what does a new administration in the United States under Donald Trump mean for Canada? So again, we heard Melanie Joly have to address a number of issues. I want to bring Janice back into the conversation now. What does this mean for Canada in terms of the NATO alliance? What does it mean in terms of China and the Indo-Pacific security concern, bringing peace and stability to the Middle East, protecting our friends in Ukraine? So many what ifs, what nows, now that we have a President Trump and his administration to deal with. So, Janice, over to you. How exactly is Team Canada going to move forward with this?
Yeah, and I'm going to be frank, folks at home. We're going to spend the rest of the week, probably the rest of the year, unpacking all the angles here. I just want to pause and note that there are very acute national security considerations going forward here. Melanie Joly started to sort of dance around some of them. You can bet behind closed doors, there are some very intense conversations beginning between Five Eyes partners and so on because of exactly the tense geopolitical situation that the foreign minister was alluding to there. We know that people very close to Donald Trump have close ties to Vladimir Putin. There has been a lot of reporting about this. He was elected. Nevertheless, we are in the middle of a conversation about foreign interference in this country, recommendations which we will not get about how to keep our own institutions strong and secure, not coming till the end of the year. I think this really focuses minds on that conversation and how our own domestic politics fit into a geopolitical big picture. I was listening to François-Philippe Champagne, the innovation minister, talk about the connections that they have been working on. He, of course, a notorious networker around the world, probably alongside Chrystia Freeland, has the best Rolodex on Parliament Hill. He said he's already been texting with people on Donald Trump's team. He, of course, very involved in two-way investments, strategic investments, some of which have a national security angle vis-a-vis China. You think of the conversation around critical minerals, the automotive sector, electric vehicles. Champagne really encouraging everyone to take a breath, reminding everyone that this is just day one. Also, a lot of questions in the hallway about that Trump threat of bringing in 10% tariffs, but as our business colleagues are going to walk you through as the morning goes on, we are also in a situation where we are watching the American dollar go up, 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 which usually means the Canadian dollar goes down, down, down. If we are looking at a world of a 60-cent Canadian dollar, does it really matter if our products have a 10% tariff? Because that's not necessarily going to make them unaffordable for Americans. You see how complicated this gets as we go forward, in a world where we are not even sure who it will be sort of sitting across the table from Donald Trump, because we have an election of our own coming up in the next few years. And I think how best to handle that becomes very much a question as Canadians not only sort of look to see how the Trudeau government is doing on what is kind of muscle memory for them. They have already kind of survived sort of several years of a Trump administration before. They know the issues. And many of the same ministers are still engaged, of course. But also as we sort of look to the opposition parties, what are they saying about this too? Because public opinion polls in this country suggest that our next election actually might not be a nail-biter, but in fact is sort of poised to swing quite dramatically away from the current team. So I don't know, Natasha, I think it's valuable to consider sort of what some opposition politicians are saying this morning too. Our colleague gathered this tape of NDP leader Jagmeet Singh as he arrived on Parliament Hill today. Here is the leader of the New Democratic Party with his thoughts on what happened overnight.
I think a lot of folks woke up today and woke up really worried, really afraid, felt crushed. And I want you to know that now is a time for us to come together to defend Canadian interests. I know that the results of Trump, right now what it looks like Trump's election, is going to have serious impacts on Canadians. So we need to come together, all parties, all leaders, and put Canadian interests first.
So, Jagmeet Singh, one of the considerations on his mind is how much longer he is prepared to keep the Trudeau government in power. I think last night's events maybe changed some of the calculations here in terms of best election timing, or maybe not. It really makes things more complicated, perhaps, for progressives and the conversation here. Finally, Conservatives, we are still waiting for some kind of a message from opposition leader Pierre Poilievre. We did not get him on camera on his way into caucus, did not make himself available to speak with his thoughts about the way forward, although kind of off camera, some enthusiasm among Conservatives. We know among Canadians who say that they would vote Conservative next time. Those were the Canadians most likely to support the idea of a Trump presidency, kind of a different sort of situation than what public opinion has suggested other Canadians feel. So among their base, this is a good news story, or at very least a split story, very delicate line for Pierre Poilievre to walk on this, knowing sort of the splits in views and how enthusiastic some of his supporters are and how unenthusiastic other people he might want to support him in the future might feel about this outcome. Finally, just a quick note, there is someone in Pierre Poilievre's caucus, Jamil Jivani, a relatively new MP. We talk about personal relationships across the border. He, former university colleague of J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect. We've got some pictures of him. He did not stop and take any questions on his way in, but certainly a very interesting day for him. Someone from his past, now ascending to the second highest office in the U.S. So a lot of storylines here. It's going to be quite a day in Ottawa.
CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Thank you, Janice.
You're welcome.
All right, let's get back to our big breaking story of the day and our extensive coverage for you on the election in the United States. CBC's Karen Pauls is going to be joining us from Washington, D.C. We've got Susan Ormiston in Detroit, Michigan, and Katie Nicholson is standing by in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. We've got plenty of results and reaction from other parts of the United States for you as well. But let's begin with Karen Pauls, who's in Washington. Karen, can you tell us more about what we heard from Donald Trump during that early morning speech where he himself, before it was official, declared victory?
Yeah, Donald Trump started speaking after Fox News declared him president-elect, but before any of the other networks had. And during that 25-minute address, he told the crowd voters have given him a strong mandate. He said God spared him from death for a reason. He thanked his family and his team for helping him pull off what he described as the greatest political comeback ever. And he gave us some glimpses into people who may shape his next administration, like tech billionaire Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It was a bit of a stream of consciousness speech covering some of his favorite topics, including the economy, border security, and the mass deportation of undocumented migrants. He also pledged to help the country heal. Take a listen to this clip.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
Now, we have not heard from the Harris campaign yet this morning. We have no sense of when she may give her concession speech, but there was obvious disappointment last night when organizers told supporters to go home. What started as a celebration of hope and pride became shock and heartbreak. You can hear it in these clips.
The consequences of a second Trump presidency are unfathomable and terrifying, and I think will be horrible for us as a country and for our planet and for the world.
I mean, she had a very short amount of time, to run this campaign. 90 days. And to raise over $1 billion in 90 days is amazing. And I think that I can't even fathom anything except a win from her, because I can't believe that women would vote against ourselves. Just the ability to, control our bodies and our health.
And you can imagine, Natasha, there will be lots of finger-pointing, hand-wringing questions about their message and why it didn't resonate and why so many Americans rejected that and embraced Donald Trump's vision.
Karen, the Republicans have also taken the Senate. It appears almost certain they're going to get the House as well. So you've got these three different branches of the government, possibly all in line with Donald Trump. What does that mean for his political agenda?
You know, it's an enormous advantage to the president-elect. The House initiates budget bills, proceedings to impeach the president. The Senate has the power to confirm presidential appointees, including Supreme Court justices. A complete united Republican government would give Trump untethered power to pursue his policy priorities, confirm any political appointments he makes, which is why he celebrated that in his speech a few hours ago. Take a listen.
Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. You have some great senators and some great new senators, and it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Now, if that happens, it would be pretty much a blank check for things on Trump's to-do list, things like overhauling the federal government. His supporters are already vetting loyalists poised to take control, extending the tax cuts, tariffs on foreign goods. The Republicans could enact a nationwide abortion ban, and they could commit significant money to Trump's promise of deporting millions of undocumented migrants. Now, Trump may also have an opportunity to appoint 2 more justices to the Supreme Court, which could cement the conservative leaning of the court for decades. He can also roll back many of the programs of the past 4 years under Democratic rule and turn his campaign promises into action. You know, control of the House of Representatives is not a done deal yet. There are so many close races. It could take days or even a week to call it. But, Natasha, if the Democrats want to slow Trump's agenda, they'll likely have to persuade other Republicans to oppose him.
CBC's Karen Pauls in Washington. Thank you, Karen. Michigan appears to be one of the key swing states that is going Trump's way. The Republican ticket looks poised to take that state. And right now, they have just over half of the popular vote and lead by about 90,000 votes. CBC senior correspondent Susan Ormiston is joining us now from Detroit. Susan, how are things playing out in Michigan?
Well, Michiganders do believe that the trend is showing that Donald Trump will take this state, but it has not been officially called. So we are waiting the results here, whether there is a change in that. It doesn't appear to be, and that would add 15 electoral college votes to his tally. It won't change the overall outcome of this election, but it will up his support here. You know, it was a very difficult night, as has been described. We started it at the Democrats' headquarters here in Detroit, and then after midnight moved to the Republican headquarters out about a half an hour outside of Detroit. And there was deep emotion in that crowd as well, as they saw the fruits of their labor over campaigning result in a second Trump presidency. Here's one man I spoke to.
He's the only one. He did it once, and he'll do it again. And we have that faith, you know. And that's what we've been keeping the faith, you know. And it's just nice to see this right now.
Jason Bright had been traveling through all the American states on behalf of Donald Trump. He's been a supporter since 2015, and you can certainly see how he felt about what happened in this election. We also asked people why Trump was able to appeal to Americans enough to win a second presidency. Let's listen to them.
I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling relieved because we're about to fire Kamala Harris and return our rightful president.
Democrats don't care about middle America. They are the party of the coast, and this Republican Party is painting Michigan red tonight because they actually care about people in the middle part of the country.
There's also a key Senate race in this state still undecided. The Democrats are trying to hang on, but it is really close, less than 0.02 of a percentage point at this time.
You know, Susan, the climate crisis is really your area of expertise. So I wonder, during your time in Michigan, if you found how much that is playing out as a concern for people in the state of Michigan and what that could mean under a new Trump administration.
You know, this campaign was a climate campaign for those who are most interested in this subject, which is many, many Americans and Canadians, but it didn't supplant issues here like immigration and the economy. However, Trump going back into the White House will provoke a wide-scale shift in energy policy and climate policy. Things like he has promised to repeal EV mandates, making it more advantageous to purchase electric vehicles. He has promised to drill, baby, drill, and frack, frack, frack. He and J.D. Vance have called environmental policy in general the Green New Scam. So environmentalists and climate activists are bracing themselves for a lot of change in this area, including reducing barriers to drilling, reducing the prospect of having enhancing the prospect of having new offshore oil drilling leases. Mainly, I think what Americans are watching is what will happen to climate policy. Would Donald Trump pull the U.S. again out of the Paris Accord? These are things that will be discussed at length at the big climate conference, COP, which starts next week in Europe. And there will be a lot of discussion of the way forward from here. From one perspective, this could reinvigorate the fight for the climate and to reduce emissions all over the world. But we are going to see quite a shift, including investment into clean energy.
Susan Ormiston in Detroit, Michigan, thank you. Okay, let's move to another swing state now. Donald Trump and the Republicans solidified their control over North Carolina early yesterday, and that's where we find CBC's Katie Nicholson. She is in Charlotte, North Carolina. So, Katie, give us a sense of what happened in that state.
You know, we're chatting with folks here at a coffee shop. This is all that they're talking about right now. One woman said to me, well, the South just did what the South does. If you take a look at all of the counties, 100 of them here, they shifted from 2020 to 2024 about 1.3% toward Trump. Now, there are obvious divides where that happens. So it's in the large urban areas where it's a very solidly Democratic area still, about 60% of the vote. But it's in all of those other rural counties that make up the state. It is a very rural state that Donald Trump has a stronghold, and that people liked what he had to say about the economy, about immigration, about America's place in the world, and that it shouldn't be involved in all kinds of wars outside of the country. So these are the things that really landed within the sort of the rural areas. And then at the same time, there was a lot of messaging that the Trump campaign put out when Hurricane Helene hit out in the western parts of the counties. And even though the Democratic governor here, Roy Cooper, praised the response of the federal government and FEMA, what really sort of stuck in people's minds in those hurricane-affected areas were Donald Trump's criticisms that many of them were left alone and to fend for themselves. And that was a galvanizing factor in people's decision to vote either one way or the other in those areas. So what we're really seeing here in North Carolina is sort of the same story that you see across many other states. Again, that rural-urban divide between Democrats and Republicans. The other interesting thing, there's going to be a lot of finger-pointing, a lot of navel-gazing around why the Democrats didn't do better. They had thought they were going to be able to swing this state for the first time since 2008 for the presidential candidate, and they really came up short in a lot of these urban areas. So there are questions around, well, lots of women voted, but did they vote for Harris? Lots of, we're still waiting to hear some of the, I guess, the micro-targeted and sort of the micro numbers around this, some very specifics. We know that there was about 250,000 people who wanted to vote for Nikki Haley in the primary. Where did they go? And did they decide to stick with the party rather than the candidate that they wanted to side with early on in the primary season? So some of the data is still coming in and being analyzed, but one of the things I keep hearing from people is that the Democrats really failed in their messaging and reaching out to those rural voters. They lost a lot of ground that Joe Biden had gained Nash County was a county he won by about 50 to 100 votes, depending on which count you go with. They had to do a recount. Very thin margin. That went solidly back to Trump last night. And so they have lost ground in these regional areas, really signaling to the Democrats they need to rethink their strategy. All of the ground game they had didn't seem to make a difference in these areas, and they need to think about their messaging and how to reach out to those Republican voters here. And that is something that they will be doing for sure at a national level.
CBC's Katie Nicholson in Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you. And now Donald Trump will once again be the commander-in-chief of the world's most powerful military and the world's largest economy. Today, the world is reacting to that reality, including the two players in the Russia-Ukraine war. CBC's Briar Stewart is tracking that angle for us, and she's joining us now live from London. Briar, what's at stake for Ukraine now that we have these official results and Donald Trump is going to be the next president?
Well, Natasha, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky was actually one of the first world leaders to react to Trump declaring victory. And in a statement that he put out, he congratulated him on his impressive victory. He said he appreciated Trump's, quote, peace through strength approach. And obviously, you know, the tone of that statement was very congratulatory. I would think that the conversations that Ukrainian officials are having behind closed doors in Kyiv are laced with quite a bit more of concern. And that is because of the stance that Trump has taken on Ukraine for years, and certainly throughout his campaign. He's repeatedly talked about how he would be able to end the war and do it quickly, saying he would even be able to end it in 24 hours. Of course, he provided no details about how he would actually go about that. Trump has also criticized Zelensky a number of times personally. He's called him the world's greatest salesman for being able to persuade the U.S. government to send tens of billions of dollars in military aid to Ukraine. And finally, I mean, Trump does have some kind of personal relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he has talked about the relationship, describing it as good. So you have all of these things that have really kind of sparked a lot of concern in Ukraine that perhaps, you know, the shipment of weapons, the military aid could be slowed or stopped, and that could kind of force Ukraine into negotiating with Russia. And really throughout all of this, the Ukrainian government, Volodymyr Zelensky, has said that they will not agree to negotiate at all unless Russian troops pull out of Ukraine. That's something Russia has said it will not do. Russia has also said it will not give up any of the Ukrainian territory that it seized. So this is very concerning. And I think it's important to note that it comes at a time, Trump's victory comes at a time where things aren't looking good for Ukraine on the battlefield. You have Russian forces advancing at its quickest rate in over a year. In southeast Ukraine, it seized more than 400 square kilometers last month alone. You have Russia recruiting, taking basically more than 10,000 troops from North Korea to bolster its own ranks. And even before Trump's re-election here, you had Ukraine very frustrated with some of the actions of the Biden administration. The delivery of weaponry, they said it was very slow. They've been pleading for months now to basically have permission from the U.S. to use some of these long-range weapons to fire deep into Russian territory. That's something that the Biden administration never agreed to. And you really do see why Ukraine has reasons to be concerned with the Trump presidency on the horizon.
Well, on the flip side, Briar, you referenced this longstanding relationship between Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. And we know that Trump not only has this relationship, but has very publicly and adamantly expressed his admiration for how Putin runs things. So with that in mind, what are we hearing from Russia and specifically from the Kremlin on Trump's victory?
Yes, the Kremlin did speak today about the victory, and I would say it was more of a muted response. The spokesperson for the Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov, had said that they still considered the U.S. to be an unfriendly country. He said that the U.S. does have a role to play in negotiating an end to this war, but said it could not happen overnight. We have not heard from Putin directly on this. We do understand that he is scheduled to speak later this week, and we may hear more then. But certainly the picture that has really emerged on state media throughout the entire campaign was that Donald Trump was the favorable candidate in Russia's eyes. And in terms of the relationship that Trump has with Putin, I mean, it's very unclear the extent of it. U.S. journalist Bob Woodward put out a book recently, and in it, it claimed that Trump had several calls with Putin since his first term as president ended. The Kremlin denied that. Trump didn't, but said that if he talked to Putin, it would be the smart thing to do. So I think it is really just unclear what the status of the relationship is and how that influence will play out once Trump is in office again.
CBC's Briar Stewart in London. Thank you, Briar.
Welcome.
Millions of Americans also voted on the issue of reproductive rights in their states. 10 states had abortion measures on the ballot. Voters in at least 7 of those 10 states expanded or protected abortion rights. In Missouri, voters approved a measure to overturn the state's near-total abortion ban. However, Florida's ban on abortions after the 6th week of pregnancy will stay in place after an attempt to overturn it failed. Abortion ballot measures in South Dakota and Nebraska also failed to pass. You're watching CBC News Network. Okay, let's take a moment now to show you the breakdown of how states voted and that big swath in red in support of Donald Trump. We're still waiting on calls from swing states, including Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. But even without those states, you can clearly see that Trump has been able to reach and even surpass the necessary total of 270 Electoral College votes. Now, winning most of those swing states was key to Trump's path of victory and getting back to the White House. CBC's Angie Seth from America Votes is back in studio with us now. So, Angie, the focus for the Harris campaign was on that blue wall, which kind of no longer exists. I mean, what happened?
It's not a blue wall anymore. You're absolutely right. It is the red wall. But that was exactly it. That was almost her ticket in. And you and I talked about it. If she can get Pennsylvania, we were almost looking at a shoe-in with regards to, when we're looking at Wisconsin and Michigan. It didn't happen. It didn't even happen even close. It almost, I think we sat there in awe. So let's sort of take a look at sort of how things unfolded here. Looking at Pennsylvania first. Issues that were important here, inflation, economy, both of them were huge issues here. She just did not win on that vote. And when we make the comparison in 2016 with Donald Trump, he beat Clinton by 48.6% compared to 47.9%. Fast forward to 4 years, and it was the other way around with Joe Biden taking it. So Kamala Harris was hoping to be able to maintain that. She wasn't able to make the gains here, as you can sort of see where things are at. Shifting over now to Wisconsin, same kind of deal again. She had a lot of that support initially, as you and I were looking at how razor thin the polls were. But again, Donald Trump losing, or rather I should say Donald Trump winning this in 2016, losing it in 2020 to Joe Biden. And once again, the anticipation was that Kamala Harris would be able to at least least maintain the gains that Joe Biden had in that state, wasn't able to do it, and then Donald Trump ended up taking it here. And of course, when we talked about Pennsylvania first, that was sort of your initial, if Kamala Harris was able to take Pennsylvania, then it was almost guaranteed that she'd be able to take the White House. It didn't happen, and then you just saw the house of cards fall,
and
essentially.
she spent her final day of campaigning in Pennsylvania.
She did.
4 different rallies at least. So much effort was put in there. It just didn't deliver.
It didn't happen. Wisconsin, women's rights, that was a big issue among the economy. But we're going to talk about that in a minute. We saw a bit of a gender divide there, and even a divide among women. And then lastly, I want to show you Michigan. We know Donald Trump spent a lot of time there. We were talking about the auto industry and jobs. That was huge. Kamala Harris spent the time there, but as you can see by the numbers, wasn't able to pull it off the way Joe Biden did. I think we were looking, and some may say, was it a blip in 2020 as to why the Donald Trump party, not the Republican Party, but the Donald Trump party wasn't able to win in 2020? Clearly, he proved differently this time around.
And the thing is that the victory today is so decisive. Not only is it the Electoral College vote, but it was also the popular vote. And I wonder what the analysis is in terms of how Trump was able to get all the swing states really on board.
If you look at how he campaigned, if you look at the rallies, if you look at the messaging he put out there, it was very simple. You don't like what's happening? I'm going to fix it. You don't want what's happened for over the last 4 years? We're going to get rid of it. And by that, he literally was like, I'm going to cut this out and this out and this out. And that was what was starting to resonate with voters. They were exhausted and they were tired. You know, big issues. They were like, I need to be able to pay my bills is essentially the direction that they were going in. And even if you look at sort of even the black vote and the Latino vote, which was huge as well, we spoke with the owner of a Spanish language radio station, La Mega, in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And he was I believe a Harris supporter. But take a listen to what he had to say in terms of what some of his listeners told him regarding the outcome here.
Okay.
The expectations are really high. You told us that you could bring the gasoline prices down to $2 the way they were 4 years ago when he was president. We want that now. You said that eggs and bacon were going to be cheap. We want that now. You promised that you were going to bring down the inflation back to when you were president. We want that now.
Trump is promising, I will give that to you now. He talked about, let's go through it. When he gets into office, a mass migration of migrant criminals, as he's referred to them. He's going to lower taxes. He's going to tax other countries. We're talking about that 10% plus tax that's going to happen. Canada, of course, is keeping a close eye on that. He says he's going to end inflation. That rhetoric, those words are extremely important here that people are resonating with. And when we look at, where things were, again, among the black voters, among Latino voters, but among male voters. Male voters voted more for Donald Trump than they did for Kamala Harris. We knew that was an issue for her, but we also knew a lot of women did vote. He wasn't able to resonate, but again, it wasn't enough. If we bring in the abortion issue as well, we thought it was going to be a decisive issue on the ballot. Unfortunately, not enough compared to jobs and the economy and being able to pay your groceries, et cetera. So he was able to make some of those gains that, Kamala Harris was hoping to make. She wasn't able to. Now, of course, as he looks forward to January, Kamala Harris, of course, and her team are going to look at what went wrong.
A lot of soul searching on the Democratic side.
Yeah.
CBC's Angie Seth here from America Votes. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
The Harris-Walz ticket carried Minnesota, home state of Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, winning just over 51% of the vote. But that is small consolation for the Democrats today. Trump appears poised to win all 3 neighboring Rust Belt states. CBC's Sarah Law is in Duluth, Minnesota. Sarah, the state stayed blue, but it really doesn't help either Harris or Walz in the big picture. What are you hearing from voters there?
Well, the atmosphere here in Duluth is pretty somber today. I've heard a lot of concerns about what leadership under President-elect Donald Trump will look like, especially since he is the first presidential-elect to be a convicted felon. I'm hearing concerns about how that will play out on the global stage and impact international relations. One man said that he feels that the world is feeling sorry for his country today. Another woman I spoke to early this morning went for a run to vent out her frustrations about the outcome. She's particularly concerned about women's rights and health care. I also spoke to a retired teacher from Minneapolis who is particularly concerned and shocked about the outcome.
I'm shocked, and I can't believe that this clown even could run for president, let alone be elected again. So, I live in Minnesota, so there are a lot of us that feel that way here. But apparently through the country, there are a lot of people that feel the other way. So.
Now, I did also speak with the chair of the Young Democrats Society at the University of Minnesota Duluth, and he says he's disappointed by the results, but he's also feeling disenfranchised. He felt that the Democratic campaign was focusing more on the defensive and less about how they would improve the lives of people in communities like Duluth. Now, I did also speak to a woman that said that she actually voted for a third-party candidate because she didn't feel like she could trust either major party. Now, in terms of, for the local Minnesota residents here, they did vote in favor of extending the Environmental Trust Fund. So that would protect waterways, wildlife, and air quality. And there is a sense of faith in having Tim Walz remain as state governor, particularly for his policies related to the environment. And one man put it this way: while the results may be disappointing in Minnesota, all people can do is just take things one day at a time.
CBC Sarah Law in Duluth, Minnesota. Thank you. Now, over the course of our election coverage, we've spoken to a lot of American voters. You might remember one of them, Lynn Kelleher. I spoke to her last month, and at that time she was undecided and really struggling with weighing her options. Here's part of our conversation from October 22nd.
I don't know what I would do if I had to make a decision today. I have to tell you, I don't want to sound like over dramatic and theatrical, but this weighs heavily on me. And
I believe you. I can tell.
I know. What can I tell you?
Well, Lynn was stressed out then. A more relaxed Lynn is joining us once again from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Lynn, good to see you out with it. You didn't know who you were going to vote for back then. Who did you vote for yesterday?
Oh, I held my nose and voted for Kamala.
Oh.
I have to tell you, very reluctly. But for me, I think as we talked before, it was, do I do policy or do I do follow my moral code? And when I was in that booth, I thought to myself, how can I look myself in the eye and say I voted for that man? That being said, I do like an awful lot of his policies. So I have to be honest and say I'm not hugely disappointed today, but I am still concerned because he's now a lame duck president with a Senate on his side and maybe the House. And so that's concerning. And I just hope that Donald can get beyond his personality deficiencies and his own fragile ego to unite the country and move us in the right direction.
So it sounds like, Lynn, even though you came to a decision, you voted for who you thought was the best option at the time, and it didn't go that way, you're still not at peace with how this is all played out. So what happens in the next few days for you? What are the big issues you're going to be watching for?
How he, hey, it is what it is. I think that the election was a resounding nod to the Democrats, that the country feels they're taking us in the wrong direction. For me, I still am going to feel out of sorts until I see which Donald Trump shows up. Is he going to make some steps to get out of his own way and put his ego to the side and unite the country? Or is he going to continue with that inflammatory, boastful, distasteful rhetoric that just spouts from his mouth?
Lynn, what have the conversations been like today with some of your friends and family? I know you had people on both sides voting.
Hey, it is what it is. And I think, first of all, I think everybody is so glad that this is over, because in Pennsylvania, we have been inundated. The constant ads, the constant phone calls, the text messages. If I told you how many times Don Jr. supposedly texted my cell and asked me for money, you wouldn't believe it. So I think a lot of people are just relieved that it's over, are taking a step back and a big sigh and saying, okay, where do we go from here?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that boat. A lot of us are surprised that it's kind of concluded this quickly and we know the results. But Lynn Kelleher, we asked, would you please come back the day after the election? And you've honored that promise. So thank you so much for your time. And I hope everything works out.
Hey, I'm here if you've got any more things you need to know about the U.S.
All right, I'll see you in 4 years. We'll check back in 4 years. Bye, Lynn.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, folks, here is a live look at the White House, which is soon, once again, going to be the home of Donald J. Trump. Americans have elected him to serve as the 47th president of the United States. We're going to bring you the reaction from all the swing states and all the activity that's taking place in Washington, and also more on the defeat of Kamala Harris. Coming up next on CBC News Network. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Natasha Fatah. And Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. Americans woke up today, or they stayed up last night, to witness a sweeping victory. The first time since the 1800s that a candidate has been able to retake the presidency after a defeat. Right now, Trump stands at 276 Electoral College votes. That's just 6 past the threshold he needed to hit 270. And there are still more votes to be counted and more states to call in. But that victory for Donald Trump is now assured. Trump went over the top by taking Wisconsin, and it gave him victories in 4 of those 7 key swing states we have been talking so much about in recent weeks. He also won North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and returns are still waiting for Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. The victory was complete at about 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, but Trump had declared himself the victor well before that.
Most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
That was Trump addressing his supporters at 2:30 in the morning in West Palm Beach, Florida. He won the popular vote for the very first time. The change he is promising to make are backed by a stronger mandate than he received in 2016. Republicans have taken the Senate, and it appears to be on course to secure control of the House as well. We've got extensive coverage for you. CBC's Tom Perry is at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Ashley Burke is with the Harris camp in Washington, and Richard Madden is standing by in Philadelphia. So let's begin with Tom in West Palm Beach. Tom, you've listened to Trump's entire speech. What stood out for you?
It was a bit of a slow build last night here in West Palm Beach. We were there with hundreds of Trump supporters in the campaign headquarters. You had people wearing their trademark red Make America Great Again caps. You had women wearing red dresses, people wearing American flags, MAGA jackets. And any time a return, there'd be an announcement on the TV networks of Trump taking another state, there'd be a cheer that would go up from the crowd. And when he took a swing state, it was a bigger cheer. And by the end, when Fox News finally called a winner and said that Trump would be the next president, well, the place just erupted. And so you had all these people streaming to the stage where Trump and his entourage eventually showed up. It was a bit of a long wait for the president-elect to make his way from Mar-a-Lago with his team to the convention center. He got up on the stage. He made a bit of a rambling speech about his political comeback, about the MAGA movement being one of the greatest America has ever seen, about his plan to usher in a new golden age for America. He also went off on tangents about Elon Musk's SpaceX rockets, about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's going to bring healthcare back to America. And so there were a number of topics that he covered, but he did address, I guess, the issue that's really been hanging over this campaign. This has been a very, very divisive campaign. Donald Trump has referred to Kamala Harris as a low IQ person, as a Marxist. Kamala Harris has called Donald Trump, well, she's quoted some of his top officials who called him a fascist. So this has been a very nasty campaign in a lot of ways. And Donald Trump talked about the need for unity to try to, bring the two sides together in this country. Here's some of what he said to his supporters last night here in West Palm Beach.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
So that was Donald Trump talking about uniting America, but we'll have to see whether he turns those words into action. Voters have handed Donald Trump a lot of power, the presidency, control of the Senate. So he says with this mandate, he can enact his plan. And you have to keep in mind that plan includes mass deportations, slapping tariffs on goods coming into the United States. So we'll have to see whether this efforts towards unity actually pay off, or whether this remains a very divided country.
CBC's Tom Perry in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Tom. Now, while the world has heard from Donald Trump, we are still waiting for Kamala Harris to speak. There is no concession from her yet and no statement from her campaign. But have a look at these images that captured the disappointment of her supporters at Howard University in Washington. The historic Black institution is where Harris went to college and where her election night party was supposed to be held.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
That statement last night brought the hoped-for victory celebration to a complete end. Thousands of Harris supporters who'd been there for hours watching results come in cleared the area in a matter of minutes. CBC's Ashley Burke was at that watch party as well, and she's back at Howard University in Washington. So, Ashley, what was the mood like when it became clear that things were not working out for the Harris team?
Yeah, you know, I'm outside the gates of the university today, near where that watch party was. I saw so many disappointed faces. It was a really somber mood. And we just saw as the night went on, people really lose hope at that watch party. And I'm with Samantha Potts. She was there in the crowd. She's from Maryland. She's spent most of her career as a teacher, and she also went to Howard University. You wanted to be there last night to witness history. What was it like for you as you saw those results coming in and you saw that Trump was taking the lead?
At first, it was joyous, and then as we saw Trump take the lead, it got quiet, but then everybody was like shocked, like, is this really happening, you know? And then as people started dwindling out, you kind of were like, you know what, we gotta keep fighting. It's not over, so it's never gonna be over. We're just gonna keep fighting, fighting, fighting. So we don't completely lose hope. There's still hope because you have to fight, continue for the next 4 years.
So you're in the crowd, and I know there was also some of this, that Harris is part of one of the first Black sororities in the U.S., and some of her sorority sisters were there, and they were dancing with you and trying to keep your hopes up. But at what point did the mood really shift and you realized, okay, she's not gonna win?
I don't think anybody thought she wasn't gonna win because we were still holding on, but it was like, you just saw people in the crowd. It got quiet. You just saw people sitting down and it got quiet. And I think that we just kept thinking. I don't really think people didn't think she was going to win until like 2 a.m., you know? Because even like around 12, 11, 1, it was like, come on, you guys. But then it was like, no. When Pennsylvania flipped, we were like, what? That's when everybody was like, dang, it's over. Then that's when that happened.
I know that you stayed to the very end till 2 a.m. And for you, how are you feeling today about the results?
Today, I have a mixture. I have pangs of pain, of doom and gloom for the next 4 years because of all the things he said he was going to do. But like Al Sharpton said, and like the AKA said last night, it's not over, and that's been a history for African Americans. We've always had to fight politically. So it's like going to take us back to those Reagan years where we had to fight and move forward to progress. But it is a little bit of pain, but it is still joyous because Kamala Harris did do her thing. So I'm sorry, she just did great, but it didn't work in our favor, but she still did awesome.
And the AKA you referred to, that's the sorority that Harris was part of that you're talking about, one of the Divine Nine groups. Yes. What does it mean to you that America has decided that they want to give Donald Trump another 4 years in office?
Everybody, for me, I'm mind boggled and blown by that. I was listening to some people on CNN, and they were talking about how he led with fear and anger. I live in a community where a lot of his supporters live. Even the nicest people are very aggressive when it comes to Trump. You see an ugly side of them come out. And when I saw that side of them come out, that's when I realized with my grandmother fought this. My mom she's from the 70s, Soul Train. They didn't really fight it. You know, I'm born in the hip hop era. We didn't really fight it, but my grandmother knows those types of people. And now we're gonna see those types of people. Like, like right now, this is a historically black area, and a man's riding around on his bike going, yeah, Trump. He just wants to start, you know? So it's going to be ugly, unfortunately, because people are just uninformed and ignorant. I really don't know why they're like that.
Thanks for your time. That's Samantha Potts, and we're still waiting to find out when Harris could potentially be coming back to campus here and speaking. Last night, her campaign co-chair, as you heard, said that that was going to happen at some point. So now we're waiting to find out, A, has she called Trump and told him congratulations at this point? And what is she going to be saying during that speak when she does eventually address the cameras?
Absolutely. When that speech does begin, we'll bring it to you live right here on CBC News Network. Ashley Burke at Howard University, thank you. Well, you guys know this. Pennsylvania was the biggest of the 7 swing states with the ability to deliver 19 electoral college votes. And many expected that the count was going to take some time, maybe even 2 or 3 days. Instead, the call came for Donald Trump early this morning. Now, here are the current results with just over 97% of the ballots counted in that state. Trump won more than 3.4 million votes, almost 51% of the total. Harris is over 150,000 votes behind with 48% of the total votes. So let's turn to CBC's Richard Madden, who is joining us now from Philadelphia, gauging the reaction to the Trump win and the Harris loss. He's joining us now live. Richard, what's the mood like in that city? How are people reacting? What are they telling you?
Yeah, in a word, surprised. Not only at those stunning results here in Pennsylvania, but also the speed at which election officials posted those results, because you'll recall back in 2020 during the COVID election, the state of Pennsylvania took days to deliver those results. And as you noted off the top, it just took mere hours before those results started pouring in, and networks projected that Trump would win this state. And it's also surprising if you're a Democrat. This party poured in millions of dollars in advertising. They sent celebrities in here to help get out the vote. It's also where Vice President Kamala Harris closed her campaign just a few blocks away from here, urging young voters to get to the ballots if they hadn't made the plan already. And if you look at the data in Pennsylvania, and it reflects other states across this country, Trump made inroads in areas that traditionally voted Democrat, particularly here in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, and most importantly, in the suburbs surrounding Philadelphia, where the elections are typically won or lost. Trump made inroads with African Americans, Hispanics, working class white male voters. Every single county here, the Democratic share eroded. It's almost Hillary Clinton 2.0 from what Kamala Harris received in this state. So a huge disappointment for Democrats, where they put all their hopes into winning Pennsylvania. As we've been saying throughout this campaign, the path to the White House runs straight through Pennsylvania. Trump increasing his leads and majorities and support all across the state, in rural areas, in urban areas. It was a decisive win for President Trump. And particularly, I just wanted to flag one more thing. Hours before polls closed last night, we saw that post from Trump making accusations that there was cheating in Pennsylvania, which created more tensions with state officials, saying there's no evidence of this, suggesting that perhaps that Trump wasn't doing so well here in this state. Clearly, that wasn't the case, but the tensions remain between state Democratic officials and Trump. The popular governor here, Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro, lending the Democratic Party his machine to get out the vote, to identify voters. Clearly, that didn't work. The Democrats' fundraising didn't work here. So obviously, there's going to be some soul searching within the Democratic Party as the autopsy of this botched campaign begins.
CBC's Richard Madden in Philadelphia. Thank you. The results of the U.S. presidential election are expected to have a ripple effect, of course, on the Canadian economy. Trump has said that he would impose tariffs on all goods imported into the United States, including those from Canada. So for more on this, we're joined now by Jimmy Jean. He is the chief economist for Desjardins. Thank you so much for making time for us today, Jimmy.
Good to be here.
Let's begin with the most basic of questions. Trump is now going to be the president again of the United States. What sort of impact can we expect for the Canadian economy?
Well, it's really going to depend on whether he enacts the tariffs he's proposed. That's the single biggest threat for the Canadian economy, being such a closely integrated economy with that of the U.S. He did apply tariffs on a localized basis in his first mandate. Now he's promising universal tariffs. So, and it could be 10%, but it could also be 20%. He's mentioned both numbers. So what that means is that if he goes ahead with those tariffs, we with our export sectors, so the commodities producers, manufacturing, agriculture, all those sectors would be hurt pretty sharply. That would impact jobs and investment in those sectors, and therefore that would ripple through the Canadian economy.
We've heard from the Canadian Finance Minister today. We've also heard from our Foreign Affairs Minister that Team Canada is very much in play right now, that they've worked with this type of administration before. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was there for the first round of Donald Trump as a president. So are we prepared, or are the factors at play in the economy, the global economy, quite different in 2024?
I think one of the big differences is that a lot of Trump's agenda rests on tariffs. So this is not some accessory item. He intends to fund a lot of the measures he wants to put in place, such as tax cuts for corporations and wealthy individuals, by offsetting it through the incomes he would be collecting from the tariffs. So I would tend to think that the negotiations would be more difficult this time around, but it doesn't mean that it's an impossible task. As you mentioned, there are deep relationships and deep connections between Canadian officials, both at the federal level, but also at provincial levels, with U.S. officials, including in various states, including red states, where there's a lot of trade that is being done with Canadian provinces. So all those things matter. Who also will be part of the Trump administration matters as well. We don't know that yet. So it's difficult to say, but certainly the rhetoric so far is what's concerning.
So let's say the rhetoric turns into reality and there are harsh tariffs imposed on Canadian imports into the United States. What would be the appropriate response from our government to protect our own economy?
Well, in those instances, what we typically see is retaliatory tariffs, and we've seen that during the first Trump administration. So, if the Canadian government were to apply tariffs on imported goods from the U.S., that would have the impact of raising prices for things that we import. For example, in the auto industry, 62% of the autos that we import come from the U.S. So it would make goods more expensive for Canadians. It would make inputs for businesses more expensive as well. And, they would likely pass those costs through to the end consumer. So that would mean a loss of purchasing power. So there would be jobs that would be lost in exporting sectors, but for the economy as a whole, there would be a loss of purchasing power. And all this is also in line with the idea that the U.S. President Trump wants to inflate the deficit via what he's promoting. So that would inflate the deficit. That would have bond yields rising. That's what we see this morning. And that means higher borrowing costs. And, Canada is along for the ride because we're seeing borrowing costs increase for Canadian governments as well. So that would actually limit the government's wiggle room in terms of intervening, just because we still have a very significant deficit at this point. So not a whole lot of good news in terms of the implications.
I was speaking to one of our producers, Boyan, who spoke to you prior to our conversation, and this is slightly adjacent to the economic conversation, but you had mentioned that one of the other things that Trump has really pushed, aside from the economy and economic strength, has been border control and also immigration and cracking down on immigration. You think that even that policy would have an impact on the Canadian economy? How so?
Right. And, the question is whether he can really implement mass deportation of millions of people legally. That will be difficult to implement effectively. But regardless, if he does so, and even if he doesn't, just the message that he's signaling to foreigners wishing to enter the United States, that is going to be tougher going forward, that could have more people looking to Canada right at the time where we are backpedaling on immigration given our capacity, our welcoming capacity constraints. So that could be another issue for Canadian officials at a time where we really are struggling with affordability issues in housing, and governments are struggling to provide the essential services to the newcomers that we currently have. So it would bring in a number of complications potentially, although it's quite uncertain to what extent, and also the timing at which those issues would play out.
And Jimmy, I'll ask you to sort of look ahead a bit, because we've just wrapped up this American election, but we're now going to start looking ahead to the Canadian federal election, which is likely going to happen next year. And if we find ourselves in a scenario where the leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, becomes the next prime minister, we know how the Trudeau-Trump relationship operates. What are you anticipating from a Poilievre-Trump relationship?
Right, and we can only speculate. I guess from an ideological perspective, you could suspect them to see eye to eye. But at the same time, when it comes to the economy, well, they're basically, we like to think of Canada and the U.S. as being partners, but Trump effectively sees us as adversaries, and it would be the eventual Conservative government's job to try to really promote Canada as a partner and try to avoid the most damaging of his agenda. So that will be a very delicate balance. I'm not saying it's impossible. There are deep relationships and contacts and lobbying efforts that could help in this area. And those lobbying efforts, by the way, have been carried out for some time now. So they haven't been sleeping on the job. But at the same time, this will be crucial for the eventual government, the new government after the next Canadian election, to really have as a top priority the protection of our interests in the face of this new U.S. administration.
Okay, lots of possible scenarios. We'll see how it plays out. Jimmy Jean, thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And earlier today, we did hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who said he started the day with congratulations to President-elect Donald Trump.
I want to congratulate Donald on a decisive victory last night. I look forward to working with President Trump once again to strengthen North American economic opportunities for the middle class, to grow our economies in ways that make us competitive around the world, to protect North America from the many, many challenges that exist around the world. On our side, we've been preparing for this. We're looking forward to doing this work. And we're going to make sure that this extraordinary friendship and alliance between Canada and the United States continues to be a real benefit to Canadians, but also to people around the world.
Let's turn now to CBC's Janice McGregor, who is joining us from Ottawa. Janice, the Liberal caucus is meeting, and ministers have been responding to Trump's victory. What are we hearing?
That's right. The entire Liberal caucus, we understand today, devoted to frank conversations about the way forward. Look, there has been kind of a lull in sort of thinking about the Canada-U.S. relations, Canada giving the U.S. some space to have its own debate, to make its choice. It has now decisively done so. So what next? Because this is something that touches on any number of different files, defense, immigration, obviously the economic portfolios, which we'll talk about each in turn. I'm going to play you just a bit of a montage. Pretty much all of the major ministers involved in this stopped for reporters on the way in. Here's a little bit, anyway, of what they had to say.
Let's remember that our trading relationship today is governed by the trade deal concluded by President Trump himself and his team.
This trade relationship is the envy of the world. We intend to work very hard for Canadians with the Americans to make sure that this that this trade between the two countries, which is the envy, continues to remain strong.
The battle for women's rights and autonomy over their body is a long and winding road, and it has had many setbacks. But that does not mean that we give up.
The good thing for Canadians is we're ready. Actually, I was already texting folks in the United States, and they're responding. So this is good. You know, what we said to Canadians is that we would be ready and that we would fight for Canadian interests.
Champagne there. One of arguably the best networkers on Parliament Hill saying he's already texting people involved in the Trump administration, part of a bigger plan, really, where this cabinet has divided and conquered in the past and fully intend to do so again. They were caught unprepared in 2016. They vowed not to be unprepared now. But as the Prime Minister said, the world is even more complicated geopolitically than it was the last time they were facing off against Trump. Yes, the economic challenges are going to be essential. It might not be under the Trudeau government's watch. It could be the next government that has to face the 2026 mandatory review of the revised North American trade agreement. In the meantime, though, we know from the people very close to the Trump economic agenda, including Bob Lighthizer, the former United States trade representative, who remains close, by the way, to Chrystia Freeland. They've let it be known that she dined with him recently to stay in touch. They've been clear that they are going to employ once more a tariff policy, and that it would be a global one, not just against, say, China, but could include Canada and Mexico, its NAFTA partners as well. Now, doesn't matter if they put a 10% tariff on your goods, if you're looking at a 60-cent dollar. As we watch the exchange rates, that becomes part of the trade story too. But there are also national security arguments to the North American relationship. This idea that you need to build a fortress around America, or in Canada's preference, a fortress around North America, to keep out threats militarily, economically. This idea that Canada wants to be a strategic partner on things like critical minerals, something that always comes up in this conversation. Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly making it clear she has been talking to allies about what this means for shared priorities of theirs, shared concerns of theirs, what this means for the war in Ukraine, what this means for the conflict in the Middle East. The Trump administration very likely to have a very different foreign policy approach also. In the 4 years since he's been in office, some pretty troubling things learned about the relationships of people around Trump, including Elon Musk, who could be a future special advisor to the president, his relationships with Vladimir Putin and so on. From a national security perspective, there is a lot for other allies to consider about how they're going to navigate going forward in terms of, for example, intelligence gathering and sharing. So needless to say, a lot to discuss in caucus, and I think, the reverberations of this between here and the inauguration, it's just going to make a lot of other things we were previously talking about in Ottawa seem very small in comparison.
And what are we hearing from the opposition leaders?
Yeah, because this is important. We know that Canada is going to be going to the polls sometime in the next year. The person that public opinion surveys suggest could be Prime Minister, squaring off against Donald Trump, Pierre Poilievre, is out with a statement. He did not stop for cameras to take questions, I should note, only giving us his thoughts in writing, congratulating Donald Trump in this statement, talking about how his mission going forward save our jobs. And he goes on and talks about how they need to be axing taxes and working to compete, worried about investment already being lost to the U.S. under Justin Trudeau's watch, and they want to stand up for Canada going forward, the Conservatives do. The interesting thing about even what you see in this initial message from Pierre Poilievre is the idea that this is all about jobs. That exactly echoes the kind of rhetoric you do hear from the Trump campaign, that you hear from people who supported Donald Trump in the U.S. As voters. Going to just note, someone in Pierre Poilievre's caucus knows the minds of this incoming administration better than most. His name is Jamil Jivani. He is a Toronto area MP. He went to law school at Yale with the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, knows him quite well. He did not want to take any questions from us this morning. Reporters tried, but sort of someone very close to the mindset of the incoming administration sitting right there in Conservative caucus this morning. So a very interesting situation there at a time when we know that among sort of the Conservative voting base, perhaps slightly more than half of them have told pollsters they would welcome a Trump presidency. The other thing I'll say is that, of course, when we have the next election in Canada, very much in the hands of the New Democrats right now. Leader Jagmeet Singh also stopped on his way into his caucus meeting this morning. Here's what he had to say.
I think a lot of folks woke up today and woke up really worried, really afraid, felt crushed. And I want you to know that now is the time for us to come together to defend Canadian interests. I know that the results of Trump, right now what it looks like Trump's election, is going to have serious impacts on Canadians. So we need to come together, all parties, all leaders, and put Canadian interests first.
So with whatever time they have left, with whatever levers they're able to pull, what do progressive politicians do in this moment when America has spoke so decisively in the other direction on a number of issues? This is going to be the subject of a lot of very important conversations over the next few weeks.
CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Thank you, Janice.
You're welcome.
Millions of Americans also voted on the issue of reproductive rights in their states. 10 states had abortion measures on the ballot. Voters in at least 7 of them expanded or protected abortion rights. In Missouri, voters approved a measure to overturn the state's near-total abortion ban. However, Florida's ban on abortions after the 6th week of pregnancy will stay in place after an attempt to overturn it failed. Abortion ballot measures in South Dakota and Nebraska also failed to pass. You're watching CBC News Network. Canadians are, of course, reacting to the news of Donald Trump's election victory. Some woke up to the news, others stayed up to watch all night, but I want to now bring in CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick, who's joining us from Toronto. Megan, you've been speaking with people. What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, of course, Canadians watching this election south of the border closely, and reporters from CBC News were out early this morning in Toronto and in Halifax, gathering people's reaction. And we're hearing a mix of views, really, Natasha. Some people saying they're disappointed by the result, that Donald Trump won the election. Some even saying they're horrified by it, while others saying they're pleased by the result and that they think Donald Trump was the better of the two candidates, that he is business-minded and they think he will be good for the U.S. economy. Personal preferences aside, Canadians we've been speaking to wondering what the impact will be on Canada with Trump in the White House for the next 4 years, because of course our two countries are so closely linked. So some people thinking about that this morning, Natasha. Here's more of what we're hearing.
I'm scared that whatever policies he puts on might also affect Canada's policies as well.
I'm horrified, and once I get on my train, I'm probably going to cry.
I think he is pro-business. I see that the stock market probably is going to jump. Probably less wars. That's what I'm thinking.
I smiled, happy. I wasn't ecstatic. I don't worship him or anything, but the better of the two options for sure.
So hearing lots of reaction from political leaders, including from Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. What is he saying?
Yes, he put out a statement this morning congratulating President-elect Donald Trump and congratulating Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and also congratulating everybody else that was elected last night. It wasn't just a presidential election. That's not the only position Americans were voting for. A number of governors were elected, senators, House of Representatives, congressmen and women, as well as state representatives as well. So Ford offering his congratulations to them. And no surprise, talking about the close economic ties between Ontario and the United States, noting in his statement that Ontario is the #1 export destination for 17 states and the #2 destination for 11 states. So talking about the economic ties and saying that he's optimistic that those ties will grow even stronger in the years ahead. Here's more of what he said in the statement. He wrote, "We have enormous potential to provide the critical minerals needed for electric vehicle batteries and other new technologies, and as a safe and secure source for the clean and reliable nuclear energy needed to power America's economic growth. That's why we must adopt a buy, can, am mindset that creates new jobs and opportunities for workers and businesses on both sides of the border." So mentioning the auto industry, mentioning the energy sector as well. Yesterday, Premier Ford was in Ottawa giving a speech to the Economic Club of Canada, and he talked about the U.S. election, saying whatever the result, it would have extreme consequences on Ontario's economy, on Canada's economy. Premier Ford knows the U.S. well through his family company. He's done a lot of business in the United States, particularly in Illinois and in New Jersey. And he said in his speech that he's been working the phones, talking to his contacts south of the border to underscore the importance of the economic relationship between Ontario and the United States. He said they are experts in the United States at the Buy America approach. And as you heard him say in that statement, he says he, going forward, will be encouraging this Can-Am approach instead. So interesting comments from the Premier so far. We've been hearing from other premiers as well, including Alberta's Premier, Quebec's Premier, lots of reaction. But here in Ontario, Premier Ford saying he's looking forward to working with the Trump administration.
Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Donald Trump is leading the race in the swing state of Michigan. We're going to take you there live for more reaction coming up on CBC News Network. It appears Michigan will be one of the key swing states that will cement Donald Trump's victory. The Republican ticket looks poised to take the state, and right now they have just over half of the popular vote and a lead by about 90,000 votes. Let's go to Chris Ensing now, who is joining us from Ferndale, Michigan, which is just outside of Detroit. Chris, Michigan is still apparently too close to call. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we did get a heads up about this beforehand. They've changed some voting rules, so it makes it easier to count ballots, but still taking some time to get them all in. Very tight here. And what we saw back in 2016 was the state elect Trump into the White House in 2020, replace him with Biden. And then now here, that slight lead that he has is something that has surprised people that I spoke with who are in some of the counties that have voted for the Democrats in the past, specifically in Oakland County, where they thought that they would be able to make enough gains here, and in other places like Macomb County that are typically places where Republicans have voted, and that would be enough to put them into the White House. When we think of the issues that matter to people in Michigan, the economy is huge. There were people who said that they were voting for access to health care, but one of the things that has been on this ticket is the automotive industry, and two very split paths forward that were presented. And with Trump's vision now that he is in the White House, it's one where he's going to cut back emission standards, he says, that states have put in, which is going to really slow that push for electric vehicles that automakers have been forced in some ways to move toward. And he also talks about some of the green policies and some of the subsidies that are available inside of the Inflation Reduction Act. If those aren't already paid out, he said, he's going to look to find ways to reduce those. Everything that happens in the automotive industry has an impact back over on the other side of the border in Canada. People have been watching this closely. Experts say, though, they've been through a Trump administration before. They'll hit the old familiar playback of reminding them of how valuable Ontario's manufacturing sector is.
So, Chris, while we're waiting for the official call to be made in Michigan, in the meantime, what are you hearing from people there?
Yeah, what I'm hearing from is a lot of people saying actually that they didn't really enjoy who was at the top of the ticket from both parties, which has been interesting to watch play out. I was speaking with one man earlier today who was on his electric bike going to the auto shop that he runs. And I asked him what he thinks about today, and he goes, "I'm fine. Harris isn't in." And I asked why, and he says what drew him to the ballot box was the issue of what's going on in Gaza. He says that the Harris administration was not going to get his vote, but he didn't want to support Trump either, so he threw it for a third party. He said he felt like he was throwing it away, but just couldn't come to grips with either of them. And he doesn't think that he's alone. Across the state, hearing differing views on what brings him to the ballot box. Take a listen.
He's the only one. He did it once, and he'll do it again. And we have that faith, you know. And that's what we've been keeping the faith, you know. And it's just nice to see this right now.
I did speak with voters yesterday. I asked a couple of them, you know, if you wake up and Harris wins, what does this look like for you? And they talked about how incremental change. I asked if Trump wins, what does this mean? For some, they said hope. For others, they were worried about the economic factor, wondering if this is going to be something that does end up benefiting them or if it's just all talk.
CBC's Chris Ensing in Ferndale, Michigan. Thank you. Back to the U.S. election results. Let's show you now the breakdown of how the states voted and the big swath of red in terms of support for Donald Trump. We're still waiting on calls from swing states like Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. But even without those states, you can clearly see how Trump has been able to reach and surpass that necessary total of 270 electoral college votes. Now, winning those critical battleground states was part of Donald Trump's path to the White House. CBC's Angie Seth from America Votes is back here now. Those swing states, so critical. I mean, it's the only thing we talked about for weeks and weeks and weeks. Take us through how Trump was able to clinch them.
Well, I mean, if you go back to even to 2020, it was Joe Biden that clinched them. By in some cases a narrow margin, but he was still able to take them and, of course, create this, beyond the blue wall, if you will. This time around, of course, Donald Trump and the messaging and the rhetoric that he put forward really resonated with voters. We know in terms of Georgia, if we take a look at Georgia first, the black vote, immigration, jobs, et cetera, that was huge. The strategy for the Democratic Party was to at least maintain what Joe Biden was able to accomplish in 2020, and clearly that wasn't able to happen. He tapped into, and you heard Donald Trump saying, if this is what you need, this is what I'm going to do for you. Right. And that's basically what sort of resonated. He was working on emotion versus the rationality, which is what we saw more of Kamala Harris done. And then if we shift over, but we assumed he was going to take Georgia. Same thing with North Carolina, same kind of deal. But the hope was because Joe Biden had North Carolina in 2020, Kamala Harris would be able to maintain those votes. But again, as you can see, there's 16 electoral votes here. Donald Trump able to take it and able to hold on to it well. And then, of course, as we shift over to some of those other states, as we've been watching, Nevada, Michigan, and Arizona, as you mentioned, we're still waiting to get a final confirmation on those. But we are looking, I mean, you're at 84% right now with Nevada, so we're waiting on that, but very, very likely that it is going to go red. Same thing with Arizona at 61%. Arizona, the reason it's taking so long is we talked yesterday about how detailed that ballot is and how many mail-in ballots were coming in. So it's a much more longer, tedious process. We might not know till sometime next week. But again, it's not going to really make a much of a difference. It doesn't matter.
We're already there. Yep.
Exactly. And that's finally, so when we're looking at sort of at Arizona here, and then, of course, we know that Michigan as well, that was the other state as well that we were following. And, of course, that, again, will be able to flip. So, in Arizona, we know that some issues, abortion was a big issue there, but it didn't resonate.
And so what was it that Trump was able to do in these various locations that worked so well?
Well, I mean, if you look at the rallies that he had, the messaging was very, very simple. Basically saying, what are you not happy with? You're not happy with the last 4 years? Well, here's how we're going to fix it. And I want to come back to the abortion issue because we really thought that that was going to be a key turning point. Donald Trump's stance on abortion wavered. We didn't exactly have a solid stance. And even when he was asked about it, again, there was a bit of a waver kind of back and forth. He talked about, wanting to protect women, whether they wanted to do or not. He talked about being the father of IVF. The Democrats were hoping that was going to resonate over to their side. It didn't, unfortunately. And take a listen. So we spoke with, and we sort of want to add in there the secret voter. We talked about that as well. Again, where are you resonating with abortion? But does that mean you're also going to tick Harris on the ballot there? But take a listen here to what one voter had to say. Understood why it went the way it went, but she is now concerned with Donald Trump now in the White House.
I'm disappointed, but not surprised. Arizonans are notorious for splitting ballots. Definitely not being able to order and receive materials that we need to provide care would significantly impact our ability to do so.
On some, levels there is a concern. We'll sort of say where things go. But then I want to come back to the gender aspect of this. A lot of women did vote for Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump was able to capture that male vote. We talked about black voters. We talked about Latino voters. She really needed to push that angle there. She wasn't able to get there. Take a listen here.
I can tell you within my audience, I got a tremendous amount of calls of male Latinos who didn't believe that she would be respected because she was a woman. They didn't think that she was going to be able to be strong enough with leaders of the world because she was a woman. This was a discussion with the multiple interviews that I did before the election. The macho culture within the Latino community.
So what they were hoping she would able to sort of tap into that, she wasn't able to. In fact, North Carolina, Donald Trump doubled his numbers among male voters, which is huge. He went on issues like mass immigration. He talked about the migrant criminals, lower taxes, talking about taxing other countries, and then, of course, ending inflation. That's what resonated. That's what people were looking forward towards, that immediacy. They didn't want 4 years of more years of Joe Biden, a.k.a. Kamala Harris, and as a result, you've got Donald Trump winning the White House.
And next hour, we're speaking to Katie Frost, who's a Republican strategist, about what they got right, because they clearly got it right. We'll be bringing you that conversation later on. CBC's Angie Seth from America Votes. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
We want to give you now a sense of that mandate that Donald Trump will take with him to the White House. As we mentioned, he appears set to win the popular vote for the first time. Returns point to him sweeping the battleground states, and it looks like he will come to power with full control over the U.S. government. Republicans appear to be in a strong position to capture Congress, and Republicans have a definitive win in the Senate, flipping control from the Democrats with wins in states like Montana and Ohio. But right now, he appears short of claiming 60 seats, and that is the supermajority threshold needed to make any legislation filibuster-proof. Also, take a look at where things stand in the House of Representatives. Right now, it appears that the Republicans are on track to hold on to their bare majority in the House. Having both the House and the Senate will make it that much easier for Donald Trump and his administration to pass any legislation. We'll bring you much more coverage on the U.S. election right here on CBC News Network. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Natasha Fateh. And Donald Trump is promising unity and promising to keep his promises. He is poised to become the 47th president of the United States after a bitter campaign in which he repeatedly hurled insults and deployed personal attacks. Trump says he's ready for a second term that will put economic prosperity and the American people front and center. Now, right at this point, Donald Trump stands at 276 Electoral College votes. That's 6 past the threshold of the 270 he needed in order to get to the White House. There are still more votes to count and still more states to call in, but the victory for Donald Trump is now assured. By taking Wisconsin, Trump went over the top, and it also gave him victories in 4 of those 7 swing states that we've been telling you so much about. He won North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on returns to come in officially from Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. The victory was complete at about 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, but Trump had already declared himself the victor well before that.
Most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
That was Donald Trump addressing his supporters in the middle of the night in Palm Beach, Florida. The changes he is promising to make are backed by a stronger mandate than the one he received in 2016. He also won the popular vote for the very first time, and he is the first president since the 1800s to serve a second term following a defeat. Republicans have taken the Senate and appear to be on course to take the House as well. Now, winning most of those swing states was key to Donald Trump's path to the White House. CBC's Angie Seth from America Votes is back with us now. So much of the focus for Harris in particular was on that blue wall, the states that represent the blue wall. They're not that blue anymore. How did...
Well, he was able to flip it.
How?
Yeah,
what
essentially
did he do?
He was able to flip it. And I want to start with Pennsylvania first. And if we take a look at sort of where things are at, I mean, so we sort of see obviously where the numbers at 97% of the votes here, 19 electoral count votes here. 2016, in the presidential election, Donald Trump was able to beat Bill Clinton 48.6 to 47.9%. Tight, right? Let's go to 2020, and Joe Biden was able to take it 50% to 48.8. The hope was with Pennsylvania, we saw Kamala Harris campaigning in Pennsylvania. Both of them did, but Kamala Harris really pushing hard in Pennsylvania. Her last day was in Pennsylvania, hoping to keep that state blue and continue with what Joe Biden was able to do. And she wasn't able to do it. There was a lot of emotion around this race. Pennsylvania was pivotal for her, but there was a lot of emotion to the point, and Donald Trump played it very well. Do you want 4 years of what you're already dealing with, the misery that you're dealing with, or do you want me to fix it? It wasn't, do you want me to change it? Do you want me to fix it? Kamala Harris ran on, we need new leadership, we need a new generation coming in. That generation was still attached to Joe Biden, and it wasn't enough. And so when you got to the ballot box, the fear was, is am I going to get someone that's going to keep my car running, or someone that says, I got a new part, we'll see if it works. They want the car to start running, right? So if we shift over then to, and among the Latino vote as well, I want to run a clip here. Among the Latino vote as well, you heard that they are now at that point going, okay, now we're going to hold Donald Trump to account here. You said you're going to do X, Y, and Z. We want to see that you can do it. Take a listen here.
The expectations are really high. You told us that you could bring the gasoline prices down to $2 the way they were 4 years ago when he was president. We want that now. You said that eggs and bacon were going to be cheap. We want that now. You promised that you were going to bring down the inflation back to when you were president. We want that now.
So you see the immediacy here, and we're showing Wisconsin here right now, where we know women's rights was a big ticket item. Kamala Harris, we know that was a big part of her campaign, ran hard on that. But again, when it comes down to what's happening in that booth, and we had a lot of mail-in ballots, we had a lot of early voting as well, not necessarily as much in comparison to 2020, because of course we were dealing with the pandemic as well. But when it came down to who am I going to pick, for me, and from what we've seen, that's kind of where your secret voter comes into effect. Not your undecided, but your secret voter that says, Natasha, I'm totally for Kamala Harris, but when I get to the booth, I go, my sure thing is Donald Trump right now. And that's the direction I'm going to go. And then, of course, then there's the emotion of, sort of focusing on some of the other big issues here. Immigration was a big issue. taxes. He talks about he was going to lower taxes. He was going to tax other countries to ensure that jobs were going to remain in America. We saw that, of course, in Michigan, for example. That was a huge issue with regards to the auto industry. And there you sort of see where the difference is in terms of those numbers there. Again, very tight. But nonetheless, he was able to maintain it and turn that state red. And that's exactly what they were looking for, that immediacy. What are you going to do so I can put food on the table, rather than here's my bigger picture plan that we're going to eventually start to roll out. She needed to be more direct. She needed to be, and I'm going to say it quite directly, anti-Joe Biden.
Wow. Okay, let's talk about some of the other results that we've seen in these swing states.
Yeah. So so we start sort of shifting over to sort of some of the others as well with regards to Georgia, as well as North Carolina, Nevada. If we sort of take a look at where things are that Georgia was a done deal for Donald Trump, but at one point near the end there we thought there might be a bit of a shift. He was able to maintain it right. It was the same thing with North Carolina as well. That was sort of an easier one for him to maintain. But what's interesting about North Carolina, it's a purple state. It's flipped back and forth, and we've seen that between 2016 and 2020 and prior. The hope was forget the flip, let's keep it blue, and unfortunately she wasn't able to do that. Of course, you've got full amount of the vote. We're still waiting on a couple of more of those swing states, Nevada and Arizona, for example. Nevada, again, we go back to the large Latino population. We go back to the situation with regards to the economy and jobs. Unemployment is at 5.1% in Nevada. It is very high compared to the rest of the country. They were looking for answers as well, and they weren't getting the, I guess, the confidence from Kamala Harris. But we talked about Donald Trump. He's a businessman. He's going to run things like a business, and that's where he's strongest on the economy front. Mainly not necessarily on the negotiation side of it, because it's pretty direct and cutthroat. But again, Americans are at that point that they just want to have someone fix what they feel is broken. And then, of course, we're still waiting on Arizona. And we know that that ballot, again, will most probably go red, as you can see in terms of where the numbers are. Right. We're only at 61%. That's probably shifted already higher. But again, it's an area that it's a ballot that is detailed. It's two sides, so it takes a bit of time. But again, this is where you're going to see unprecedented, could we say? I think so, having all 7 swing states go red when there was almost a guarantee, as we started covering this over the last 4 weeks, that Kamala Harris was at least going to come away with something, and it wasn't going to be a full sweep for Donald Trump. But clearly,
it was so tight. Tight all the way through. And as you said, people want him to fix it. Is he going to? That's going to be the question over the next few days and possibly 4 years. CBC's Angie Seth from America Votes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And of course, we've got extensive continuing coverage for you on the U.S. election. CBC's Caroline Bargut is in Arizona, where the returns are still coming in this hour. And Katie Nicholson is in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Trump secured a victory on his march to the White House. Let's start in Arizona, where the vote counting continues. CBC's Caroline Bargut is in Maricopa County. Let's talk about that, Caroline. What's the latest where you are?
Yeah, Natasha, the votes are slowly starting to trickle in. Donald Trump is still in the lead in this state, although there is a little bit of good news for the Democrats and well, not really for Harris, but for the Democrats. They are leading in 4 of 15 counties. That's very similar to the 2020 election, but the big difference is Maricopa County. The Democrats won Maricopa County in 2020, but they are losing in Maricopa County to Donald Trump this time around. It is the most populous county. 60% of voters live there, and it is leaning heavily towards Trump. Now, this is traditionally a Republican state. It did swing to the Democrats in 2020, but clearly it looks like it will swing back to the Republicans. Now, there were several issues on the ballot. One you had mentioned earlier about abortion. Arizonans had voted in favor to basically enshrine a woman's right to an abortion into state law. They also voted in favor of making it a crime if you are a non-U.S. citizen and you cross into Arizona from any other entry other than the port of entry. And so immigration was a huge issue in this state. It is a border state. It borders on Mexico. And so clearly it appears that immigration is part of the reason why Trump is leading in this state. We are still days away from knowing the final results. We hear we'll know them in about 10 to 13 days. But so far, it looks like Trump will win Arizona.
CBC's Caroline Bargut in Maricopa County, Arizona. Thank you. Okay, let's move to another swing state now. Donald Trump and the Republicans solidified their control over North Carolina last night. Katie Nicholson is in Charlotte. So, Katie, what's happening in North Carolina today?
Well, there's a lot of navel-gazing by the Democrats here in Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte sits. Certainly they were expecting to be able to get out the vote and really swing this state. That didn't happen. And if you look at all of the different counties, there's 100 of them in this state. This is a deeply rural state. And what you see playing out in North Carolina is what you see playing out across a lot of America. There is this urban-rural divide where you have these large cities that swing towards the Dems, and then they are surrounded with very powerful Republican counties, voting blocks all around them. And that is what it was. That's the story in North Carolina. And in fact, the Democrats lost ground this time round in the rural counties where Joe Biden had made inroads in 2020. And a lot of this is being blamed on messaging, but there are other things that are at play. And you've seen about a 1.2% shift of voters here in this state to the right. And you're also seeing it in suburban areas. So a lot of the issues that were at play here are the same ones that you sort of heard Caroline mention. It's immigration. It's about the economy. People kept hearing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris then after him say this economy is doing great, but they weren't feeling it. They were feeling the impacts of inflation at the grocery store. The messaging didn't break through to them. It didn't resonate. Instead, they remembered cheaper times under President-elect Trump. So these are the sorts of things that sort of were driving that, as well as Hurricane Helene. And that's what impacted 25 counties there in the west part of the state. And there was a lot of misinformation that was being fed about FEMA not having a robust response. The Democratic governor here did try to counter that. And there were a lot of people who were in those hurricane-affected areas who were praising FEMA, but there was a very strong negative narrative that was put out there by the Republicans that FEMA and the federal government didn't respond quickly enough. And that had great traction in those counties. Now, whether that swung this or not, hard to say, because those are already very rural Republican counties. So that's a little bit of what's happening here today, and certainly everybody's talking about it and wondering what it means going forward. But this is still a purple state. They did elect by double digits a new governor who is a Democrat, despite giving the Republicans all of their electoral college votes for Donald Trump.
Shows that North Carolina will always be up for grabs. I mean, if they're constantly swinging back and forth and electing a Democratic governor. But on the Trump side, Katie, we know that his supporters have been celebrating. They're really elated. They feel like it's a mission accomplished. And you've been able to speak to a few of them in North Carolina this morning. What have they been telling you?
Yeah. Big smiles. It's like Christmas morning for them. They're talking about now the country's finally going to get back on track. They have felt that they have been left behind in many ways by the Biden administration, and they feel that come January, their lives are going to significantly change. I asked a few of them what they're expecting those changes to be as soon as Donald Trump assumes office.
Well, first of all, I want our country to be safe and have borders. Okay, so the illegal aliens, and they are illegal aliens that have come across, I think the numbers will actually be in the 15 to 18 million people who are coming across and getting benefits that Americans that have been here all their life can't get.
My wallet 110%. I've noticed massive inflation.
So again, a lot of enthusiasm here from people who are supporting Trump about a world that they see, an America they see that will shift rapidly and meet the needs that they say were not being addressed by the Biden administration.
CBC's Katie Nicholson in Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you, Katie. All right, folks, let's go back to Ottawa. The Minister of National Defense is being asked about Donald Trump's election win. Here is Bill Blair.
Mr. Trump is going to, obviously want us to ramp up our defense spending. So he said he wants us to get to 2%.
No, we want to get to 2% too. We've made a commitment to do that. We've got a plan, and we're working hard towards it.
But there is an immediate threat here because he said he needs us to get there now. We're supposed to get there in a couple of years from now. Are you not concerned about that time?
My responsibility is to the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadians. We're investing significantly in our defense capabilities. We've made a commitment to all of our NATO allies, including the United States, that we have a plan to get there, and we're going to work really hard at it.
Are you concerned about Trump, what Trump could do, for Ukraine's defense against Russia?
Actually, I think Canada's position with respect to our support for Ukraine remains resolute, and we're going to continue to provide that. My expectation is that all members of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group will continue in their support of Ukraine, and yes, we'll be interested in following carefully if there's a change in any of the NATO members' position with respect to
I got to ask about Lloyd Austin. Who do you think will follow Lloyd Austin as SecDef?
All right, that is Bill Blair, the Minister of Defense for the Canadian government, reacting to the news that Donald Trump is now the president-elect in the United States. Let's turn once again to CBC's Janice McGregor, joining us in Ottawa. Janice, over to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of different files we're watching here in the aftermath of this news. The defense one, certainly one of them. I just want to highlight a couple things, just even to parse those answers of Bill Blair's. First of all, he talked about them having a plan to get to 2% of GDP in terms of Canada's military spending. I think the question going forward is, will the Trump administration be as patient with Canada on this front? Will the plan be enough, or does it want to actually see the spending happening now? We know how Donald Trump feels about his definition of allies, that he has threatened people who don't pull their weight not to protect them. What that looks like for Canada, which is unable to defend its borders on its own, that needs to work with the U.S. in matters like NORAD at a time when the threat faced by Russia ever more acute, which sort of brings us to the second question in that scrum about Ukraine. You heard the minister there sort of choosing his words carefully about how Canada's position with respect to Ukraine remains resolute, but that they would follow carefully any changes among their NATO allies. I can only help but read that as sort of a signal, without saying as much, that they are concerned about how a future Trump administration would approach this conflict. Trump's foreign policy is a bit of a paradox, because in some respects he's more isolationist, more America alone, not wanting to be involved in foreign wars. But then with respect to other conflicts, you think of the Middle East, his enthusiasm for perhaps bombing Iran and those sorts of things, he is very much sort of more about kind of being militarily engaged in other parts of the world. So there's not really a consistent ideology driving it. It's very much case by case, but particularly in Ukraine, because of the ties, Trump himself, but people around him also, as reported, particularly since leaving office, the things we have learned about the people around Trump. A lot of concerns, I think, about whether there is going to be a shift now with Trump again in charge and what that means for Ukraine. And we know that President Zelensky and Prime Minister Trudeau spoke earlier this week, and a lot of conversations, phone lines indeed, virtual or otherwise, burning between allies on that. We have heard from a number of cabinet ministers today. Sean Fraser, a housing minister, also scrummed after the morning caucus meeting today, talking about how that was even going to be impacting his portfolio, housing. A lot of concerns about Canada's borders, watching carefully some things they've been trying to fix over time. If it becomes a kind of preoccupation of a White House, you do have to wonder about that. And of course, beyond sort of the security questions, the national security questions, you have the economic questions, the trade relationship. Although really, for Justin Trudeau's cabinet, that maybe is more familiar ground, if not easy ground. This is something they've navigated before, the idea of tariffs. As we hear about the potential of a tariff on everything Canada exports, keep in mind that we also have to watch what happens to exchange rates, and we've seen sort of the dollar shifting around on this news, and the markets too. There are a lot of decisions involved in terms of people losing customers in the States or changing investment decisions. Do you care about a 10% tariff if you're selling, based on a 60-cent Canadian dollar? That's how it all gets complicated. I was struck by Justin Trudeau saying the world is more complicated than it was 4 years ago. Indeed, I would say things in the Liberal caucus room more complicated now than they were just a week ago, and they were pretty complicated then for Justin Trudeau looking at the upcoming election. So we continue to watch on Parliament Hill, but if anything, what was already a very difficult fall for this Prime Minister, only getting more difficult from here.
And what are we hearing from other opposition leaders?
Right, the man who might be Prime Minister by the time the review of NAFTA rolls around again in 2026, at least if we are to take current public opinion surveys of Canadian voters at their word. Pierre Poilievre did not come out and speak to cameras. We are expecting to see him in question period this afternoon. We'll watch carefully, parse his words there. But this is what he said on social media so far, congratulating Donald Trump on his victory. I want to take note, though, of a few lines here. I won't read the whole thing. But look at that. He says, my mission, save our jobs. And he talks about how the U.S. has taken away investment and jobs from Canada over the length of the Trudeau government. Really, I think here, talking about the same things Donald Trump was talking about with American voters, worried about their jobs. The messaging really kind of lines up tactically, right, in terms of the space you're trying to play in, and sort of the nationalist appeal about bringing home our paychecks, saving our jobs, standing up for Canada. Very much the same hymn book, really. And as if to underscore sort of the copacetic thinking, if you will, an up-and-coming MP in Pierre Poilievre's caucus by the name of Jamil Jivani was elected in a by-election during the life of this parliament, represents the Toronto area riding. He went to law school at Yale with J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's future vice president. Now, you can see him there. Cameras found him. He wouldn't take any questions about this. But a very interesting morning for him today, to wake up knowing that his old law school buddy is about to be the vice president. What does that mean going forward? How close do they remain? Apparently he read at his wedding, so they were, perhaps are, still very close. I'm going to play you a final bit of tape here. As we contemplate the future of this parliament and the way forward, the NDP continues to be the essential swing vote in this parliament. Jagmeet Singh, on his way up to Parliament Hill today for his caucus meeting, had these thoughts about last night's result.
I think a lot of folks woke up today and woke up really worried, really afraid, felt crushed. And I want you to know that now is a time for us to come together to defend Canadian interests. I know that the results of Trump, right now what it looks like Trump's election, is going to have serious impacts on Canadians. So we need to come together, all parties, all leaders, and put Canadian interests first.
If you are a progressive in this country, in the time that remains until Canada's election, during that next election campaign, knowing what's coming in the U.S., what does that mean? How do you use your time, your priorities, your resources? The subject of pretty sobering conversations in the time to come between now and especially when Canadians have to make a ballot choice about who they think might be best to manage the relationship with the United States beyond Canada's next vote.
CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Thank you, Janice.
You're welcome.
Now, one of the things we've heard from then-candidate Trump, now President-elect Trump, repeatedly has been this proposal of a sweeping 10% tariff on all U.S. imports, including those from Canada. It's part of Trump's protectionist, nationalist economic policy. And earlier, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau congratulated Trump and said he hoped to work with the president-elect on strengthening the North American economy. But Ottawa is already bracing for a potentially damaging trade dispute. CBC's Anis Hadari is joining us in studio now, and he's tracking the economic angle on how things might move forward between our two governments. So, Anis, how would Trump's victory affect Canada in terms of our trade relations?
Well, when we talk about a 10% tariff, Donald Trump is often referring to this as a way to bring in money for the United States. He said in campaign appearances before he was president-elect that these tariffs would pay for all sorts of stuff, but that's not entirely how tariffs work. And so what it would do to our trade relationship if he put a 10% tariff on everything is that Americans and American companies and consumers really would have to pay 10% extra for anything that came in from Canada or from anywhere overseas. Ostensibly, they won't want to pay 10% extra. It of course depends on what the item is. But because of that, they may buy less from us. That could damage a lot of businesses that operate in this country. But then the other thing is the auto sector is one example, really, of many. But the auto sector in particular moves things back and forth a lot. If every time they cross the border, or even one time, it's become 10% more expensive,
Right.
do you keep doing that? So companies who work in the auto sector or work with the materials that are in the auto sector, think about steel. They may decide to relocate to the States. They may not use the States as a place that they want to go. And a lot of this is conjecture. We don't know because Donald Trump has not been specific other than to say everything will see a tariff like this. But it's caused a lot of concern in many Canadian businesses. I will say when Donald Trump says it would be everything, that might actually be functionally impossible in some respects. Like, for example, Canada exports oil and gas and energy to parts of the United States. He could put a tariff on some of those types of products, but would that be in keeping with some of the other things Mr. Trump has said? Probably not, but again, the devil will be in the details once he is president once more.
And also, we're still waiting to figure out if NAFTA or the new NAFTA will give us any kind of protection from potential tariffs. So we're waiting on all of that. As you said, much of this just conjecture, trying to think ahead. But let's talk about the markets today and how they're reacting to Trump's victory.
So even before markets opened today, we saw that futures were starting to scale upward, that there were expectations from traders that the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, that they were going to go up when the markets opened. And then they did. We have seen big gains. In some cases, they're flirting with record gains on the American indexes. The Canadian Stock Exchange, the TSX, the main one, it's up a little bit, down a little bit. It's remaining relatively flat. The U.S. dollar has gone way up. That's dropped the Canadian dollar. So that also shows what people are thinking about maybe where our economy is going to go relative to the States. One thing I will point out, though, is Bitcoin. It's hit a record high. And that ties into Trump being such a big cheerleader for crypto during this campaign. So certainly a lot of market indicators reacting positively to Donald Trump's election.
Incredible to watch how things are unfolding today. CBC's Anis Hadari, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Canadians are also reacting to the news of Donald Trump's re-election. CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is live from Toronto with more on that part of the story. So Megan, what are you hearing from people?
Yeah, Canadians, of course, keeping a close eye on the U.S. election, and CBC reporters were out early this morning talking to people in Toronto and Halifax, trying to get their thoughts on the fact that Donald Trump will be the president of the United States once again. And we're hearing mixed reactions. Some people saying they're quite disappointed. They were rooting for Kamala Harris, hoping she would be the next president. Others saying they're pleased with this result and they think Donald Trump was the better of the two candidates. They feel like he is a business guy. He'll be good for the U.S. economy, we were hearing. But also people expressing their thoughts about what this could mean for Canada with Trump in the White House for another 4 years. What impact will that have here on Canada and our economy? That is also on the minds of the Canadians we talked to this morning, Natasha. Here's more of what they were saying.
I'm scared that whatever policies he puts on might also affect Canada's policies as well.
I'm horrified, and once I get on my train, I'm probably going to cry.
I think he is pro-business. I see that the stock market probably is going to jump. Probably less wars. That's what I'm thinking.
I smiled, happy. I wasn't ecstatic. I don't worship him or anything, but the better of the two options for sure.
And Megan, we're also getting reaction from Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. What is he saying about the result?
Yeah, he put out a statement earlier in the week, and he put out another one this morning congratulating President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and also congratulating other people that were elected last night. It wasn't just the president that Americans were voting for. In different parts of the country, they were also voting for governors and senators and their representatives in Congress, and so Doug Ford offering congratulations to them. And in his statement, noting, no surprise, the strong economic ties between not just Canada and the U.S., but Ontario specifically, saying that Ontario is the #1 export destination for 17 states and the #2 export destination for 11 states. And he's saying that he's optimistic that those trade ties will grow even stronger in the years ahead. Here's more of what he wrote in this statement. He said, "We have enormous potential to provide the critical minerals needed for electric vehicle batteries and other new technologies as a safe, secure source for the clean clean and reliable nuclear energy needed to power America's economic growth. That's why we must adopt a buy, can, am mindset that creates new jobs and opportunities for workers and businesses on both sides of the border. So Ford highlighting the auto industry, which is vital to Ontario's economy and trade with the U.S., as well as the energy sector. He was making a speech yesterday in Ottawa to a business crowd, to the Economic Club of Canada, and he told the audience that he's been working the phones in recent days and weeks, calling his contacts in the U.S., underscoring the importance of the economic relationship. And it sounds like, Natasha, again, he's going to be emphasizing this Can-Am approach, he's calling it, Canadian-American approach, and trying to dissuade them from taking a protectionist Buy America approach. He's going to be lobbying, as indicated in this statement, for closer economic ties, and says he looks forward to working with the Trump administration.
In Toronto, we'll be back in just a moment. Just before 2:30 Eastern this morning, Donald Trump appeared at his election night party to declare victory. He is the first former president in the modern era to be elected again after losing an election, governing with a mandate from Americans voting for his pledge of prosperity and deep tax cuts. So what were some of the keys to his success, and what should we make of the promises that he's made on the campaign trail? Well, to dig deeper into those questions and maybe even get some answers, let's turn now to Katie Frost. She is a Republican strategist, and I bet she's in a good mood, joining us from Atlanta, Georgia. Katie, good to see you. I think congratulations are in order.
Well, thank you, Natasha. It's great to be with you. I started a very early morning yesterday here in Georgia. We were monitoring everything. I was awake for about 23 hours on 2 hours of sleep, but absolutely worth it. It was a fantastic night.
So tell us, how did it go from every swing state being too close to call, neck and neck, it could have gone either way, to the reality of today where now President-elect Trump is either winning or leading in all of those swing states?
Well, I mean, I do believe we will see that he will win all of the swing states. And a very often overlooked component in this narrative, because there's so much going on, there's so much to look into with all this data. But President Trump is going to be the first Republican since 2004 and only the second Republican since 1988 to win the popular vote. This is not just, well, he won a couple of states here and there for his victory. This was a sweeping victory all across the nation, all the swing states, winning the Senate, picking up Senate seats that a lot of people didn't think we had a shot at. maintaining control of the House. This is a serious mandate, not only for President Trump, but I would also say against policies that we've seen in America for the last 4 years. You know, a lot of people were saying one of the reasons that the Democratic Party replaced President Biden with Vice President Harris is they wanted to move on from his very unpopular term, but it didn't work. The American people saw her as a continuation of the failures of the Biden administration, and they said, no, we liked how it was under President Trump 4 years ago. We would like to have another shot at that, please.
Let's talk about some of the promises that, at that time, candidate Trump made to the public. What do you think were the key messages that resonated?
His closing message was an excellent one. He would start all of his rallies with, "Are you better off now than you were when I was president?" And it was a resounding no from the American people. The economy is his number one issue for so many voters, and immigration was a close second. And those are issues that he really dominated on, because everyone in this country can go to the grocery store, can go to fill up their car, and realize our economy is in a very bad state right now. Inflation is hitting records. Everyday goods are doubling, in some cases even have tripled in cost. And so, yes, Vice President Harris did try to play to some issues that she thought were her strengths. But at the end of the day, the American people, they want their paycheck to go further. They want their streets to be safer. And those are the things that President Trump campaigned on, those kitchen table issues, as we often call them here. And that is what gave him the victory.
Donald Trump is possibly one of the most famous people in the world and likely an incredible icon now in pop culture and history. But Katie, I need to ask you about some of the baggage that he brings with him, that he brought with him to this campaign, and it seemingly didn't matter. He is the first candidate to be elected who's a convicted felon. He's been twice impeached. There's a history of very nasty rhetoric there. I mean, there was a lot going against him, and I think the belief is that had it been anybody else, that would have been enough to have sunk their campaign. What is it about Donald Trump that almost makes him like Teflon? Nothing sticks.
Well, I would say a lot of times the narratives that are constructed around President Trump have been proven to be false. So a lot of people just discount what they hear. They try to go after him and they project a lot of times their own bias and their own
But Katie, let me jump in for 1 second. There's no bias in the facts that he's been convicted. There's no bias in the facts that he has been impeached. I mean, facts are facts, and somebody else would not have been elected necessarily. So there's something obviously about this person, perhaps his celebrity factor, or is it that he's so outrageous that Americans enjoy that? I mean, what is it about him? Not about policy criticisms or personality issues, but the actual issues around legality that he's been able to manage around.
I would say it's because a lot of people look at what he's been through and they see themselves. He has an amazing ability to connect with the American people. His son called him the blue-collar billionaire, which sounds funny, but that's what it is. The American people see in him someone who fought for them. They view him as someone who's actually on their side, someone who actually loves this country, someone that hasn't gone around lecturing them and telling them what's wrong with them. And they look at these cases. I mean, the impeachments were absolutely politically motivated. And they look at these cases that have been brought against him. One of them here in Atlanta, where I am right now, he was booked here. He has a mugshot from Fulton County, Georgia. And everyone looks at that and they go, that never would happen if he wasn't running for president of the United States. It seems completely politically motivated. So they discount that. And when Vice President Harris tried to make her entire campaign about, well, I'm not Donald Trump, that didn't work because so many American people go, well, we were okay with Donald Trump being president. And she failed to tell them what she was going to do for the American people. And that's why I think you see such a resounding victory for President Trump.
Let's talk about the people of the United States who did not vote for Donald Trump, some of whom are going to be feeling quite stressed out today. Whether you agree with them or not, Katie, there is this sense for a lot of people that my rights as a woman are now decreased with a Trump administration. There are many individuals who've been living for decades in the United States as tax-paying members of society, but they might have been in the country illegally, and now they're scared that their families are going to be torn apart. They're going to be taken away from their children who were born in the U.S. That in many ways, the divisiveness of what candidate Trump was saying is now going to play out in real time once he takes over power.
I mean, I was to a degree there 4 years ago. I remember when a lot of my Republican friends were very upset when President Biden was elected. And there was a lot of concerns about what would the reality of this be for our communities and our families. And I would say to all my friends on the left who are concerned today, I understand. I've been there. Ultimately, as a Republican, I believe in smaller government. So I would hope that whoever controls the executive branch of the United States government could not have that big of an impact on your quality of life. And specifically speaking to women, as a young woman myself, I know that the Harris campaign and the Democratic Party tried to make women into single issue voters. They tried to tell us that abortion was the only thing we should care about and the only thing we should vote on. But the Democrats found out last night that women go to the grocery store and go to the gas station a lot more often than they go to seek an abortion. And those issues of the economy, the issues of security, those were far more important to women than these other issues, which are being litigated at the state level, which is how our Constitution is supposed to work under the 10th Amendment.
Katie Frost, very good to speak to you today. Thank you for making time. Take care.
Thank you, Natasha.
Pennsylvania was the biggest of the 7 swing states, with 19 electoral college votes up for grabs. Now, many expected that count to take a bit of time. Instead, the call came for Donald Trump early this morning. Now, here are the current results, with just over 97% of the ballots counted in that state. Trump has received more than 3.4 million votes, almost 51%. Harris got 48% of the vote and is more than 150,000 votes behind Donald Trump. Let's turn to CBC's Hayden Waters, who who's in Erie, Pennsylvania. Hayden, set the stage for us. Why is Erie so important to this election?
Yeah, I've been here all week long in Erie, Pennsylvania, Erie County, and there's this saying I've heard a lot since I came here. It's, as goes Erie, so goes America. And that held true last night. Erie has become this sort of crucial bellwether nationwide, voting for the winner in every presidential election since Barack Obama won in 2008. The streak continued last night. There's still some provisional ballots to be counted here in Erie County, but it looks like it's flipped back to Trump and the Republicans. That's after voting Biden in 2020 and Trump in 2016. Both campaigns were here a lot in the past few weeks. Both Trump and Harris held rallies here in Erie. J.D. Vance and Tim Walz came here twice apiece during the campaign. And presidential elections here are always won by just this razor-thin margin. At the moment, Trump is winning the county by just 1%, or about 1,900 votes. And that's significant, given this is one of the bigger population bases outside of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and the counties around it. I've been here all week. For every Trump voter I've met, I was also speaking to a Harris voter. Pretty even split, I would say, between the folks I've been talking to here this week.
So tell us about the people you've been speaking to there. What are they telling you?
Yeah, so this morning I spent my time hopping around to different parts of the county and going south, starting in the south, and then working my way back up to where the city is on the lake here, Lake Erie, and speaking to folks about what they thought of the election results. I spoke to some Trump voters this morning at a diner here.
I'm optimistic about the price of fuel and the price of all of our groceries on the shelf. I'm optimistic about the world threats going away because we have a man of power and respect back in the office to straighten this world back out.
I don't particularly care for Donald Trump as a person, but I do have conservative values, and I do like the cabinet that he's surrounded himself with, and I do like his policies.
All right, so that's in a diner here in Erie County this morning, and just a booth over, Harris supporters. Take a listen.
I'm sad and perplexed, and well, it's hard to think positively this morning.
I cannot believe how this played out.
Some of the voters I heard here from Erie County this morning reacting to the election. Again, Erie County, a crucial bellwether nationwide, calling who's the winner in the presidential election since 2008.
CBC's Hayden Waters in Erie, Pennsylvania. Thank you. We want to give you a sense of the mandate that the Trump administration will be taking to the White House. Now, Donald Trump is set to win the popular vote for the very first time. Returns point to him sweeping the battleground states, and it looks like he will come to power with full control over the U.S. government. Republicans appear in a strong position to capture Congress. Republicans have a definitive win in the Senate, flipping control from the Democrats with wins in states like Montana and Ohio. But at this point, he appears short of claiming 60 seats. Now, that is the supermajority threshold needed to make any legislation he brings forward filibuster-proof. And here is a look at where things stand in the House of Representatives. Right now, it appears that Republicans are on track to hold their bare majority in the House. Having both the House and the Senate is going to make it a whole lot easier for the Trump administration to pass any legislation. We heard last hour from U.S. Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky. He is a longtime leader of the Republicans in the Senate, but will soon be stepping down. He said today he's happy to be handing over a majority to his successor.
I had really hoped I'd be able to hand over to my successor the majority. I've been the majority leader, I've been the minority leader. The majority is a lot better. And I think, based on the fact that we haven't got all the results in, we certainly already know we're going to be in the majority. We're hopeful that that might actually grow some.
At this point, we don't yet know who's going to replace McConnell as the Senate leader, but Republican Senators John Cornyn of Texas and John Thune of South Dakota are considered to be frontrunners. Donald Trump has thumbed his nose at the establishment, reshaped the Republican Party in his own image, and further polarized an already divided country. Our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, now will take us through the campaign that brought us to this moment.
Donald Trump began his campaign with baggage, twice impeached, recently convicted on criminal charges in New York. And still, the former president shut out any serious challengers for the Republican nomination. At first, it looked like a rematch against President Joe Biden.
Every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
And Trump certainly nudged up in the polls when Biden botched the debate.
Take a look at what happened.
Then a shock. July 13th in Pennsylvania, a gunman fired at Donald Trump, killing a rally attendee and wounding Trump's right ear. Trump was defiant. His immediate reaction resulted in a political image for the ages. Just over a week later, another surprise.
So now we have a new victim to defeat, Lion Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. It's up, good debate.
See, have fun.
Kamala Harris raised the stakes.
You're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling.
Polls consistently said the race looked like a toss-up. Then on a golf course in Florida where the former president was playing, a man seemingly planning another assassination attempt was arrested with an assault rifle. Undeterred, Trump returned to the site of the first attempt on his life in Pennsylvania.
On this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me.
Donald Trump pushing the promise he is tougher on crime, on the border, better on the economy, and destined to be in the White House again.
I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols.
And I'm Jacqueline Hansen.
This is CBC News Network. Our top story today. Americans have elected Donald Trump as their next president. Weeks of deadlocked polls between Trump and Kamala Harris in crucial swing states suggested a close, drawn-out contest. But in the end, Trump scored a sweeping victory. He is the first candidate since the 1800s to retake the U.S. presidency after a defeat. Right now, Trump has 291 Electoral College votes, far more than the 270 needed to win the White House. There are still more votes to count and more states to call, but his victory is assured. Trump reached 270 after taking Wisconsin, giving him wins in 4 of the 7 swing states we have told you so much about. He also won North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. And the Associated Press just called Michigan for Trump as well. The vote counting continues in Arizona and Nevada, but he declared victory hours before that.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
That was Trump addressing supporters at 2:30 in the morning in West Palm Beach, Florida. He won the popular vote for the first time in his 3 elections. The changes he is promising to bring in are backed by a stronger mandate than in 2016 because Republicans took the Senate as well. Control of the House of Representatives, though, is still undecided but is leaning Republican. The CBC's Ellen Morrow joins me live from Washington. So, Ellen, can you take us through the keys to Donald Trump's victory?
Well, Andrew, as you outlined there, this is a resounding victory for Donald Trump. Now, the polls suggested this was always possible. They were always within the margin of error. But really, everything that could have gone Donald Trump's way last night went Donald Trump's way. He overperformed some of his 2020 margins in key places. He overperformed in the suburbs, which Democrats thought were going to be a really important area for them. Trump did better than expected. He overperformed with Black and Latino voters compared to 2020. For example, according to exit poll data, he won Latino men by about 10 points. That's a really big victory. It shows that Kamala Harris was not able to hold on to traditional Democratic constituencies as much as she would have hoped. There's also the question about how women would vote, and they did not vote in the same resounding way for Kamala Harris. She did win women, but Trump overperformed there as well. So again, really everything went his way last night, running the board of those key 7 swing states. And you mentioned it's not just the White House. Republicans have taken the Senate, and as you said, they are perhaps on track to have the House as well. That could very well mean unified Republican control of government for Donald Trump's second term. You also mentioned the popular vote. That has eluded him. That eluded him in 2016, and he is winning that vote this time around. So again, a resounding victory, a large mandate for Donald Trump in this second term. And when you step back, you know, what to make of all that, it shows that those 2 key issues for voters that polls showed over and over again were the main issues for voters, inflation and immigration, really won the day for him. And, you know, I spoke to Republican strategists during the campaign, and I asked about the distraction, you know, the language, the scandal, the personal attacks, the grievances, you know, the things that sort of come along with Donald Trump. And they all said, listen, he's doing better on immigration and on inflation in the polls. And at the end of the day, that is what's going to win him back the White House. And that's what we've seen in the last hours, Andrew.
And so, Ellen, what went wrong then for Kamala Harris?
Well, you know, she had this sort of late in the game momentum, according to polling. But now that we know the result and we can kind of step back and look at the last few weeks,
there perhaps was a death knell moment for her campaign when she appeared on The View several weeks ago. She was asked, what would you do differently than Joe Biden? And she said not a thing that would come to mind. And the reason that moment was so important, it was immediately turned into attack ads against Harris. It was such a key moment in the campaign because she really struggled to separate herself from Joe Biden. And that's so important because the vast majority of Americans in polling said that they weren't happy with the direction of the country. Joe Biden is an unpopular president. And, you know, perhaps out of respect for him, perhaps out of not wanting to appear disloyal, or perhaps it was just how she felt, she just couldn't separate herself from Joe Biden and the Biden administration, which is very unpopular for Americans. And in her campaign pitch to voters, you know, she said she was a new generation of leadership, a new way forward. But she is also the current vice president, and she couldn't really articulate, according to these results, to voters how she would be different, how she would present a new way forward from the Biden administration that many feel has not handled things like inflation and immigration well. So that was a huge challenge for her throughout the campaign. There's going to be a lot of questions for Democrats about how this all went. You know, should the message have been more laser focused on the economy versus talking about Donald Trump? There's also going to be so many what if scenarios that Democrats will be running through. The big one, of course, is what if Joe Biden had never said he was going to run? Because remember, Kamala Harris only had about 100 days to actually pitch herself for the White House, introduce herself as a presidential candidate to voters, explain what she would do as president. That's going to be a big question. What if it didn't take Joe Biden until July to actually step aside?
And Ellen, just before we let you go, you spent many years in Washington, D.C., covering U.S. politics. I mean, what are just some of your impressions? What do you make of this moment from what you've seen of this incredible victory for Donald Trump?
You know, I think it shows that it's really important to get out there and talk to voters. You know, things that sometimes become big in the media. You know, we focus a lot on some of what the rhetoric from the Trump campaign, from that Madison Square Garden moment several weeks ago, where that comedian was there and he made that comment about Puerto Rico, comparing it to a pile of garbage. You know, that didn't really bear out in terms of how voters reacted. Again, Trump won with Latino men. So, you know, I think it shows the importance of getting out there and talking to voters. I was actually in Michigan in August, in a swing county in Michigan that flips back and forth basically every election, Saginaw. And we talked to a lot of voters who said, listen, I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like the social media posts. I don't like what he says. I don't like his overall presentation. Really can't stand the guy. But I feel very concerned with inflation. I feel very concerned about the economy. The amount of people who mentioned the southern border to us in Michigan, at the very northern tip of the country, was very interesting. So it sort of, you know, that trip sort of showed that even if voters really can't stand, you know, 90% of the man's personality, they do think he's better on those key issues. And that's what this really came down to, Andrew.
Ellen, thank you. The CBC's Ellen Morrow, live in Washington.
Well, Pennsylvania was the biggest of the 7 swing states with 19 electoral college votes. Many expected the count to take some time. Instead, the call came for Donald Trump early this morning. Here are the current results with just over 98% of the ballots counted in the state. Trump won more than 3.4 million votes, almost 51%. Harris is over 150,000 votes behind with 48%. CBC's Richard Madden is in Philadelphia, gauging reaction to the Trump win and the Harris loss, and he joins us now live. So, Richard, what is the atmosphere in the city like where you are today? What are people telling you?
Yeah, in a word, surprise. Not only on the surprising election results, but the speed in which the votes were counted here in the biggest swing state among the 7, Pennsylvania. The results itself were a bit of a stunner, especially for Democrats, as Trump really eroded part of their biggest base, Philadelphia, the suburbs of Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh. These are typically where the Democrats do strong. Their strategy was to boost those numbers up to offset gains that Trump would make in the rural parts of Pennsylvania. In the end, we're seeing through exit polls, Trump made major inroads with Hispanics. He made inroads with black male voters. Even college-educated female voters showed that they were leaning towards Trump. And that was spelling bad news from the Harris camp off the start when those results were pouring in. Trump increased his lead throughout Pennsylvania, and the Democratic get out the vote machine, which they talked about so much, just didn't materialize. In fact, Kamala Harris's last campaign concert was here in Philadelphia. The eve before the convention, she brought out celebrities, musicians, urging young voters to make a plan to cast their ballots if they hadn't done that already. And even on election night, Trump posted accusations that voters in Pennsylvania were cheating without providing any evidence. And that, of course, caused some pushback from state officials. So now the autopsy begins. Democrats really viewed Pennsylvania as where they could put themselves over the top in that race to 270 electoral votes. But clearly, they fell spectacularly short. So the autopsy for the Democratic Party continues. Many are pointing fingers as, was their messaging wrong? Should they change at the top? Was the leadership of the party disconnected from what people were hearing on the ground? As we've been saying throughout the day, was it the right call to focus on abortion access, women's rights, equality, instead of focusing on economic issues that Trump made the centerpiece of his campaign? Famed Democratic political strategist James Carville long said it's the economy, stupid, and we're hearing some buzz among Democratic circles that they lost the plot. So as this autopsy continues, we're already seeing these results that Harris was heading levels that Hillary Clinton had in 2016. That's how far back her support was if you compare it to Donald Trump. So this was really a Hillary Clinton 2.0 result for Kamala Harris, and many are just wondering how this could have all gone wrong so quickly.
Yeah, no doubt a lot of reflecting being done by the Democrats today. Richard, thank you so much. That's CBC's Richard Madden in Philadelphia.
So who were the voters that propelled Trump to the White House? For that, I want to bring in Micah Roberts. He's a partner at Public Opinion Strategies and the Republican half of the bipartisan polling operation on behalf of CNBC and NBC News. Micah, welcome back to the show. It's been nice to talk to you over the last few days. How did Donald Trump pull this off?
Well, he did it again. He pulled this off by reaching into the large share of untapped voters, low propensity voters that he knew were part of his base but weren't voting or weren't regular voters. And so these are what we talked about over the last couple of days. These are people that live outside of the cities, outside of the suburbs, in the outer burbs and rural areas of America. They are typically downscale, working class, white voters, but also, as some of your other guests talked about, he brought in and changed the margins significantly with Latino men, Latinos overall, and Black men in key counties. And so this was a really, really sharp, really well executed campaign that knew exactly what it needed to do and executed and did it exactly right. And this is the result that you see.
And I just want to let our viewers know, Micah, and you can react to this, is that we have just, at CBC, through our partnership with Associated Press, have called the state of Michigan for Donald Trump. Just a quick reaction for you on that.
You know, I was not expecting Donald Trump to run every one of the 7 swing states. It is again, I think it's a testament to a really well done campaign. Those are really tough votes. And by the way, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, these places were we were being outspent as Republicans, and the Trump campaign specifically were being outspent by massive margins. $1 billion was spent in Pennsylvania alone across the different races. But in that margin against Republicans and against Donald Trump was massive. The thing that he was able to do is reach those voters, the specific voters that he wanted to talk to, that he needed to talk to and turn out to vote, by not spending almost $1 on earned media through podcasts like Joe Rogan and a host of others, where he spent hours and hours and hours talking kind of freewheel talking about policies, about what people really cared about the economy, about inflation, about immigration. And, he's really well suited for that kind of format, because that's just what he does. He talks for hours and hours and hours. He loves it. And so a very unique candidate, a very unique strategy in terms of reaching voters. And they did it. They did it with less money, way less money than Kamala Harris and the Democrats had.
And so I think what you're implying there is that both teams both the Republicans and Democrats spent a lot of money in Pennsylvania. They didn't spend as much money in states like Michigan, but still those messages got through.
Yeah, well, I think they got outspent in every single state. The fact that Harris did not match or exceed Joe Biden's margin in any county that we've counted, and certainly not in any state, is a massive blow to the Democrat machine. I mean, it was a total flop. They just did not do what they needed to do. Now, to be fair, they had a 90-day campaign for Kamala Harris. I mean, it is a really tough thing to put together a campaign, and she inherited a lot of the Joe Biden staff, which made it really hard for her to pivot away from him. I think that was as one of your previous guests said, that was a death knell moment when she couldn't pivot away and say that there was 2, 3, 4 things that she would have done different on the economy, maybe on immigration, maybe on at least Afghanistan. I mean, there were just way too many ways that she could have pivoted away and given a new vision or a new path for Democrats to vote for. But what they ended up doing was just running a campaign against Donald Trump. And we've seen that story before. It didn't work this time. And, we've got 4 years of Donald Trump presidency to look forward to.
Some Democrats, there are reports, are blaming Joe Biden. He should have stepped out. He should not have run for re-election in the first place. Do you think we would be potentially having a different conversation today had it been a different nominee at the top of the Democratic ticket, or just a more drawn out campaign?
Well, I'll say this. Democracy works best when you let voters vote, and they didn't. The Democrats shut the voters out of the process, and this is the results you get. Yes, I believe that they should have had a primary, and if they had, Joe Biden would not have been the nominee, and he wouldn't have had the disaster of going down, and having to step down. But for Trump's campaign, they get a twofer. They got to beat Joe Biden in July, and then beat Kamala Harris in November. So I think it's probably the first presidential candidate that beat 2 opponents in the same year.
There was lots of talk about Black and Hispanic men leaning toward Trump in the lead up to this election. Do you think that played out?
It absolutely played out. You can see it in the numbers. Let's talk about one county in Florida. Osceola County voted for Trump by 2 points. They voted for Biden in 2020 by double digits. Think about the Puerto Rican vote in Florida. And I'm using Florida because that's where we have numbers for Puerto Ricans. It's a large enough sample that we could look at them. The Puerto Rican vote was single digits. It was a 9-point vote for Kamala Harris, and that's down from a 38-point margin that Joe Biden carried Puerto Ricans with in Florida in 2020.
9% for Puerto Ricans, men and women in Florida, voted for Kamala Harris?
No, I'm saying the margin. The margin was 9 points.
Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to
clarify. The margin
that.
was 38 in 2020, and the Trump campaign narrowed that margin among Puerto Rican voters to 9 points in Florida.
Wow.
So, and look, he won Miami-Dade. He won Starr County in Texas, which is the most heavily Hispanic county in the country. He won it. I mean, So you cannot overstate the difference that makes at the margins. And we're in a biracial or multiracial working class party now that has Donald Trump at the helm with a mandate to do what he said he's going to do, which is make a living wage and the cost of living easier for working families.
We're almost out of time, but just 30 seconds. What about women? There was a feeling that there was momentum going towards Harris. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I've said in a few places, you know, really it was Harris that had the MAGA campaign. It was money, abortion, gender, and abortion. That was the MAGA for Harris, and it didn't work. So women less than college, women college plus, the gap wasn't there for Harris, and she wasn't able to move those voters enough. And by the way, on the other side of the gender gap is men. And Trump really was able to target and turn out men that wanted to vote for him.
Micah, again, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Micah Roberts is a partner at Public Opinion Strategies.
Thank you.
Try to be brief.
We're taking you now to Ottawa, where Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland is speaking. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Let me start by congratulating President and President-elect Trump and his team on a truly historic election victory. I and the Prime Minister and our colleagues are looking forward to working together with them. The Canada-US partnership is absolutely fundamental to the economies of both of our countries. And we have really effective experience working together with a number of U.S. administrations and with this specific team, and have really built some enduring relationships, I would even say friendships. So we're looking forward to continuing to work together for the prosperity and the security of people on both sides of our shared border. And I do want to say, because we live so close to the United States, I know a lot of Canadians were very absorbed in the U.S. election. I know there are a lot of Canadians who are feeling unsettled today. And I want to say to all Canadians that I am absolutely confident that Canada will be prosperous, that Canadians will be safe, and that our sovereignty, our sovereign identity will be secure as we work with this newly elected U.S. administration. Alors, je voudrais commencer.
Okay, we have been listening in there to Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, reacting to Donald Trump's win in the U.S. election. And you could hear her talking about how she intends to work with this new administration. She says she's looking forward to it and that they've worked with many administrations in the U.S. in the past, a couple now anyway. And you'll recall that Chrystia Freeland led those negotiations with the new NAFTA deal, also known as the Canadian-U.S.-Mexico agreement, trade agreement, or CUSMA. So she has been there on the front lines of negotiating with the U.S. on trade, and we know that trade is one of the things that people are thinking a lot about when trying to understand the implications of this election in the U.S. There are a lot of questions that remain about what this second Trump presidency could mean for Canada. Around trade, the border, inflation, all of that on the minds of many today, including the CBC's Karina Roman, who's watching for reaction today in Ottawa. So, Karina, what have you been hearing from some of the other political leaders, too, and what do you make of what we just heard from Freeland there as well?
Yeah, you really, it's just interesting to hear her tone of reassurance, and I'll get to that in a moment. Obviously, we've heard from Canada's political leaders, including the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister saying that the world is actually a more difficult place than, in his mind at least, than when Trump was last president. It's more complicated. He said there's still a lot of work to do, but that he is looking forward to it. Have a listen to what more he had to say.
I want to congratulate Donald on a decisive victory last night. I look forward to working with President Trump once again to strengthen North American economic opportunities for the middle class, to grow our economies in ways that make us competitive around the world, to protect North America from the many, many challenges that exist around the world. On our side, we've been preparing for this. We're looking forward to doing this work. And we're going to make sure that this extraordinary friendship and alliance between Canada and the United States continues to be a real benefit to Canadians, but also to people around the world.
So, Jacqueline, I believe that Chrystia Freeland has started taking questions. Is that correct?
I think you might be right. So maybe we'll just head there again, head back to Ottawa to take a listen in to Freeland if we have that.
And I am now ready to answer your questions.
Judy Trin, CTV.
Hello, Minister. Thank you for taking our questions. What is your government doing to ensure that Canada will be exempt from 10% tariffs? Are you taking, if we take Donald Trump at his word, it will be implemented? So what assurances do you have to Canadians that you can protect Canadian businesses from such a tariff?
I think that is a really important question. And I do take everything that President Trump says very seriously. I think we need to. That's why we have been very, very conscientious, very systematic about maintaining our relationship, maintaining our lines of communication with the Trump team. We had some very intensive times together. We had some tough moments, but at the end of it, working with President Trump and his team, we renegotiated our trade agreement with the United States, the fundamental governing deal of our trade with the U.S. The deal that we now have that governs our economic relationship with the United States is Donald Trump's deal. He signed it. He and his team negotiated it. He is proud of it, and I think he's right to be proud of it. The deal does something very new in trade deals, which is it focuses on guaranteeing a fair wage for workers. And that is something that Canada and the U.S. were able to do together because labor standards and environmental standards and wages are comparable in our two countries. That's why we were really able to negotiate a win-win agreement, one that Ambassador Lighthizer negotiated, that President Trump negotiated, and they are right to be proud of it. So that would be my first point. Well, 2 points, really. The relationship and the deal. The final thing that I'll say, which I think is really important, is President-elect Trump and his team have been very clear about their concerns when it comes to China. Their concerns about Chinese overcapacity, their concerns about the unfair competition that American workers are subject to when it comes to China because of the intentional policy of overcapacity, because it's just not a level playing field if American workers are competing with Chinese workers where the labor standards and environmental standards are entirely different. We share those concerns. And that's why it was very important for us to put in place last month a 100% tariff on Chinese EVs and a 25% tariff on Chinese steel and aluminum. That's something that Canada believes in doing, that we have done, and it means that our fundamental manufacturing industries are now fully aligned with our American partners.
As a follow-up, in the U.S., economic woes took front and center despite a growing economy. That's not what the electorate felt. You keep on insisting and saying to Canadians that inflation's going down, that our interest rates are going down, and that our economy is better. But if the message is not landing in the U.S., your polling here shows that it's not landing either. What are you going to do to turn that around?
Well, thank you for the question. And let me start by saying it's not me insisting about inflation and interest rates. These are facts. And the fact is that interest rates have come down faster and further in Canada than in the United States. That has been such a focus for me because I know what the pressure was of interest rates on Canadian households and Canadian businesses, particularly because of the structure of our mortgage market where people have 5-year mortgages in general. And the rates have come down. They've come down further than south of the border. That is real relief for Canadians. The same is true on inflation. Inflation has come down further and faster in Canada than in the United States. That also is real relief for Canadians. I have been really focused on it because inflation has hurt people, and it hasn't come down by itself. You know, Canada has run a much tighter fiscal policy than the United States. That has contributed to inflation coming down, which has made it possible for interest rates to come down. Our deficit has been, around 1.5, in the 1.5 range. They are running deficits of more than 6%. And we are seeing the results in a macroeconomic environment that is not as rough. Interest rates down, inflation down. I started there because I think that's what really matters to Canadians. Having said that, I used to be a pundit. I'm not. I am now an MP elected by Canadians, a minister here to serve Canadians. It's not my job to speculate on why Americans voted as they did. It is my job to wake up every morning and to work hard for Canadians. And I really do recognize that we've been through some tough times. Things are still tough for a lot of Canadians, and supporting Canadians, with really basic things right now, supporting Canadians with affordability and the cost of living, getting the economy growing more strongly. These are the things that are really important for people. These are the things we're really focused on here in Canada.
Mackenzie Gray, Global News.
Hi, Minister Freeland. Donald Trump has promised mass deportations. J.D. Vance has said it would be reasonable to expect that they could deport 1 million people a year. Is the federal government planning that there will be a surge of migrants crossing from the U.S. into Canada?
Thanks for the question, Mackenzie. And again, what Americans choose to do, what America's incoming elected administration chooses to do in the United States is a decision for Americans and American leaders. The decision for Canadians and what's important for Canadians is to control our own border. And that is something that's really important. It's fundamental. And I do want to assure Canadians that we absolutely recognize the importance of border security and of controlling our own border, of controlling who comes into Canada and who doesn't, and we will do that.
The RCMP has said that folks in Quebec could see, with a Trump win, more people crossing. And just to ask again, is there a plan in place, or are you expecting that more people will be crossing from the U.S. to come to Canada to avoid being deported?
What I am expecting is that Canadians expect us to control our border. Canadians quite rightly believe that it needs to be a decision of Canada and Canadians who comes to our country and who doesn't. And that is something that we absolutely have a plan to ensure.
Ryan Tumblety, Toronto Star.
Yeah. So far this morning, from your colleagues, from you during this press conference on the subject of the Trump tariffs, you've emphasized the past relationship, you've emphasized the past trade deal, but these seem like a real threat to Canada's economy. He's talking about 10 to 20% tariffs. Presumably he was aware that the renegotiated NAFTA exists when he was talking about them. So I'm just wondering, is your plan, is your government's plan just to rely on old relationships, or do you have something more aggressive in plan to make sure that the Canadian economy isn't hit with what would be crippling tariffs?
Great question, and we absolutely do have a plan. Having relationships is valuable, and we have old relationships, and we are building new relationships. And we absolutely have a plan to ensure that Canada not only is okay with this new U.S. administration, but that we absolutely thrive. And that plan is going to be built on three things. One, having the relationships. That is important. Two, the economic fundamentals. At the end of the day, the reason that we were successful in getting a win-win outcome in the NAFTA negotiations was because the Canada-U.S. economic relationship is beneficial to both parties. The fact is, Canada is different from the rest of the world when it comes to the U.S. We are the single biggest export market for the U.S., bigger than China, Japan, and the UK combined. That means that gives us leverage. That gives us some real power in that relationship. It is also the case that our relationship with the United States is uniquely mutually beneficial. We build things together, and Canadian workers do not undercut U.S. workers. We have similar labor and environmental standards, and we are both high-wage countries. These fundamentals are really, really important and are the basis of the good relationship we have in the past and of the good relationship that we will maintain and build into the future. And then the final thing is, we have a plan, and we are going to be executing on that plan. I want to give you guys one, I think, very powerful piece of evidence that there is just that the economic fundamentals are really in place today to ensure we have a win-win relationship with the economic relationship with the United States, and that we will have one in the future. And that proof point for me is the acquisition by Cleveland Cliffs and Lorenzo Gonsalves of Stelco. Lorenzo Gonsalves is a leading American steel producer. I don't think he will mind my saying, he has been a long-standing supporter of President Trump. He chose to acquire a major Canadian steelmaker. Now, would he do that if he did not believe in the fundamentals of the economic relationship between our two countries? I don't think so.
And just following up, President Trump has also been quite insistent on the idea that NATO countries...
Okay, we have been listening in there to the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, Chrystia Freeland, taking some questions from media regarding the win by Donald Trump in the U.S. election and some of the implications for this country. She was asked quite a bit about trade and about the tariffs that Donald Trump has talked about bringing in. This idea of a blanket 10 to 20% tariff on all imports into the U.S. If that applies to Canada, what would the plan be? And she did say that they have a plan, but she did not tell us what that plan is. Let's bring in Karina Roman again, who was listening along to this. It was a bit of a tease there, Karina. I would like to know what the plan is.
I think we all like to know what the plan is. I think that's why the question was asked in multiple ways at that news conference. You will notice, and she's not alone in this, we heard from lots of cabinet ministers this morning, this attempt at reassurance. In fact, this morning, Chrystia Freeland pointedly said, you know, everything is going to be fine. And the fact that they feel they need to say that is telling in itself. But at the same point, careful not to lean into the reasons or the fears about why that reassurance might be necessary. So walking that very fine line between providing reassurance, but in doing so not making the, well, why do we need to be reassured that the sovereignty of Canada will be just fine, unless there is perhaps a threat to that. So they are really walking that fine line. They are, despite her saying there is a plan going forward, I think it was a real question there that probably didn't get answered to the reporters' satisfaction about, well, this plan seems very much based on what you know about Donald Trump of the past, what you relationships you developed in the past. This might be a whole new ballgame. You know, what about a plan for that? We didn't get details on that, and so that I think will still be the space in which those questions continue to be asked. You know, when do the cabinet ministers start traveling perhaps to the U.S. and start bolstering those old relationships and making new relationships? Because what worked in the past was not just convincing Donald Trump not to tear everything up, but, you know, governors and mayors and influential Republicans that it would not be beneficial to the U.S. To punish Canada, whether it's with a 10 to 20% tariff or completely revamping a trade deal to our disadvantage. So I think a lot of questions outstanding, but you did hear that attempt at reassurance of Canadians and people who might feel anxious, that she acknowledged there might be some anxiety out there.
Yeah, some interesting questions all around in that briefing there. Questions about migration due to the mass deportations that
they have a plan
Trump
for
has
that
been
too.
talking about. They have a plan for that too. So we'll wait for that one as well. Karina, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That's Karina Roman in Ottawa.
The outcome of the U.S. presidential race basically came down to 7 swing states in the Sun and Rust Belts. And as things stand, Donald Trump is on course for a potential clean sweep. Georgia is already in the bag. John Northcott, co-host of CBC Radio's World Report, is one of many CBC reporters on the ground in the U.S., and he joins us live from Atlanta with the Georgia story. So, John, what's the mood like there today now that Trump has been declared the winner there as well as president?
Hello, Andrew. Good to chat to you. Absolutely. This was a situation where you talk about those 7 swing states. Well, Georgia was the first to flip, and it happened around 1 a.m., at least in terms of the projections that were made. The parties, it was at the Democratic Party here, and then we went to the Republican Party. 2 very different moods, you can be sure. The Democratic Party was interesting because it is almost as if they knew. From the very beginning, there was a few cheers when a few states went Kamala Harris's way, but really it never took off. And then when the numbers started to come in and didn't look promising, you saw people just melt away. It was in the ballroom of a very large hotel, and they just sort of disappeared. Then went and talked to the Republicans, and there was a celebration. Drinks had clearly been had. There were funny hats and signs and people really having had a terrific time. But if there was an analysis from their point of view, it was interesting. One woman we talked to said how the Democrats, she felt, had sort of lost the narrative in terms of what their own values were and had, in her opinion, moved too far to the left. If you were to extrapolate from that, it would mean that it gave Donald Trump material such that he could then attack them for their more progressive views, and he certainly did that during the campaign. We're talking about Fulton County in downtown Georgia, very much Democratic, and the hope was that those more populous areas like Fulton County, like areas around Savannah as well, as the night went on, those higher proportionality of votes would come in and the numbers would climb up again in the Democrats' favor. That never happened. So the mood on the streets today, as you walk around and talk to people, remember, it's a Democratic area largely, the mood was somber. Here's two of the people we chatted to.
I was born during World War II, and I saw the trends and how Hitler came into power, the things he told people. And it discourages me because we seem to be having a repeat of that kind of episode.
Me and my friends were all just like shocked and angry and can't believe that so many people are conned by this villain.
You can hear the mood there, and there is that rural-urban split here in this state. People generally in the cities vote Democratic. People in the rural areas generally vote Republican. Certainly the time we spent out in the countryside here, we met a lot of Republicans for sure, who are, in contrast to the people you just heard, very happy today. Andrew?
And so what's next for the Democratic Party there?
A lot of soul searching, that's to be sure, because the areas they felt were could be relied on and the people they felt could be relied on weren't relied on, at least in the ways they could be, or at least not reliable in the sense that they could overcome what seems to have been a real push in the red counties in this state. So they're going to have to be soul searching. Did they move too far to the left? Did they manage to get out the vote? How were they not able to capture some more fully traditional constituencies? The black population here, black men in particular, Hispanic men. When we were at the Trump celebration party, lots of Hispanic men who came up to us and cheered on Donald Trump. So their traditional constituencies, even in this state, seems to have slipped through the fingers of the Democrats, and they, in the coming months and coming years, because obviously in 4 years they'd love to be able to take it back again, there's going to be some soul searching, some planning perhaps, and then maybe looking at the Republicans and saying, what did they do right that we couldn't do? Nonetheless, they've got 4 years, so there's plenty of time to think about it. Andrew?
John, thank you. John Northcott, co-host of CBC Radio's World Report in Atlanta.
Well, for more on Donald Trump reclaiming the U.S. presidency and what it tells us, I want to welcome Cynthia Tucker to the program. She's a political commentator and journalist in residence at the University of South Alabama. Cynthia, thank you so much for making time for us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Donald Trump, he was up against legal challenges this year, other controversies, all sorts of things, and yet he managed to win back this presidency. How do you think he did it? How do you think he was able to convince voters to look past all of that?
Well, I think it's obvious that Kamala Harris was never able to move out of Joe Biden's shadow, and Joe Biden remains quite unpopular with voters, mostly because of inflation, which has tamed but was quite high during much of his tenure, and also because of record numbers of illegal immigrants crossing the border. Kamala Harris obviously is Biden's vice president, and so she could not fully separate herself from his tenure and his agenda. Having said all that, though, I think it is pretty clear, at least it's clear to me, that racism and sexism were also factors in this campaign. That's clear from Trump's own rhetoric. The rhetoric that he often used when he was talking about migrants, the rhetoric he often used when he was talking about Kamala Harris, calling her lazy and a low IQ individual. Unfortunately, that rhetoric appealed to more voters than I thought it would have.
Well, we are seeing, when you look at those exit polls, that Black and Latino voters, particularly men, did move towards Trump this time around. So what do you make of that?
That is, for me, the most stunning part of the election. And pollsters were talking about that several months ago, that Trump was gaining with Latinos and even making inroads with Black men. Now, many prognosticators will attribute that to the economy. Again, many voters are still upset With inflation, grocery prices are certainly higher than they were. Housing prices are higher than they were. But again, I can't help but believe that sexism was some part of that. There are still many men in this country, including men of color, who are simply not comfortable with the idea of a woman as commander-in-chief. Remember, Donald Trump has won the presidency twice. Each time, his rival, his Democratic rival, was a woman.
As a woman in America, if you're seeing it through that lens, Cynthia, how does that feel to think that that glass ceiling is just too strong for a woman like Kamala Harris, who is very well respected and has achieved so much that she can't break through it?
She is highly qualified, as was Hillary Clinton. Neither could break through. It makes me unhappy, and less unhappy for myself than for my 16-year-old daughter, knowing that she will have to struggle with challenges that I thought that her mother's generation would have fought through for her. But there's not just that part of it. Let's remember that Donald Trump has also promised to be an authoritarian on day one. He has talked about imprisoning his critics. He has talked about turning U.S. soldiers loose on protesters, which is against the Constitution. In fact, he doesn't respect constitutional precedents. So I think Americans are in store for some changes that we have never seen before, and many of them will be uncomfortable, disquieting.
So, I mean, it's interesting, Cynthia, because a lot of people talk about another Trump presidency as, well, we've been here before. We know what a Trump presidency is like, but you're suggesting that this could be quite different this time around, or more Trump.
I think it will be much worse, in part because the Republican Party, the Republican apparatus, conservative apparatus, spent the years when Joe Biden was in office figuring out how to reinforce authoritarian impulses if Trump were reelected. One of the things they did was to make sure that Trump chose a vice president who would do whatever he wanted. If you think back to 2020, Trump's vice president at the time, Mike Pence, refused to go along with the idea of claiming that Joe Biden's victory was fraudulent, that Trump had actually won. J.D. Vance, by contrast, is fully on board with whatever Trump wants. Also, the bureaucrats that will be put in power this time around, the secretaries of cabinets, the military leaders will be people who will do whatever Trump wants them to do, because the conservative apparatus already has those people picked out. So yes, I think there will be no guardrails this time around.
Cynthia, really appreciate getting your perspective on all of this today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
That's Cynthia Tucker, political commentator. Well, millions of Americans also voted on the issue of reproductive rights in their states. 10 states had abortion measures on the ballot. Voters in at least 7 of them expanded or protected abortion rights. In Missouri, voters approved a measure to overturn the state's near-total abortion ban. However, Florida's ban on abortions after the 6th week of pregnancy will stay in place after an attempt to overturn it failed.
Donald Trump has thumbed his nose at the U.S. establishment in many ways, reshaped the Republican Party in his own image, and contributed to the further polarization of an already divided country. Our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, now with a look at the campaign that brought us to this moment.
Donald Trump began his campaign with baggage, twice impeached, recently convicted on criminal charges in New York. And still, the former president shut out any serious challengers for the Republican nomination. At first, it looked like a rematch against President Joe Biden.
Every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
And Trump certainly nudged up in the polls when Biden botched the debate.
Take a look at what happened.
Then a shock. July 13th in Pennsylvania, a gunman fired at Donald Trump, killing a rally attendee and wounding Trump's right ear. Trump was defiant. His immediate reaction resulted in a political image for the ages. Just over a week later, another surprise.
So now we have a new victim to defeat, Lion Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Kamala Harris raised the stakes.
You're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling.
Polls consistently said the race looked like a toss-up. Then on a golf course in Florida where the former president was playing, a man seemingly planning another assassination attempt was arrested with an assault rifle. Undeterred, Trump returned to the site of the first attempt on his life in Pennsylvania.
On this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me.
Donald Trump pushing the promise he is tougher on crime, on the border, better on the economy, and destined to be in the White House again.
I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
That was our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault. Here's a live look at Ottawa this afternoon. We'll go to Parliament Hill for question period and hear if they talk about the U.S. election there as well.